entertain. Dance is central to who I am as an entertainer. For Dance Central 3,
the doors have opened. People are streaming by, and you're joining us live on the show floor at the GameSpot stage. Over the next 3 days, we'll be bringing you every huge game you've seen at the press conferences, every game you've wanted to see more of right here. Not to mention we've got backpack cams roaming the show floors, as well as editors taking appointments, giving their impressions of all the best that E3 has to offer, and it's right here on GameSpot.com. Now, what better way to start things off than with the next generation? I'm your host, Chris Waters, and Wii U is coming out this year, and we have it on stage right now. JC Rodrigo from Nintendo of America is joining us. Next to him, my coworker Tom McShay. And guys, this is a great place to be.
Absolutely. I mean, I can't tell you how excited we are to be bringing Wii U, to the show. And it's been a long road here, and I really hope everyone has a lot of fun, especially with this Project P100 game that is that we're about to show.
And now that's a phrase not a lot of people have heard yet, because you guys just announced the game, Project P100, not featured during the press conference, but being developed by Platinum Games, makers of such highly esteemed games as Vanquish and Bayonetta.
Oh, yeah.
And Tom, when you heard that Platinum Games was developing a Wii U title, big smile?
I was told upstairs 10 minutes ago by Maximo McGee, and I sprinted downstairs because I needed to see what it was.
And here we are, Project P100, JC. Yeah. So let's take a look. We've got Gil driving here with the Wii U gamepad. And as he jumps into it, tell us what it's all about.
Sure. So Project P100 is it's a brand new mass action game of course developed by Platinum Games and being published by Nintendo. Now what makes it a little unique is that well, the name Hideki Kamiya is the director for the game, and if that name stands out, it should. Also, we have as one of the producers, his name is Atsushi Inaba. Now, Inaba-san and Kamiya-san came together a while ago to produce this game called Okami, if you guys remember that.
Yeah, I got a few memories of that one.
Yeah, so I mean, again, this is the first time this game has really been shown outside of our halls or anything. It wasn't inside our presser, it wasn't anywhere else, so it's right here on GameSpot. And to give you a small synopsis of what's going on, you control a group of these heroes, and the Earth is being attacked by these massive aliens. So Gil, the guy that's actually playing the game, he's controlling this group of heroes, and they have to come together and use unite powers and kind of do things together in order to repel all of the alien forces trying to, save the Earth.
Yeah, so he's got quite a little group there.
Oh yes, and he's controlling all of them at one time. So in order to build, you'll see a couple things. There's a lot going on. Platinum Games is known for that unique, really frantic, fast-paced, action kind of style game. So yes, and also there's Jello in there. So if he takes, if you take a look at the top left corner, you see this bar as you charge it. It's kind of like a battery. As he presses the X button, he'll charge that bar, and then he can actually draw a line on the touchscreen of the Wii U gamepad, press the A button, and turn into various objects, such as a fist, or draw a line, and it'll become a giant sword.
Did you just make a giant sword out of a bunch of tiny superheroes?
Yes,
is that what I'm seeing?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, the sword is made out of the heroes. Yes, the fist is made out of a collection of heroes. So again, they're working together.
The gelatin is made out of the heroes.
Yeah, and of course, gelatin has properties. Maybe later on, if I can egg Gil to do something really cool, that would be to like some things you can repel. If you turn to Jello, it'll like bounce off the Jello and get it'll hit the enemy themselves. So it's really funny, and it's really cool.
Now all these little heroes are very visually distinct. It's hard to get a great look at them. They're little tiny now, but I imagine you get to know these guys, you collect them as you go along, or somehow. How do you form this guild of dudes who unite?
So first of all, you do start out with a group of superheroes, right? And I won't tell you exactly how they get together just yet, but as you can see here, they can recruit citizens. So if they see a recruit, Gil's going to draw a circle on the Wii U gamepad, hit the A button, and all of a sudden, bam, you have a policeman. He throws on a little pair of shades, and he joins your squad, your hero squad. So you can recruit all these citizens, and the more heroes and citizens you recruit, the more powerful your attacks become. So
are the citizens in grave danger when they're fighting giant monsters with superheroes, or are they more vulnerable?
What's interesting is later on in the level, you're going to see how you find certain citizens. Some of them are going to be very, let's just say that they won't be in the best of places. Okay. Other times, if you can just stand there going, yeah, all right, we're on a rooftop, we're hanging out, we're cheering for you, and you can just recruit them if they're standing there, but you'll see it later on.
Okay.
So he's taking a hand right now, and he's going to go after it. You can pop enemies up in the air, start air combos. So there's a lot of really cool stuff. There's also some special attacks that you can do by rotating the left stick and pressing the A button, and then you get like this weird like spin attack. If you do almost like a Sonic Boom motion, like away toward really quickly, and then the A button, you know, you can also do like other moves. And as you can see here, he's transforming into a gun, and he can lay out from far away. And depending how many heroes you have, again, the damage will also, you know, it'll increase and decrease depending on how powerful you are. Let's see if Gil can get past this. Oh, dodge! I see that something's coming. Oh, oh! Regroup, man.
Oh, man.
Charge up your batteries, dude.
That is not looking good for our heroes.
Yeah, he's almost there.
Folks who are watching, just a reminder that we are live right now from the show floor of E3, and we're taking your questions. So if you tweet at us to the hashtag GameSpotE3, we'll pass those along to JC and see what kind of information we can get out of him.
Oh, awesome.
I know some folks are going to be curious about the various enemies that you're fighting, because they've seemed very visually distinct from each other.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like one clear race of dudes that you're just fighting one after another, the same guy. They're very different.
Yes, so I mean, some of the heroes, as you may notice, if you know, they have like little masks and capes and really fun like outfits. Some of them, you know, they may even, like, technically your heroes, you can recruit people that are around, like citizens, and then they will become your heroes. So technically, I guess they're heroes too. But if you zoom in on some of them, some of them are like, look at that, they have army like suits on, and they become heroes. Some of them have made like a toilet bowl over their head, and they're like a toilet bowl hero. Like,
well, when a bunch of superheroes surround you in a circle and recruit you into their guild, you got to make do with what you've got lying around, right?
That's right. That's right. And you know what? When aliens are attacking and y'all can't do anything by yourself, you'll take all the help you can get.
You make
right?
two.
You make two, exactly.
Speaking of aliens, this is now a large tank. Before we saw almost like a Lego-looking mech kind of guy. What is the binding ethos of these aliens besides just they want to destroy Earth?
Well, I won't go too much into the story, but I will say that they do have a kind of mechanical kind of visual to them. I mean, you can definitely see that. And they're all, there's batteries and components around that Gil can collect. Not only, some of the groups of enemies also come, like, you know, there's one big one, and there's also a few small enemies around it. There is a purpose for that, but I'm not at liberty to disclose just yet.
I suppose we'll give you a little leeway, having just announced your game about half an hour ago.
There's a lot of, you know, there's a long way to go. So we have plenty of news to produce.
Well, one of the things that came out of the Nintendo press conference this morning was Nintendo confirming that multiple gamepads can be used in a single game. Are you guys focusing on a single-player experience here, or are you branching out into other gamepads, Wii remotes, and nunchucks for the players?
The way we look at it is, right now, for this particular game, Project Q100, it is a single gamepad experience. Although the Wii U can support more than one Wii U gamepad, we will let the producers, the developers, the directors, we'll let them decide what tools are best for their particular experience and whatever they would like to bring to the table.
Sure, yeah. You want to give them free reign to go ahead and have their fun.
Exactly. I mean, that's also the same kind of aesthetic. If you think about, you know, why not use those Wii remotes that people have? That's familiar, right? Oh, well, what about the, you know, the Wii U gamepad? The Wii U gamepad is, you know, something else as well, and to have all those tools are really great. But really quickly, I want to point out what Gil just did was you're using both screens to actually solve a puzzle. So he actually had to look on the outside. It said, what, 233 on the outside of that of the building, and on the inside, if he looks down at the Wii U gamepad, you can see on the inside of that building. So he has to use both the TV and the Wii U gamepad to solve, like, what do I need to turn the dial to make the door open to move to the next level. So it's very, very interesting little kind of puzzles. You're going to need to use both the Wii U gamepad and the TV simultaneously, going back and forth to figure out what you need to do.
That seems to be one of the novel ways that a lot of games are using the gamepad, the touchpad, is puzzle solving, is giving you different perspectives, and, you know, instead of just putting it all on one screen, giving you different angles, sort of different elements that then combine dynamically to solve those puzzles.
That's right. It's all about the puzzle solving, but it's also about, you know, knowing what tools you have at your disposal and using them wisely. Like, for example, the sword in that case will actually swing much broader. The fist is short range, but it has a lot more damage. The gun is far range, so really you gotta kind of judge which tools are best for you to use at what time.
And the Jello?
Oh, the Jello
just looks delicious.
You know what? We had to get Jello. I don't know what it is about Jello, but Jello seems to be the perfect alien repelling defense mechanism for the heroes. I mean, Jello's just, I mean, don't you love Jello? I mean, I love Jello.
You know, there's no secret as to why it has, you know, such an honored place in our society, and I think Alien Defense is just one of those reasons.
I'm just going to thank the director, you know, Mr. Kamiya, and the producer, Mr. Arnold, for putting Jello in here. Oh, and look at this. This is a little crazy. There's aliens busting up the entire street, so he has to run to the left and kind of make his way through a constantly changing environment. I mean, it's really out there. Oh no, there's a huge...
you can't really swing a sword at the road when it's falling apart, or the whatever that was just his arm, and it was like 10 times the size of the bosses we've seen thus far.
Here he's going to have to actually draw. Here it comes. It's a Unite sword. He's going to have to draw a line on the Wii U gamepad, and then in a straight line really quickly to draw that, and then bam, he'll do this, and then he'll solve a little kind of quick time event. Here it comes.
That is a creative use of sword.
This little design is a little similar to Beautiful Joe, if you will. There you go. Recruit some more. You need more power. There you go. Good. Get some more of that.
And so you guys are really going with the whole that superhero aesthetic, that newspaper extra, read all about it kind of vibe.
It's a very fun, playful feel to it. Oh, in this part, Gil's going to go ahead and actually draw the line at the top. See that line of batteries? He's going to draw a line using the right stick. He's going to tilt the right stick with his right thumb, draw the line all the way up to the top, and eventually that chain of superheroes will form a gigantic ladder. Then press the A button when it's rainbow colored. Oh, almost there. Try it again. There you go. Right stick on top, A button. There you go. So after that, he'll form a chain. They'll be able to climb up the chain and then get to the next part. You're going to do it one more time, Gil. And then after, oh, wait, before you do that, you got to check this out. Hold on, cancel that out. Hit the Y button with your right thumb. There you go. So go to that thing, and I want you to draw the circle, right? Do the hand. There you go. Press the A button. There. Now hold the Y button down. Yeah, and then turn the left stick. Kind of like, you know, this little, this is an interesting way to get new heroes.
Yeah,
right?
okay.
Use a hand, you turn it.
I was like, oh, that horrible brain monster is really not that aggressive. But
yeah.
Oh, it's actually a bonus.
Yeah, nice little fun, you know, play on what to do with the hands, and they'll have like small things like that that call out, you know, what can you do with hands. So as you saw before, turning a knob to open a, I guess a door to the back end of a warehouse. Now it's turning it to get more heroes.
So you're using the heroes almost as a, like there's a platforming element too. In order to get to the next area, you're going to need to transform the heroes to climb, and you know.
That's correct. And in here,
are we going to get a hero bridge? Oh,
no.
Hero hang glider. That's way better.
Yep, point there, and then press the tap the B button to ascend, and kind of, there you go. Perfect. So he's collecting a lot of batteries to power up for his next few moves. He's going to keep going to the left, and then he'll eventually start, there you go. He looks like he's got a good landing space over there. So once he lands,
not bad, Gil. Not bad.
You thought wrong.
Oh, that's large.
Oh, that's not good. That's, yeah.
Is it safe to say that this game is pretty nuts? Because
well,
it's the flexibility of like creating all these different tools. It looks like it could just open up the door to tons of different scenarios. Is it really diverse?
You know what? I think it is going to be diverse, not in just the tools that you're going to be using, but the crazy design and awesome design of the monsters and the way the action flows from destroying bridges and huge, just annihilating like huge cities like this. I mean, it's awesome. I mean, there's really a lot of work and a lot of thought that's been put into not just what it is, but how the items are used to really create that unique Platinum Games, you know, feel to it, as we're all very familiar with. So
yeah,
we're very excited. Oh, and you can get a close look at the design of some of the characters and kind of how they communicate with one another. Very comic booky-like style.
Nice.
There you go. So in this scene, Gil's actually going to try and disarm. Actually, you want to probably use the fist or the sword, and you want to hit those nodes, the blue nodes on the arm, and you want to disable them. There you go. Perfect. So as he's doing this, you know, you can look in the background. I mean, there's choppers flying, trying to attack the thing. There's like planes swooping, trying to bomb it. There's giant lasers from his other arm trying to shoot down. I mean, it is absolutely crazy, and you know, we're really excited. First time that we're seeing this outside the presentation, and we couldn't be happier. And as a company for Nintendo to have Platinum Games develop this for Wii U, some great minds behind it and a great team.
Yeah, we've got some folks in the live chat wondering why you guys didn't show this at the press conference. This is looking really good.
Tell you what, go ahead and tweet that to Nintendo America. Reggie, hey, why don't you show this, man? But you know what? Now that you know, share it. You know, this is something we wanted to bring just for you guys, because you know all the people that are out and watching this right now, you know, they're paying attention. They're 100% right here with us. So there's a lot to get. We have a lot of content here, and we want to make this so it's for you. It's for the fans at home. This one's for you.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing a lot more of Project P100 as the fall release or holiday release of the Wii U approaches. That's when we're saying holiday. All right. JC, thank you so much for coming on and showing it off. It was great.
So much.
Great way to kick off the show.
Absolutely.
Brand new Wii U title. And don't go away, folks, because up next we've got another Wii U title coming, Scribblenauts Unlimited. You might have gotten a chance to glimpse it at the press conference, but did you get a chance to hear all the weird hybrid animals that Tom McShea is going to come up with and see if they can make for us? No, that's coming up next. But before we do that, our man Carlos Rodella is going to be scouring the show floor for the next 3 days, giving you looks at booths, game demos, and just all sorts of strange stuff going on here at E3. So Carlos, take it away.
Hey everybody, Carlos Rodella here for GameSpot's coverage of E3 2012. Are you excited? We're in full swing. It's going to happen. But before we get started and you get inundated with tons of information, we're going to look at both of the halls, South Hall and West Hall. First up is West Hall, which has the big three, Nintendo, Microsoft, and Sony, all of them in one room. I don't know how that's going to happen. Let's look at West Hall right now. First up, as always, we have the mighty GameSpot booth. Live stage shows, first look at tons of new titles from the developers themselves, on-the-floor reporting and interviews, and news recaps of everything E3 2012. Right behind us we have Nintendo, where we'll get the 411 on more Wii U business. Hoping to get a further look at the actual system and some more hands-on time with it. Luigi's Mansion 2 might be lurking about, and possibly a new Mario game? And we can rest assured there'll be a steady stream of DS titles. Me, I'm hoping for Eternal Darkness 2. Hey, I can dream, can't I? Next up, we have another booth behemoth, Microsoft. 2 words, Halo 4. Well, that's a word and a number, but you know what I mean. There'll be some Forza Horizon for you car nuts, Fable Journey for you fantasy buffs, a slew of other Kinect titles, I'm sure, and you can probably expect the Big M to show off its improved dashboard and multimedia features, HBO Go and Amazon Instant Video. Oh, and maybe an Xbox 720? Okay, probably not. But you'll most likely get a look at Borderlands 2, Dishonored, Tomb Raider, Crysis 3, and Call of Duty Black Ops 2. Go War! Then we have Sony, who again will have a stellar and massive booth, I'm sure, showing off the likes of The Last of Us, God of War Ascension, Sly Cooper Thieves in Time, and the indie hit The Unfinished Swan, hopefully actually finished. I'll probably look at the Super Smash Bros. Inspired PlayStation All-Stars. Maybe word on a Vita price cut? A Killzone 4 trailer, anyone? And maybe finally a release date for The Last Guardian. All right, that's your look at West Hall. Now you understand what's going on there, the big three. Next time we're going to look at South Hall, where there's tons of developers and publishers, 1 million games at least. Next time that's going to happen. Until then, I'm going to go over here.
We are back here live on the GameSpot stage at E3 for our second demo of the day, and it's Wii U again because it's the next generation, folks. That's what you get excited about. Scribblenauts Unlimited is up here, and we've got Jeremy from Fifth Cell Games, here to show it off. Jeremy, welcome to the stage, man.
Yeah, it's fun to be here.
A little smaller than the stage you were on before at the Nintendo press conference.
Yes,
but
that was a little nerve-wracking.
Yeah, you did well.
Yeah,
I think it showed well. Auto Mutt was very intriguing.
Auto Mutt was
We're going to have to discuss that. But Scribblenauts Unlimited, you guys bringing this whole Scribblenauts magic to the Wii U.
Yeah, and as you can see, the first thing is obviously we brought new HD art, so obviously the Wii U is a next-gen console, so we have next-gen look for the game. Got the God rays and everything going on. So the original Scribblenauts had this kind of sandbox title screen, right? And there's puzzles, and those are kind of like separate. But in this game, they're actually all together now, and so you can kind of go from world to world. They're all interconnected. If you can see in the back there's actually a haunted castle that you can go to. We're not going to go do that now. But yeah, we should look at the world map. Yep, and so this is the world. So it's a huge interconnected world.
Oh, yeah.
And so we have this kind of like sandboxy, so anywhere you go, you can kind of play and just screw around, or you can help people. So those are kind of the two different ways to do things.
Now, when you say help people, like we're seeing we see a hippie hanging out by a tree with a lumberjack.
Yes.
Those guys, do they have a problem they need solved?
Exactly. So if you actually look at the gamepad, you can see that we have a thing called Starlight Vision. And with Starlight Vision, if we get a shot of the gamepad.
I think we're working on it right here. We've got our floating cam looking down, and we'll be checking that out shortly.
So yeah, and so with that, you can basically see who needs help.
Yeah, there it is.
There it is.
Oh,
and
wow.
so who needs help and who doesn't, and you can kind of tap on them. And on the bottom, it'll say, I'm just trying to pay my bills. Let me cut down this tree. Different people kind of do different things, and then you can help them. So if you go left, we'll do the chef right here. So once you tap on that chef.
Wait, so was there like a moral decision right there?
There can be.
Because it's like, are you going to go green or are you going to go greed?
Yeah, there sometimes can be, yeah.
Okay.
So let's go with the chef. So the chef, my nose isn't good enough to sniff out the truffles alone. So like an object, these are very, very simple things you want to help. So obviously like a pig, sniff truffles, makes sense, right? And so we have these kind of little levels, and so he found the truffle.
Nice work, Piggy.
Yes, and then he made soup, and then the pig eats the soup, and that's Scribblenauts. That's not scripted, by the way. She just wrote pig, and that happened. Like, that wasn't, you could write other things happened. So that's kind of the magic of Scribblenauts.
Do other animals eat truffles?
They wouldn't even find the truffles. Only pigs. I mean,
Only pigs
Would you
can find
incorporate the
truffles.
pig into the soup in any scenario?
Maybe. I don't know. That's I guess
Are you talking about making bacon of that?
Pig and truffle soup, that's a thing.
That's true. And so obviously the biggest new thing about the game is in the first one you could write anything, and that was a big deal. Second one, you can add adjectives, right? Now the third one, you can kind of make your own objects. So we're going to go do that right now in the editor. This is the object editor. We can save like over 900.
Lord.
Yeah, these are crazy stuff. We're going to make a new one. You can save over 900 objects, I think. There's over 900 objects to the Wii U. Something crazy.
Yowza.
Yeah, a lot. Toaster. Let's do the toaster. And so what we're going to do is we're going to start with a base toaster. So let's make it a little bit bigger. I'm going to make Maxwell ride it. It's going to be a rideable, drivable toaster.
Of course.
Let's make it a little blingy first. Let's save that out. So you can do all kind of things. So let's make it gold. We'll play with that.
Simple chrome toaster is not fit for Maxwell's usage.
You gotta bling it out.
Yeah.
So get that, and then we can actually add textures, all kind of different textures you can add. All kind of lots of textures. Too many to look at.
There's a whole bunch.
There you go. Now we got a
what are
bling toaster.
Grass? Oh, that looks like a gold bar. It's a gold-plated toaster.
I mean, for Maxwell, what else would you? If you could spawn anything, wouldn't you spawn a gold toaster?
Solid gold toaster.
Solid gold toaster.
Yeah.
And so not only that, but since we're going to make it rideable, you can actually attach other objects to base objects. So we're going to add a saddle to this toaster because obviously it's rideable. So that's really, really important. And so that's kind of like the base, right? That's
sort
the
of
basics,
protects from the heating coils.
Exactly.
It creates
Wow.
that nice seat warmer.
Wow, you have a whole backstory going on here.
You've put a lot of thought into this.
Yes.
I mean, whenever you're creating an object, you got to think about what goes into it.
And then so we actually have this so that's kind of like the aesthetic level. We actually have this very, very deep scripting level. So if you go to the scripting level, as we kind of saw before, there's all kind of cool things you can do.
Oh wow!
So we're gonna add make it moving. So we're gonna add wheels. And so for our wheel type object, we're going to use skulls. Because using skulls is, what goes on a bling toaster, but skull wheels. I mean, of course.
They're round-ish.
They're roundish, yes. And we can actually edit the movement speed, make it fly, make it hover, make it swim. So there's skull toasters. Skull wheel toaster. She's going to move it, make them a little.
You get a wider skull base,
yeah,
then you get a little more
that
traction.
wheelbase, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's more important. And then we're also, of course, the last and most important thing you could do. Bullets are lame. We're going to do trout.
Trout.
So
The
it's
fish.
it can trout.
Now, can you pick from anything that you
Anything.
can create so it could
Yes.
shoot
Yes.
refrigerators?
It could shoot refrigerators that explode.
That
on contact,
explode?
if you wanted to. Wow. So we're gonna name it. We're gonna name it Toasty. And what's really really cool. So now she's saving it. Now she's gonna get out. What's really really cool about this though is that you can share these objects with friends.
Oh.
And so over online, people can see these crazy objects. They download them, and then it's now in their lexicon. So now Toasty would be in your friend's lexicon if they so chose to download it.
And then all you do, write in Toasty.
Right in Toasty. There it is.
And lo
Now
and
the one thing we
behold.
didn't do is we didn't actually make it writable, and so the reason why is because we can now edit any object like while it's there on the screen. So she's gonna actually add an adjective on the fly to it
Okay.
and make it writable.
So,
So you don't have to go back into the menu
Exactly.
and anything like that.
And she
Nice.
just killed the hippie with the exploding trout and the chef and
thus
she's-
begins Maxwell's
what
trout
was
fueled
that?
reign
You
of
can't
terror.
make an omelet without what was
without
that
exploding
popped up?
trout.
Without exploding trout. Was
Yes.
that was okay. So can you in the editor make an animal that rides another animal?
that's a
Is
good
that
question.
possible?
It is. It will probably yes. You
Because the
could add
first thing I'm going to do is
Yes.
make a Raptor Rex,
a ra-
where a raptor
it.
is riding a T-Rex,
Yes.
and the raptor has a cowboy hat and a whip. Like that's the first thing I'm going to do in this
I
game.
mean that's Scribblenauts. You could.
And I really want it to exist now.
And she's making that happen for you right now. That thing is going to kill you though.
Jeremy, I just want to give you a little context. Tom, 3 months do not go by in the GameSpot office without Tom mentioning a Raptor Rex. So this is a very exciting day for him.
This actually is. You're not the first developer I've pitched this idea to, but
Okay.
this is the first one where it actually might come to fruition.
Yes. Well, we got Maxwell riding a raptor.
Oh my God.
And then so I guess we're gonna go with raptor. Gentlemanly raptor.
Gentlemanly, oh my Lord.
Of course. It's
This
Scribblenauts.
this is incredible.
You can.
Dream is coming alive.
History. Oh, he's got it. Okay. I'm trying. I gotta settle down.
Yes.
I gotta
So
be professional.
Here we see a perfect example of the fun that is Scribblenauts. People
Yes.
just getting giddy over creating what
Anything.
their minds have been dreaming of for decades.
Yes.
But Scribblenauts Unlimited, part of it is also we've sort of seen, solving the puzzle, finding the truffles. This whole world you've got to
Yes.
just go wherever you like and encounter all sorts of strange situations.
Dragon wings.
You
of
guys are
course.
really getting ambitious with this one.
Yeah, we want to. I mean, it's the first time it's on console, so you got to get ambitious, right?
How many words does this game recognize now?
Well, now infinite, right? Because you write your own words. And
Well, I guess.
So, I don't know now.
A hipster Hydra.
A hipster hydra, of course, a hipster hydra.
Oh my Lord.
So we're gonna go over and so I showed you just a really quick a merit, and so now we're gonna show they're called starite shards. You always want to get starites, and now this is how you get a full starite. You click on that merit badge, and this is a whole event. So we're actually gonna load an event that we pre-scripted, and we'll take it through. So Maxwell is a Boy Scout. He's wearing his Boy Scout hat, and the little Cinemac's gonna play. And it's multi-stage. So this is like, we went from the sandbox mode that we were in to now an event mode. So, very, very easy, very simple. This is a very simple one we're showing off. Give something to carve the log. So, what would you give him to carve the log?
Scalpel.
Scalpel. Can you spell it right?
I don't know how to
so
spell
close.
scalpel
Close
either.
enough. I think it'll work. It works.
Count
so-
it.
Nice.
Tom prefers the delicate hands.
And he likes the scalpel, and he made
Wow.
a totem.
Wow.
That was
Crafty.
I can't do that with a scalpel.
He's had years of practice. Now we're going to put the dummy out with something. Fire extinguisher?
We should put an adjective on it though, shouldn't we?
Okay. What?
Flaming fire extinguisher.
I don't know. Okay.
Does it get golden? Can we get a blinged out fire extinguisher?
Yeah, you could.
Oh, but the fire extinguisher's out. Now we need to fix the dummy's wounds.
Yeah, so the dummy needs wounds, so we need something like bandages. Very, very simple. Keeping it easy. For right now, we already had the crazy T-Rex with raptors and wings.
Oh no, you made a mummy. Now lift Curse of the Mummy is at the next stage.
And so now we're at the very end. I got to do target practice. I guess the Boy Scouts now are part of the NRA.
Can you do it with Toasty?
You could maybe do it with Toasty.
Can we make
You'd have to ride it.
hit it with exploding trouts?
Well, he doesn't need a gun. He needs protective.
he needs protective power.
gear.
Yes.
Yeah.
There we go. Now
Now
he
he
needs
needs
a
a
weapon.
gun. But Toasty's rideable. I don't know. He needs something in his hand.
Oh, okay.
That gun
That's
would
fair.
work. So he's going to shoot. Really, really simple. He's not a very good
Oh,
shot.
you
That
are
guy
not
shouldn't
getting
have
the
a
merit
gun.
badge anytime soon.
Oh, and he shot down a satellite because he's terrible at shooting. But he won. But he got the merit badge, and that's the most important thing.
They count it.
Yeah.
You know, they're a little. They got a little leeway
Yes.
to work around with. Who
And
knows?
that's
Could have
what
been a spy satellite. You know.
It absolutely could have. And so that's kind of two different things. So you can kind of go around in the sandbox mode, help people or not, just screw around, do whatever you want, and then get into deep events that have multi-stage scripting. And that's kind of like the whole kind of game that we have. There's another couple things that we want to talk about is multiplayer.
Oh.
So multiplayer for the first time.
Yes, please.
We don't have Wiimotes, but we will have multiplayer. So people will actually be able to, any object you spawn, people can actually get into as a kind of like absorb as it goes to become that object. So the other players can do that.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
Tom could play as his flying T-Rex.
Yes, exactly.
We had a tube man.
And there's a tube man. One of my
Wavy
favorite
tube
objects.
man.
We gotta do my favorite object, which is the arcade machine or the game cartridge. Arcade. We'll go with arcade. Arcade. So this is cool. When he uses it, plays it, and now we're in 8-bit mode.
Nice.
Does the time machine still take you to many different
No,
eras?
time machine's new in this one. Let's do the
Ooh.
time machine. Good call.
Time machine. I like it.
What does it look like? Ooh, it's almost Bill and Ted's.
We've changed it. And now Maxwell's in.
Oh, it's old timey.
He's old timey.
It's got the scratches and stuff.
Yeah.
That's an old
Yeah.
print.
That is quite a dashing mustache, I must say.
He is gentlemanly.
Indeed.
And then the last thing I want to talk about is you're going to learn Maxwell's backstory and why he's doing what he does, why he has the powers he has.
That's right. There was a storybook pictured during the press conference, and there is the magic behind him. It's not all just in his hat.
Yes. It's not all just in his head either. He's not crazy. This is real. He
This
can't
is
find
real. This is his world. This isn't just some grim fever dream that Maxwell's been having for years.
anything. For years. No, it's going to be cool. And Jennifer Hale's going to be narrating it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Excellent. One of our favorite voice actors over at GameSpot.
One of mine too, and I'm glad that she's working on the project.
I could raise a human cub.
Oh, don't give the wolves a baby.
Oh, this is not.
Throwing a baby. They're happy
made-
wolves.
Raised by
Raised
wolves.
by wolves.
So there you go.
Now,
And
is
so there's
raised by wolves an adjective you can add to something?
No, I don't think so. But Tanuki suit for the Nintendo fans. Let's do that.
I don't know, Jeremy. I mean, Tanuki suit is so last decade. It's flying squirrel suit now, right? As of this morning.
True. we could get on that. We could get
And
on
you don't
that.
even have to sprint to make it work. Nice. And so what is this little gem
That's-
up here sort of
That's
collectibles?
that's part of the story. So that's one of Maxwell's brothers.
Do we have
his
time
na-
to take a quick peek?
His name is Patches. I don't know for this demo if anything's going on. So you can kind of help him with the kite, but that's it at the moment.
Here you go, buddy.
But that's Patches. Yeah, there's a lot of brothers that he has to meet on his adventure.
Comes from a big family.
Comes from a very big family. Of course. I mean, if you could write anything, it would make sense.
Well, folks can definitely look forward to meeting more of Maxwell's family,
Yes,
playing together. And you mentioned there was online sharing
there is. Yeah.
for all of your wacky creations. Is that something you sort of get to browse through Scribblenauts? You know, like,
Both.
hey, I'm going to go check out what is Tom put in his stable of madness
Yeah,
today?
it's actually both. We're hosting stuff on our end, and we're also using Nintendo's Miiverse. So both are kind of combined to give the best experience possible for online sharing.
Excellent. And now, I don't think Nintendo said anything about friend codes
Yeah.
or lack thereof yet. You
Yeah.
guys got the inside line on it?
I
You
have no
hooked
idea.
up with it? No
No,
idea.
I have no idea.
It's just the architecture's in place. They're going to handle that.
Yes.
Very cool, Jeremy. Very cool. And now he's
I think
a giant.
he's sick. I think he
He's-
needs a vaccine or of
or
some
is he
sort
just
now.
polka dotted?
He might be just polka dotted. He could be also sick. You could make people sick.
Spotted pink big banana.
Make him sick.
What happens
What
when
happens?
a banana gets ill?
Or sickly. I guess he doesn't care. You can get sick, though. I've seen them. Oh, he's purple now because he's sickly.
Yeah.
I see.
It is
There
what
you go.
happens.
That's what happens.
You don't look so good, buddy. You could eat a little, maybe some ham. Some ham steak that's been lying out for a little while. Maybe that's what you need.
Oh, now he's mini.
Jeez.
it's so little.
Yeah. It's really funny when we're making the game. Everybody just makes Maxwell supersonic and flying just to like get around really fast, you know.
Huh.
So it's really cool that you can add adjectives, and you're actually going to be able to get avatars, so all his brothers and stuff, you will be able to change into those people instead of just being Maxwell. So kind of unlockables, kind of that stuff.
Step into some other shoes.
Yes.
Or just create yourself some ham shoes.
Ham shoes as well, yes. And share it with your friends, and they'll think you're really weird.
Oh, man. As if we aren't down enough of a rabbit hole already. This game is just the mind reels at what you could come up with.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jeremy,
awesome.
thank you so much.
Yep.
Scribblenauts Unlimited, looking very nice in HD on the Wii U. And we're actually looking forward to seeing you on Thursday back on this stage to show off Hybrid, which we haven't seen in a while. And we got some folks who are very interested in that. So we'll look forward to seeing you then. Have fun showing off Scribblenauts Unlimited. And thanks again for coming on.
Thanks a lot.
Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, folks, our Wii U has come to a close, and we are fixing to get some Dead Space 3 up here on the stage, so you're definitely going to want to stick around for that. But first, we're going to head over to toss it to Carlos Rodela for a look at, I believe, the South Hall. That man is adventurous, and who knows where he's going to end up.
Let's show you South Hall because there's tons of stuff to show you in it. It's chock full. Hold on to your horses. Here we go. First up, all eyes will most definitely be on Bethesda with the news of the Skyrim DLC, Dawn Guard. I have a feeling it will be a very busy booth. It's Skyrim. Next up, we have Capcom, who will most likely show off Devil May Cry 3, Lost Planet 3, and probably some more news about a game that's on everyone's mind, Resident Evil 6. Zombie make every E3 better. Ubisoft will be joining the PAX South Hall with more of their insanity-themed Far Cry 3. Think open world meets crazy pill-poppin' journey. Then there's Square Enix, which will hopefully have a good playable demo of the new Tomb Raider, and more on Hitman Absolution and Sleeping Dogs. And rounding out the Mucho Pacto South Hall, we have Konami, who will most likely be talking Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, the title that's back with a vengeance. All right, see, that was the South Hall. I told you it was a lot of stuff. I'm perspiring. Lots of games. That's the South Hall. You know the West Hall, Big Three, Nintendo, Microsoft, and Sony. Now you understand the lay of the land. Prepare for a slew more coverage from GameSpot. Stage shows, on-the-floor stuff. It's going to be awesome. So now I'm going to go this way.
And dance is central to who I am.
Dead Space 3 set up here on the live stage, folks. I'm just going to take a minute to check in with my colleague Tom here about Nintendo. It's been a big Nintendo morning here at E3. We've had 2 Wii U demos here on the stage, and you yourself, we were watching the press conference earlier. You're a very happy man.
I was very giddy. I actually, before I took the stage, I wrote an editorial about why I think Nintendo had the best press conference.
Mm-hmm.
So they showed games that I want to play right now.
Like now, you just want to go play them.
That was the thesis of what I wrote, because they Pikmin 3,
You're
Luigi's
a big
Mansion,
Pikmin fan, and
Paper
that
Mario.
is just like classic Pikmin,
Yes,
looking
yeah.
really sharp.
I know, but it's the Nintendo's having a really strong show, because I mean the first 2 games we saw were Wii U games we didn't get to see much of at the presentation or at all.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean Scribblenauts looks it looks really good.
Very pretty and very like we could definitely sense your enthusiasm coming through in that last
Yeah,
segment.
I was trying to restrain myself and I failed.
That's
but
all right.
It's tough.
We appreciate the earnest expression of emotion.
Yes.
Nintendo Land, you wanna go have a magical fun time there?
That was I don't think that was for us.
No.
But then at the same time, the Luigi's House Mansion or Haunted Mansion, whatever that mini game was called, it was basically Pac-Man Versus.
Yeah.
Which is a really interesting GBA connectivity on the GameCube.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there's something there for us, the people who are like more hardcore, but it's mostly for more casual, accessible
It
audience,
also
I
bears
think.
a strong resemblance to Chase Me, which we saw last year when the Wii U was announced, and it's that asymmetric stuff, the gameplay they were talking so much about.
Yeah.
And that seems like a good hub for those kind of games. So instead of maybe buying a Wii Sports or a Wii Sports Resort, then they just keep adding new spots onto Nintendo Land, and then you can get in there and play that way.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping they pack that in with the system, because that's like Wii Sports. They would get people to understand why the tablet controller can change games, I guess, and why it's not just like a gimmick.
Well, that seems to be a thing that has been a focus across all press conferences. Was not just playing the game on your TV, but also having another device connected. Having your Vita crossplay, having your smart glass with your Xbox 360. That it seems like the Wii U almost sort of beat those guys to the punch last year, and now they're all catching up and saying, well, hey, no, we got this thing too. Check it out.
It is similar, but the thing that I like the most of what Nintendo's doing is as online has become more prevalent, I've kind of drifted away from multiplayer, but they are all about like in the living room multiplayer. And I think with the I don't know how to pronounce that word.
Asymmetrical?
Asymmetrical, that's the word. Asymmetrical multiplayer. I think it's going to be really fun because you can grief people.
It's pretty much made for griefing.
It's griefing. Like Reggie mentioned, like, hey, in Mario, you can make blocks to help people jump across pits, or you can make it so they can't cross the pits.
When anyone who's ever played New Super Mario Brothers knows all the things that they say are great for helping.
In theory,
are so great for causing pain and misery to your fellow players. And that's delightful.
I know, it's a lot of fun, because then when when the level's done, you have to switch controllers, then you get punished also. So
and then
it goes both ways.
You get the circle comes back around, and as ye reap, so shall ye sow and fall into that pit, because I threw a block over your head and you jumped right into it.
So what was like the biggest Nintendo game that you're looking forward to now?
Dude, I think Scribblenauts. I'm
really
stoked
nice.
for. I actually did kind of dig the Zombie U. I like them showing off the ways that they incorporate the extra screen on the gamepad into gameplay. The pulling it up to snipe. Some of them were less impressive than others, like hacking, which appeared to be press the series of buttons.
I think that was actually the best part.
Really?
I'm going to take the opposite stance here. Giancarlo and I were talking about. It seems like when you look to the other pad, like we're not sure if it pauses games or how smooth that's going to be. And that was the only time we saw, like, in real time, you're being attacked by enemies potentially, and you have to enter in a code. So it like kind of translates like the terror that your character would feel into your living room. So I actually thought that was a really smart implementation of the touchscreen.
That's a good point. Now, because in a game without a touchscreen, you would have that attack, but then you'd have, let's say even the action is still going, but you have to have that come up on screen.
Yeah.
So what you could be seeing on screen then is your character just like, while you are actually doing that. You only need to see the numbers on the tablet.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Take it.
I think that was cool. I'm really curious to see what we'll do with the tablet more so, because they haven't done that much yet. But there's been some hints that there's going to be some really good stuff with it.
Yeah. Do you think maybe we'll see some more of this show floor, or like in the coming months?
I guess maybe on the show floor, but in the coming months, I think it'll be, because the DS started really slowly, where like Feel the Magic was like the best game, and then in a few months you got Kirby Canvas Curse and Meteos and and on and on and on. So I think it might take a little while before developers, especially third-party developers, understand what to do. But I think there's some real potential with this system.
And especially when you work in the variable of now having 2 gamepads possible, and having even those be asynchronous with the people who are playing with Wii remotes. Like, that kind of diversification of gameplay input is something that no single console has really done to the extent that the Wii U is going to do.
Yeah, I mean, just Pikmin 3 alone, like you can play nunchuck and Wii remote style and point where you're going to aim your Pikmin, or you can play with the gamepad, and then you have the map there, and it looks like it'll be more traditional controls, but you have the ability to see the whole. So it's changing drastically how you play even one game. So I really want to see what happens in the future where people really push this.
Now, speaking of sort of pushing motions, maybe some squats, are you like a fitness game guy? They were showing off some people working at putting their thing down, learning the exercises on their Wii Fit. Like that, is that something that interests you, or is that like maybe peripheral overload at that point? That's how I feel about it. It seems like there's a lot of stuff.
I don't like the idea of fitness games in general.
No?
I got a great analogy, right, for this?
All right.
My mom used to put medicine in my applesauce when I was a kid because I didn't like the taste of it. But then it tainted the taste of applesauce and subsequently ruined a really tasty food for years. And it's like when you kind of force in a not fun activity like squats into my entertainment device, it kind of like what is this system now?
It taints that space. You're like, no, the couch is where I go to have fun and play games, not sweat and be in pain.
I know. Like when I work out, it's like cycling or basketball outside. I don't really want like the same thing I play Zelda with to also be like my torture tool.
So you don't want it to be the everything box in your home.
No, definitely not anything.
You want it to be all entertainment, but like branching out from there, like you don't want to deal with spreadsheets on there.
No,
That's why they don't have tax programs.
This is very true.
Right?
So I don't know.
Fitness programs, tax programs. Your applesauce analogy was better.
I really like the applesauce analogy. I didn't like that thing for like a decade. Now I like applesauce.
Are you back on the applesauce train? All right, folks, we are definitely gearing up to get some Dead Space 3 on the stage show here shortly. But I just wanted to give you some reminders and about what all GameSpot's coverage is like this year. In addition to the live stage show that you are watching now, we've got another stage here on the show floor. That's going to be kicking off in a little bit with John Davison hosting a variety of publishers, developers, gaming press, celebrities, the whole gamut of folks who are here at E3 are just going to be hanging out there. It's very casual. They're going to be discussing stuff, making strange analogies, probably like Tom and I have been doing here. And so that is going to be starting up pretty soon. Also, we've got Backpack Cams back. The legendary Colin from last year and his buddy are roaming the floors of E3, and they have their devices with them. You can tell them where to go, what you want to see. Oh my God, did you just see that? Please turn around. Go talk to that girl over there. Yeah, go. You can goad them into all sorts of stuff. Whether they'll do it, that's up to them. But we've got 2 backpack cams roaming the floor, and looking around me here, there's really a lot to see. And in addition to that, we've got a whole stable of GameSpot editors going far afield to meet with game companies, get demos, come back, and give you their raw, candid impressions. We've already posted a bunch from the show floor, from the press conferences. And Tom, what was so we did a bunch of press conference reactions yesterday. What was one of your highlights from the 4 conferences on Monday?
Like a highlight, like that was really good.
Well, it doesn't have to be really good. Just something memorable, let's say.
I would say that The Last of Us definitely jumped up out at me.
Yeah.
That has real survival elements because you don't have regenerating health, so you can die. There's also like really unsettling violence was in it as well. And I thought that like many games glorified violence and like made it something that you would squeal in delight over it. Like, oh, I stabbed a dude. That game made violence upsetting. And I think that was very important because it's not supposed to be like blood is not a good thing. So I thought that game did a good job of like juxtaposing that idea. So I thought that was the most interesting game I saw yesterday, probably.
And The Last of Us actually coming on to the show floor in just a little bit. We've got Dead Space 3, we've got Epic Mickey 2, and then The Last of Us. So
that is
2 demos away.
Weird sandwich there for Epic Mickey.
That is. You got Dead Space 3, then lighten the mood, give you a little palate cleanser.
Yes.
We're trying to bring a variety here, right?
Yes,
because
we are.
a lot of the games in those press conferences focused on violence, and that's a big, that can make for some very entertaining gameplay. But then when you trot out Shigeru Miyamoto, like getting dressed in the morning and there are Pikmin infesting his bedroom, that's a whole different kind of fun.
With his like pocket square that was a Pikmin leaf. And,
I think one of my favorite moments of it might be at the end. He takes it out and you're like, oh yes, of course you had that adorable Pikmin in your jacket pocket. And he goes to throw it to the audience, but then he doesn't. He's like, no, this is mine.
I can't believe he didn't throw it.
Everyone in the first 5 rows is like, oh.
That is such a tease.
Oh, that was really delightful. Folks, of course, we are live here, and we are just getting the Dead Space 3 co-op set up. We are almost ready to go with that, so get your questions ready. You can ask them in the chat at the live stream, or you can ask them over Twitter. You send it to @GameSpot, or tweet with the hashtag GameSpotE3. I'll be checking it here on this little computer box, and we'll try to relay those questions to the demoers just as soon as I can. So, Tom, you have been on stage here for the first couple games, but you're going to have to head off soon. What do you got planned for the rest of the day here at E3?
I have an appointment with Electronic Arts.
Oh, yes. And
on the calendar, it does not specify a game, so I might have to see 73 Electronic Arts games.
There are a lot of them.
They're I don't know if you've heard of them. They're up and coming, but they're the biggest publisher.
They're really big.
It'll be interesting to see what they have in store, because they've got some cool things. If I had to choose one game, that Criterion Need for Speed game, Most Wanted.
Ooh.
That looks really good.
Are you a big fan of that? Like that Burnout style? Like
I love Criterion.
Yes.
So I'm not like a Need for Speed guy, but anything those guys make is gold. So I'm all over that.
And you love running from the cops at high speed.
I do. Well, I don't run. I drive.
Sure.
So it's like my life in digital form. Maybe.
Well, as it could be. You usually get caught.
Maybe.
Total falsehoods. All right. Folks, again, we are waiting here on Dead Space 3. I'm seeing 2 different dudes here on the TVs looking pretty Dead Spacey, and so this is imminent, coming in very shortly. We'll definitely be keeping you updated on that. Tom, what Dead Space 3 now, speaking of EA,
Oh yeah.
had a showing at the EA press conference yesterday, and we saw like a crazy drill.
We saw a crazy drill. It was not a sane drill.
No, that drill was kind of bonkers and transforming a little bit. What was a high? What did you think of that Dead Space business? What are you looking forward to for this next demo?
My first thought was that it's a very different path for the franchise. Because I mean, the first Dead Space was like you are alone and it is dark and you are weak and you could die quickly, and it was a survival horror game, which we don't see many of. And this game looks more like an Army of Two style, like cooperative action, like we are the aggressors and we are going to kill you type game, which was a really different
Yeah,
tone.
they're taking the fight to
Yeah.
the source of necromorphs, or where they're going to a planet that they clearly could avoid.
Yeah. I mean, it's very different. I'm really curious to see, because we know you're going to cut off your own arm at some point, because that's every Dead Space game. So I want to see how they're going to work that in.
Yeah, when does the auto dismemberment come in?
Yeah.
How and which part? I think.
Well, it's going to be arm.
Really, you don't
it's
think
always-
we're going
it's
like
always-
ankle this time?
You can't.
Maybe below the knee?
That seems like a bad idea. I don't know.
Arm is not exactly a good idea.
This is very true.
All right, folks, Dead Space 3 coming up imminently. And get your questions in there, of course, and we will be relaying you these to the Dead Space folks who are waiting nearby, standing by for cooperative play. Co-op.
Yeah, that is a big
You
change.
are not alone. You are alone with a friend.
Yes. Yeah, I guess one of my big questions, I guess I'll be able to ask them, is it always co-op like Resident Evil 5 was?
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it's AI and sometimes it's a human? Or do you still get that, I'm alone vibe if you want? So, I don't know.
Well, we're going to find out shortly because I'm getting the word that we're ready to go. Just going to toss it away from the stage for a moment while we get these guys up here and mic'd up, and then Dead Space 3. are back live here on the GameSpot stage at E3 2012. And at long last, it is Dead Space 3. Joining me on the set, Steve and Sharif from Visceral Games. Guys, it's going to be worth the wait. We're really excited to see this game.
Yep. Awesome. We're excited to show it off to everybody. We showed a little bit at the press conference yesterday. We can go a little bit slower, answer some questions, hopefully. And I brought you, Chris, a special present. This is an all-new Dead Space 3 hoodie. You got this cool marker.
Steve, pass that over to me so I can covet it. And I think your mic might not be on. Can you just take a look at your pack real quick? But dude, look at this. You know what I love about this here is that it doesn't just say like Dead Space 3 Visceral Games for the Xbox. It's subtle, classy. I like it. And all right, so without further ado, let's check out some Dead Space 3. I'm gonna cloak this over myself like Game of Thrones style. Yep.
Nice.
And let's start us off here. Now, first, give our audience some differentiation. Who's got the blue and who's got the purple back? Steve, Sharif.
I didn't do anything. Just you hit the blade button. There you go.
All right.
What's this? I can't hold this and talk and play. I'm good, but I'm not that good. All right, so hey, myself practically.
I think the connection might be off between your little hip thing. Now, folks, you're looking at the Dead Space 3. We took a look at it yesterday during the press conference. Sharif, can you give us an idea of sort of what the starting point is here for folks who maybe missed the press conference?
Yeah. So as you can see, we've got Isaac and our co-op buddy Carver standing in this in the drill room. So they're on their way to get out to the exterior of the planet. And as you can see, you've got our main character, Isaac, who's got the green rig on the left, and then our all-new co-op character, Carver, on the right with a teal kind of rig on the right. So we're going to be heading down there and trying to get past.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but Carver is a little salty character. He seemed to be one of them seemed to be a little mouthier than normal yesterday during the demo. I mean, you guys got to have some personality, and I think that you guys are bringing that in here.
Is definitely different than Isaac, that's for sure, but I think people are going to learn about Carver as they get into the game. At the start of the game, he's definitely got a little bit of an attitude, but he does kind of evolve throughout the experience.
Excellent.
All right, so as Sharif said, it's Carver, it's Isaac, and we've kind of entered this drill room in this excavation facility on Tau Volantis. So let's go ahead, Sharif.
Now, why are you guys in here in the first place? Why go to a drill room on a super hostile planet?
Well, at this point, we're trying to hook up with some other people that are part of the party that Carver and Isaac are part of. But coming to this planet, the motivation, it's kind of a complex motivation. Isaac is actually here to try to find a friend of his who's been separated from them. And then the bigger picture is really trying to put an end to this necromorph infestation.
Once and for all.
Oh shit. Back up!
And now you're trapped in this area with this giant drill. Again, the Dead Space series, you guys have used environmental hazards like this on a large scale to great effect in the past. And so this is a cue that we can expect more of that from Dead Space 3.
Well, definitely. I mean, we want to make, the environment's a big part of Dead Space 3. Going to this planet is, it's giving us a lot of different opportunities. Really, when you think about it, the low visibility, the cold, all these things give us new chances to play with the player and scare them. It's really fun to be able to have necromorphs kind of come out of the low visibility or pop out of the snow, and adds a lot of different gameplay. But the other thing that's cool about Dead Space 3 is it's not just on Tau Volantis. We've got multiple locations, including a haunted space flotilla that is in orbit above the planet. So there's a lot of traditional Dead Space zero gravity gameplay and corridor hallway gameplay. So we've got a whole bunch of different stuff going on with the game.
So that gets back to earlier question, my colleague and Tom and I were discussing. Dead Space 3, the parts you're showing off here, very action heavy, has come a long way since the atmospheric horror of Dead Space 1. It's a whole different kind of scare. But am I to infer that, with all these different locations you're going to in Dead Space 3, you're going to sort of bring a variety of different tension and different atmosphere?
That's right, Chris. I mean, one of the things we really want to do with Dead Space and any game that we make it visceral is keep players guessing and keep it being really fun and different. So these new locations give us the ability to play with that and really offer new types of gameplay. But one thing I want everybody to be sure of, we have enjoyed working on Dead Space, and we're going to keep all the stuff that people love from Dead Space 1 and 2. What we're showing you here and what we showed at the press conference, this is about showing new Dead Space stuff.
Okay.
People should understand, hey, we're going to have all that stuff that they enjoyed before. We're just showing off the new stuff, like things that they hadn't seen before, like an ice planet, like this giant drill, and what's coming up next.
And that's the kind of thing that you got to keep in mind when you're seeing these short E3 demos. You're seeing something that the developer wants to highlight. If you guys rolled out here with some Dead Space that was super reminiscent of earlier ones, the cry from the chorus would just be, same old Dead Space, rah, but, showing something new, showing sort of some more versatility, and showing off this got me during the press conference too, and it's getting me now, this beautiful skyscape and burning sunset. This game looks gorgeous.
Thank you. Yeah, the team's done an amazing job on the visuals, and we've continued to refine the visuals. As you can notice, we've added some improvements, pretty noticeable ones in terms of the way that we render the characters and the environments. What we're doing with the snow is very different. And that's, again, we're trying to continue to evolve what we do. We don't want to just rest on what we've done in the past.
And people are very curious about Dead Space 3 here. We got a question coming in from Harryman GR, wondering if there are moments in the co-op play where you get separated from your partner.
So one thing I want to say about co-op play, and I think many people have been interested in this, so I'm going to answer that right now. Co-op is totally optional. If you're playing single player, you're playing it by yourself, like Dead Space 1 or 2. We've taken painstaking efforts to make sure that you'd be able to play Dead Space the way that you experienced it in Dead Space 1 and 2. So to get to the point of the question there will be situations where you kind of break up or break away if you're playing co-op, but really what we're trying to do is retain that feeling that you get in single player when you're in single player. And when you go into co-op, it's a little bit different. You get banter between Carver and Isaac. You get more co-op activities. You get some story elements that you wouldn't normally get to see in single player. But that's really the thing I want to stress, is that co-op is optional, and you don't have an AI follower. No AI follower.
No AI follower, I repeat. And I think in one fell swoop, you just answered about 50 of the questions we've been receiving through the chat, so well done.
All right. Awesome.
Prescient. You know what people want to know about your game. Other folks are curious about upgrades and sort of how that works in the co-op play and co-op versus single player, that sort of mechanic.
Yeah, so in terms of upgrades, we're going to have them. And some people may have noticed me playing with a couple different weapons that they hadn't seen before. We've got a pretty advanced new system around our weapons and crafting that we are going to talk about later. So I can't get into those details now, but we're really anxious to get into that later.
Excellent. And now we're just going to spend some quality time inside of a giant alien.
Yeah.
That's different. You got organic walls instead of rocky walls. Not exactly a mining facility, right?
No,
but
it's definitely different.
That and very moist from the appearance of things.
Well, it's moist inside, and again, that sequence is something that the team did a phenomenal job with. And one of the things we wanted to make sure at E3 was to show that we still kind of retain those epic moments that people may have enjoyed in the previous game, but also are going to continue to stick to our roots of having those really shocking and spine-tingling moments like that. I think that's really important for people to see.
Oh, yeah. And the one that Tom mentioned earlier, the sort of cutting off your own arm, dismemberment. Have you guys been, we've seen a lot of beautiful environments. Put some work into the dismemberment gore aspect of it as well.
We absolutely have dismemberment. Some of the enemies in the drill sequence, people may have noticed, when you actually dismember those, they transform into a variety of different enemies. So if you take out, let's say, their upper limbs, they can sprout tentacles that pop out of their legs and then come at you. Or if you take off their legs, they can change into crawling enemies that can shoot projectiles at you. So now, when you're dealing with strategic dismemberment, you're dealing with a whole different level of strategy that you have to employ. So you really have to think about, hey, how am I going to take this guy out? And then when you get into like our infestors and our infectors and the way that those guys come into play, I mean, imagine this, Chris, all right? You're playing Dead Space 3. you're fighting human enemies. You dismember them, okay, you take down some humans, and all of a sudden infestors come in and then reanimate those enemies. So right in the middle of combat, you've gone from fighting humans to now they're becoming necromorphs. And then the humans are fighting the necromorphs, and the necromorphs are fighting you. You get this whole kind of chaotic combat that's going on that you can really control through the use of strategy and strategic dismemberment.
So if you want a few more necromorphs on, that you just dismember a few humans, and then there
That's
you go.
right. You might get them to help you take out the unitologists, or vice versa. So it's really going to play into the way that the players want to experience the game, and again, really leaning into strategy.
You just painted a very vivid image for me of what it must be like in the brainstorming sessions at Visceral Games. Do you guys get just a deep look into your coworkers' psychoses when you're sort of saying, all right, now what? All right, let's say you cut him off at the knee. What happens then? You know?
It gets a little disturbing in those meetings. So
That sounds like a pretty. I mean, it sounds like you guys are again putting like a great amount of creativity and thought into this game, and the whole dynamic of getting multiple enemies that are antagonized towards each other on the battlefield. That sounds great to me.
Yeah, and then when you take that and you throw in stasis and our kinesis impalement system, that weapon stuff that I couldn't really talk about, you start to get a really deeper, richer experience. With Dead Space 3, we're really pushing it to the next level and hoping that people really like the opportunity to play by themselves if they want, or play co-op with their friends.
Now, what if they want to play against other people and possibly dismember them?
Well, we don't have competitive multiplayer this time.
Okay.
We took a focus on doing cooperative play. We're tackling a lot with that. We're really trying to get into these different story elements that I mentioned, and that takes a lot, and so we decided we were going to double down on getting a great single player and a great co-op game this time.
That sounds great. And of course, co-op online, a lot of people still wondering about the split screen.
Yep.
Is that possible?
We do not have split screen co-op. It's all over the internets.
The internet's that magical place that you are on right now, folks. Checking out the Dead Space 3 demo here at GameSpot.com. Now, Steve, before we wrap up talking about Dead Space 3, anything you guys want to mention about the game? Fans are obviously really excited. For example, are these hoodies going to be able for purchase out in the wild, or?
Yeah, so I mean, in terms of our new gear, that's all coming out right now. So really excited about that. I just got that hoodie. That's why I brought it here.
Yep.
Show it
Folks
off.
Didn't catch this one
it's
earlier.
really cool. It's the very first one we've given away. And the thing I'd want to say out to the players, first of all, thank you to everybody that supported Dead Space, because without them we wouldn't be getting to make a third one. And I want to talk a little bit about the story.
Oh yeah.
We've got a huge emphasis on our team around narrative. It's very important to us. We know that we've kind of established this, very vast canon of stuff that's going on, but we also know that we need to really answer questions and get people, really bring things to a point where people understand that cycle of life, what the markers mean, where the necromorphs come from, how those things interact. So Dead Space 3 is going to be all about answering questions that people have been dying to know, and we're really looking forward to that.
Steve, you're saying the words they want to hear, because for all the intriguing mysteries you raise throughout the series, it's those answers that people are really craving. And you're saying they're coming to Dead Space 3?
They're coming to Dead Space 3.
That's great news. And when is Dead Space 3 coming to store shelves?
It's going to be out February 2013.
Fantastic. Awesome, Steve. Thanks so much for coming on. Much appreciated. You guys did a great job. No deaths. Showing it off beautifully. And folks, Dead Space 3 next year. Awesome. Thanks
Thank
again,
you.
fellas.
Thank you, Chris.
Now, folks, up next, as promised, we've got The Last of Us. Oh, no, that's in 2 demos. Up next, we've got Epic Mickey 2, The Power of 2. A little lighthearted palette cleanser for you. Although the way these mice use paint, I don't know. We're going to have to see how that goes in just a moment. But first, we're going to check in with the news here at E3. Brendan Sinclair has got a news recap coming for you. Nope. We're going to skip the news recap for now because we're running a little behind. So we're coming right back with Epic Mickey 2 in just a second. necromorph killing to co-op in an entirely different land. We're now demoing Epic Mickey 2, The Power of Two, and joining me is Chase Jones, design director for the game. Chase, welcome to the stage.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for having us. It's great to be here, show off the game.
Pretty fun way to kick off E3, right?
Oh, yeah, totally.
Excellent.
Totally.
All right, so Epic Mickey 2, sequel to Epic Mickey. Let's jump right in here. We'll see Mickey running himself around and give folks an idea what's different this time around. What's Mickey's new adventure all about?
There's tons of things that are different. I mean, you know, even right off the bat, what we're showing you here is kind of the Gen 3 experience. So bringing it to you on, you know, PlayStation 3, 360, just enhanced graphics. Wasteland looks beautiful this time around in Disney Epic Mickey 2, The Power of Two. But, you know, kind of walking through the demo, what players can look forward to is they're going to be able to jump into places that they only saw in the first game, but now they're actually going to be able to play through it. What you're seeing here is our tutorial level, which is in Jensen's lab. It's kind of an ease into all the player mechanics, just, you know, get familiar again with paint and thinner, or for the first time if you didn't play the last game, and really jump into the Disney nostalgia that we always try to bring into the Epic Mickey games. Here, as you can see, the brooms from Fantasia, you know, the Sorcerer's Lab, Mickey just kind of finding his way to retrieve the brush and get back to help his brother Oswald in this new adventure where all sorts of mysterious things are happening in Wasteland.
And that's one of the best things about Epic Mickey is these iconic locations that you know so well from the films, and just to be able to travel there and jump around, and they look so good.
Yeah, I mean, especially on you know, 360 and PS3. You know, I mean, it still looks gorgeous on Wii as well, but this is a beautiful, beautiful game.
And for those curious, you're seeing it on Xbox 360 right now. Now, as soon as that broom started sort of marching along, looked like there was a little beat. You guys have talked about Epic Mickey 2 having some strong musical elements.
Yes, we have. Music is so important in games and design. But the musical aspects, we went back to the story of like what we wanted to do for Disney Epic Mickey 2 and how we wanted to enhance the story and make it more Disney. And so all of us remember the old Disney movies, any Disney movie, it's got a lot of musical elements in it. And Warren is a huge musical fanatic. So
Warren Spector, of course.
Warren Spector, you know, so when thinking about the story and what we wanted to do, we're like, how can we inject musicals into this? And so it really comes out mainly in the Mad Doctor's character. As he arrives back in Wasteland, one of the things when we went to full voice with Disney character voice, bringing him out, we gave him more of the musical aspects because that's kind of what makes him mad, right? What makes him different from the rest of the characters. And at first they look at it like, you know, why is he singing to us?
This guy's just gonna up and sing? Is this an opera game?
Yeah. But later on they actually start joining in, and so you'll be greeted from different characters in full song because this is how they start to communicate in this world. And
this is their world. This is the world of animation, the world of paint and paint thinner, and the world of busting into song. And here we see paint thinner and paint used to great effect to nip this sphere in half and make a platform for yourself.
Well, the other thing that you know he's kind of showing, but you're not really seeing because you're not playing it, is that the decisions he's making as his playstyle, they're going to persist in this game. So when you go back to environments, how you've either restored them or destroyed them, they're going to stay. In the first game, you came back and everything was repainted or rethinned. We put a lot of time in making sure that this world was persistent. So here he paints in and chooses the treasure chest. He can't undo that. He can't rethin it and get the gold ticket.
It is done.
His choice is his choice, and that is how his world is going to be created and how the people in that world are going to react to him. So until you decide to change the world, it will persist as is.
And so you're not going to get to see the way the world might have gone unless you go back with a new Epic Mickey game and make some different decisions along the way.
Right. Well, I mean, there are revisiting, like you can go back to different worlds and see, find hidden treasures, do different things, but there are
there are moments throughout every level where, yeah, you're not going to be able to undo your decision. Your choice is your choice. How you save the world is truly up to you.
No amount of paint thinner is going to undo that decision. So, of course, paint and paint thinner are hugely central to the gameplay mechanic here in Epic Mickey. What other tools does he have at his disposal to sort of make his way through this magical world?
Well, we're bringing back sketches, and then as you're seeing here, Oswald is part of this game. Here he's going to help Mickey up and grab a ticket. He's going to become part of your tool set when another player isn't playing them. You know, players can drop in or drop out as Oswald.
Yeah, that 2 at the end of the title is not just because it's the second game in series.
Correct.
It's because it's fully co-op?
Yeah, it is. So as soon as Oswald is available, a friend can jump in, start playing with him. He's got a whole different set of abilities that are unique to him. He's not wielding paint and thinner. He's got his remote, his electricity. That also complements Mickey's powers. And so you can combine like thinner with electricity and take enemies out in an instant, or combine it with paint and make them friendly at a moment's notice. And so really, he's there to enhance the experience and make your life easier. And so he does become another tool that you have.
And his powers have a compounding effect on your abilities.
Correct.
So you've got just a whole lot more you can do.
Mm-hmm. Most definitely.
And now you're just going to go hang out inside of a big old volcano with some boiling lava, because what else are 2 cartoon mice going to do with their afternoon?
Correct. So here we have IGC that shows off the full voice, all done by Disney character voice actors. And our first boss. This is based off of Pete's Dragon from the Electric Light Parade, Elliot from Pete's Dragon.
Looks a little different.
He's a little different. He's one of our, what we call our Blotworks characters. And so what that is in the first game we had Blotlings, the spatters, the minions of the Blot. And we also had Beetleworks, which were the mechanical animatronic enemies that we introduced. This time around, you'll see as he moves forward, the Blotlings have found a way to pilot the Beetleworks, and so they're inside kind of driving. So Mickey and Oswald have to work together to kind of expose the spatters inside of the...
I guess we've been having some audio issues there, so you got a mic in the hand now, so it's even more like performing. If you feel the need to bust in a song, please, by all means, do it. It would be fitting for the game.
It would be fitting. I don't know if everybody would enjoy that as much as some, but... So, as they kind of progress here, they're trying to get the Blotling out of here so that they can either friend again or destroy him. And your choices will have impact even in the boss fights, as they did in the first game.
Now, choices that you make during the boss fights or leading up to the boss fights?
Both. Okay. So, yeah, all of your choices. So, as you get to the boss fight, the face of this will change completely depending on which route you took. As you progress through it, your rewards and even things later on in the game will change depending on how you deal with the boss. So what we're showing you here is just a demo, so we're showing you as much of the boss fight as possible, but it is possible in the game to skip about half or a little bit more of the boss fight depending on your playstyle beforehand.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Okay. So you might make something a little more easy for yourself, or take a more challenging route?
Correct. And again, based on your route as you come in, different rewards are possible to collect, as well as treasures to find within the boss fight level. So
looks like we're doing pretty well here. How's the Demo's performance doing?
He's doing all right, but
ooh, getting tagged.
Yeah.
Famous last words.
Exactly. The dragon is not forgiving.
All right, so we've got the dragon. Now, of course, one of the things people love is all these iconic locations, all these properties that people know and love. They get to see them. What can you tease some other locations in Epic Mickey 2 that we're going to get to see that are going to be new and exciting for folks?
We're not really going to tell more than what we're showing here, but what I can say is, you're going to revisit Wasteland. There are going to be some favorites from the first game, going back to areas that you've seen, but they've completely changed. They're fully redone, reimagined, and evolved because of what's going on. Beyond that, we are looking at Frontierland as a heavy inspiration for this game, and so they're going to be, you know, a lot of things to do with a Western-style theme,
Nice.
as well as the Frontierland from
Some cowboy hats with holes cut out for mouse ears, maybe.
It's possible that you'll see some of that come in, but you know, cactus trains, you know, a little bit of things that we all know and love from the park.
Excellent, excellent. Now back into the boss fight, and looks like Oswald is going to be contributing in an important way here.
Yeah, so Oswald in the boss fight, if you've been watching, he can distract the dragon, so Mickey can, you know, kind of maneuver his way around and get to the spots that he needs to get to. He can also shock him in order to stun him, and you know, again, make your life a lot easier. So Oswald becomes a very handy element throughout the entire game, as well as the demo and the boss fights. So, the lava is rising. Oh.
And when that lava's rising, you better get out of the way. All right, Chase. So, Epic Mickey 2, The Power of 2. Obviously, folks can get excited for the co-op, for new HD graphics on the 360 and PS3, and of course on the Wii as well. And when's it coming out? When are people going to get to play this game?
They'll get to play it fall this year. You know, that's about what we're saying as far as the release date so far.
Sure.
You know, even though we're showing you a snippet here, there's so much more to explore in Wasteland, and so many things to do, whether you're playing by yourself or with a friend. I wish we could tell you everything right now. Like, I'm so excited to just kind of...
just go ahead. No, I understand. You know?
Yeah, but, you know, from what we've shown, you know, from the announcement to what we're showing here at E3, I can tell you this is only very little of the game, and there's so much to explore and see.
Very cool, Chase. All right, Epic Mickey 2, and it looks like this boss fight is going much better. I'm confident that we're going to be able to vanquish the dragon, but I think we're about done. Anything else you want to mention about this game coming up?
I'm just really excited for everybody to see it. It's a great experience and just Disney to the core. So, you know, please enjoy it with a friend, family member. You know, it's going to be a lot of fun.
Excellent, Chase. Thank you so much for coming on, showing it off. Epic Mickey, The Power of 2.
Thank you very much.
All right, folks. Up next, we've got The Last of Us. You're going to see some of that post-apocalyptic awesomeness in just a moment. But first, we're going to check in with Carlos Ordella at Microsoft's booth in the South Hall.
Yeah. Hey everybody, Carlos Rodella here with GameSpot coverage E3 2012. We're in the Sony booth. That, by the way, was the Wonder Book. Do you see that? It was like a visual come-to-life book thing. I don't know. Maybe not for me. It's got Harry Potter, though. Come on. So we're here. Right here is PlayStation Network. And there's actually quite a few titles that I actually want to see and we'll go into later. But Pop-On Yo being one of them. Dyad, which I've played before, is just awesome. And Hell Yeah. We'll get into that later. There's some really cool stuff. Counter-Strike's over there as well. God of War is obviously what everybody's talking about, so we're going to try to move over there. So this is God of War Ascension. Obviously, you heard about it in the press conference. Lots of combat, lots of huge monsters, quick time events galore. And now we're seeing a little bit of this monster with a chain. He doesn't seem to like it quite a bit. So that's like God of War. We'll go quickly. Sly Cooper, Thieves in Time. Now this is the first game where you can actually use the game on the PlayStation 3 and then go to the Vita, which is a cool idea that you can take it with you. So, and we're going to talk about this game in depth at some point. Not yet. Let's go back this way. All right, it's crowded. There's lots of people. There's lots of cameras. We're getting through here. All right, over here we have some Little Big Planet, Little Big Planet karting. This seems really kind of fun. Take your characters from Little Big Planet and put them in kart racing. Sackboy is going to get his Mario Kart on. Yeah, that happened.
Excited because The Last of Us is here. We're here with Naughty Dog and Alex? I've totally forgotten your name. We just met in a flurry.
I'm Neil Druckmann, creative director on The Last of Us.
Neil, thank you so much for coming. And Ashley, I understand
Hi.
you're the voice actress
Wow,
for...
my voice is really loud.
It is
and that
coming
just
down
made me
from
really
up on
nervous.
top, so work those vocal cords.
Voice of God.
And you played the voice of Ellie in The Last of Us.
Yes.
Fantastic. Of course, Last of Us, great showing yesterday at Sony press conference. A lot of people excited about seeing actual gameplay, that game in action. For those folks who maybe aren't quite familiar with it, give us a quick overview. Give us the short synopsis.
The short synopsis. The Last of Us is a story about survival. It's a story of Joel and Ellie, these two survivors trying to make their way through a United States that has been ravaged by a pandemic. And it takes place 20 years after the initial outbreak. And it's really about the bond and the relationship that Joel and Ellie form over their journey and the kind of hardships they have to deal with on that journey.
Mm-hmm. Now, I think we've got some footage to show off here, but you mentioned the bond, so I've got to point this out. I think I just sort of assumed when I first saw that they were father and daughter, but have you guys confirmed that they are not father and daughter? Their relationship is a little more complex than just dad and his little girl running through the wasteland. Like, there's more to it. Is that correct?
There's more to it, definitely. But they are not.
They're not.
Father and daughter.
Yeah,
okay, I can say that. I was like, wait a minute, am I allowed to say that? Yes, they are not father and daughter.
And so that adds a lot of complexity to the relationship. You know, it's not just I'm protecting this girl because she's my daughter. So how does that, for you, Ashley, voicing a character who's got this relationship going on, and then there's all this other madness happening? I mean, it must be a pretty interesting part.
It is a pretty interesting part. I think it's been so great because Troy Baker is such an amazing actor and so great to work with. So thankfully, our chemistry was there together, and coupled with this guy's writing over here, which is amazing. And I'm not just saying that because he's sitting here. I'm just so excited. It's going to be great.
It is looking really great. I mean, you know, that Naughty Dog visual panache is fully on display. And I just give us a quick sort of just setting for where we're at here and sort of.
So this is pretty early on in the story. Joel and Ellie have only been together for a couple of days now.
Fancy.
And this is the continuation of the cinematic we released not long ago, where Joel and Ellie are driving in a truck. They enter Pittsburgh, and they were ambushed by a bunch of what Joel calls hunters. And these are other survivors that are willing to kill anybody else for 3 bullets or a bottle of alcohol or any other supplies they could get their hands on. So Joel knows how dangerous they are and how he must deal with them.
And knows that he is in an area that's their home turf.
Exactly. It's their camp, and the guys that they run into later in this demo are the same kind of guys from the same camp that ambushed them earlier.
Because the apocalypse has basically made monsters of these men. You know, they're desperate for survival, and they'll treat anyone who they encounter as if they're just as a hostile enemy.
Well, the thing we want to explore with the story of The Last of Us is how different factions kind of survive on their own. How do they deal with the lack of supplies? How do they deal with the outbreak? How do they deal with the infected? And here we're just seeing one example of a group of survivors and how they're dealing with it, which is essentially they've become scavengers.
Mm-hmm. And so we've seen in the trailers you've released, of course, the scavengers, these guys. And then earlier we caught a glimpse of the effects of the pandemic with some really gnarly face mutation stuff going on. That's not a lot of friendly faces to be found here.
No.
There are some. There may be some. There are friendly faces. Right now we only showed Joel and Ellie as the 2 main characters, but there's actually a large cast of characters that we haven't revealed yet. Some are friendly, some are not.
Okay. And now we have just come across some of the not friendly ones. And now the sort of stealth and moving through the environment not being detected is obviously a crucial part of the gameplay in this stage. Is that, you know, but then combat comes in just a moment, so you guys are sort of have a bit of a diversity here in this adventure.
We're pushing player choice with this game. We have a behind closed doors demo where we're showing a different way of playing this section of the game, where you basically don't stealth any of these guys and you skip this first setup and you get to the upper floor of the hotel. But for the stage demo, for the press conference, we focused more on like the action way of playing this demo. There's still Joel is losing line of sight with his enemies as you're playing through it. And the enemies are being stealthy themselves, so you can see a guy about to ambush Joel as he goes from one bedroom to another.
Because they're trying to survive too.
Yeah, I mean, another theme we're exploring with this game is the ends justifying the means. And for them, killing Joel and Ellie and getting their supplies justifies saving their friends, saving each other. And for Joel and Ellie, they're just on the other side of that perspective.
Okay. Now, Ashley, you've done some voice work for games and cartoons before, but as I understand, like Teen Titans, some Ben 10, that's a bit of a different tone than what you've got going on here.
Very much so.
So it's been a big change?
It's very different. I mean, I've never done a video game before, let alone motion capture. So this is a whole new thing for me. But it's still, the content is so intense and so fun to work with.
So in terms of motion capture, is that mostly facial animation that you were doing, or did you have some little balls on your arms and jumping around and climbing over stuff?
The whole suit, the hat, and
so, I mean, the way we capture stuff at Naughty Dog, we capture Ashley's movement, voice, and face all at once, and then that gets translated into the game.
Very cool. Not the hair color, of course.
And that's not just for cinematics; it's also for the gameplay sequences as well.
And now part of the gameplay sequence we saw in this demo is, Joel is not the only one taking on the enemies. Ellie's got a little knife. She gets in at crucial points, and I think a question that a lot of folks are asking about in the chat room is, how does she come into play in combat? If you're primarily controlling Joel, perhaps, then, how scripted is it? When events does she come in and decide to help you out?
Ellie's moveset is all systemic. It's all AI-driven. This genre, this game, required us to kind of reinvent the way we've approached AI in the past. And likewise with Ellie, we wanted the player to control Joel and be surprised by the actions that Ellie can take. So if Ellie can find a break, if the right situation occurs, she can get you out of a jam. Likewise, she's going to stealth on her own. She's going to find her own cover and behave intelligently in the combat space.
And now here's another game mechanic that we just caught a glimpse of for the first time, is like some light crafting going on. Here it's a Molotov cocktail, but it seemed like people are scavenging. You got to improvise. How is inventory a big part of The Last of Us?
Exploration is a big part of The Last of Us. We want you to go off the beaten path and look for supplies. You can find bandages, bottles of alcohol, rags. And then again, player choice, we want to let you, how do you want to approach combat? Do you want to approach it defensively by crafting medkits? Or in this case, Joel crafts a Molotov cocktail and can take out a couple of guys with it.
And it's pretty gnarly. I mean, that's another thing about the game, is the level of violence, which, is not intent, you're not chopping off heads and blood geysers or anything, but it has this quality to it that's so immediate and so impactful that I think impressed a lot of people yesterday during the press conference. Is that, and there we have that dramatic ending, of course, which drew gasps and applause yesterday. How is that different from previous Naughty Dog projects, of course, the Uncharted series? What have you guys changed to make The Last of Us have a different feel in the combat arena?
I mean, it's a new genre. It's a new story. It has its own tone. Like I was saying earlier, the story is about Joel and Ellie and their relationship that they have. But for you to buy into that relationship, the stakes have to be real. So very early on we said the combat is not going to be over the top and gratuitous. It's all in service of the characters. It's all in service of the story. So we had to make the violence real and believable for you to buy how real the stakes are for these characters.
And the stakes are high. These are clearly violent men who intend these people harm. But putting children in the way of harms, or teenagers, is not something that people do a lot in games. It's something you shy away from. Open world sandbox games, there are no kids running around on the street. And a lot of games that the youth is protected from the violence. But here you've got Ellie in the mix. How is it to sort of walk that line of what people have done before and the putting a child in harm's way that way?
I mean, we don't approach it we don't consider whether people have done it or haven't done it before. It's like the story kind of came to be, and it's about contrast. The thing we really love about the idea of this game and the story and the gameplay, it's about extreme contrast. So it's about Joel, who's been on both sides of the outbreak before and after, and he's become this hardened survivor, willing to do whatever it takes to survive. And then you have someone like Ellie, someone that all she knows is this post-apocalyptic world, and how she views the world and how the relationship that they form became really intriguing to us because there's such an extreme like sides of like that coin. And so that's why we have Ellie, and that's how old she is. It's to get that different perspective and to get those two extremes, to see the best and worst of mankind.
And the character of Ellie, Ashley, you said, is just different than what you've done before. I mean, you know, your role in Avengers was, you know, a small but crucial, and a lot of fans are very excited about it. But Ellie is half this game that we've seen here so far. She's, you know, such a pillar of the game. How has it been for you to be that character?
It's been so exciting. I mean, I always go back to he's such a great writer, which I don't want to keep saying that, but I will. But it's been so fun, just the character that's been created, and the fact that she's 14, but she's still really tough and can hold her own.
Kind of has to be tough,
great.
right? If you're living in that world, you have no choice.
Yeah, and I've said before, like I love the fact that she's not the normal video game girl. Like she's not there to just be the hot girl or something like that. Like she's there for a reason. So
I mean,
yeah.
The thing that's cool with like working with both Ashley and Troy is they infuse so much of themselves into the characters. Like early on, we were doing a part of this Pittsburgh scenario, and it was one of the hunters that was wrestling Ashley to the ground in a mocap session. And Ashley comes up to me, she's like, "I feel like I'd hit him. I want to punch him." And we're like, "Do it. Let's." And slowly, like Ellie became more and more capable than even we thought initially she was, because of Ashley's input.
How very cool to be able to inform it, not just with your voice, but also through the mocap process, which, you know, I would imagine you'd sort of think like, oh, it's going to be disconnect, it's going to be another face, another character, but no, that's you physically acting as well.
Yeah, it's crazy, and when I watch it, it's so weird to see just the body movement, and it's like, wow, that's weird. That's how I walk.
Very cool. Well, we've had a lot of people loving The Last of Us. Very excited to see more of it, and really glad you guys could come on here and show it off for us here on the show floor. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Excellent. All right, folks. Coming up next, we're going to take a look at another big hit from the press conferences, Assassin's Creed 3. But before that, unlike before when I told you we were going to Microsoft and we went to Sony, actually going to Microsoft and going to check out what Xbox is showing off for the Kinect.
Hey everybody, Carl Swedell here for GameSpot's coverage of E3 2012. We're looking at some of the actual titles because we were up there looking overhead at all the games, but you can't really get down and see them. So we're with some Kinect titles right now. This is Avengers Battle for Earth. It looks like he's swinging around fighting in Kinect style. We're restarting the game here. I'm afraid to actually try this game. I feel like I'm gonna get it pulled in there. Oh, here we go. We can watch it now. So this is a Marvel game, Kinect, which is kind of a cool combination from Ubisoft. I think she might be Wolverine. I'm hoping. So this looks like you dodge and you move out of the way of enemy stuff with using the Kinect power. And here we go. I feel like we're gonna have to do this later. Yeah, she is Wolverine, isn't she? Oh, so it's basically like a fighting game with the Kinect. So here she goes. She's gonna mimic the moves. Oh, that's awesome. So she powers up her moves with her hands, and then the characters do the same on the screen. Super cool. It reminds me of like Capcom versus SNK or something like that, but with the Kinect. Cool. All right, let's move on to another Kinect title. Go through here. It's crowded. All right, we got some over here. Summer of Arcade. These are all. This is a Summer of Arcade title. You probably saw this at the press conference. Racketeer, which is a great name, by the way. By the way, there's free buttons, and I will be putting this on because I like free things. I'll put it on later. All right, so here's the game, and it looks like you control this catapult, Again, Kinect style. There's quite a few Kinect games here, actually. And some of them look really fun. So there you go. Release your arms, and you shoot a catapult. Who doesn't love blowing things up? And then explosion. So it actually appears like you can actually control the explosion after you throw it with your hands. Pretty cool. All right, want to move on? Let's go over here. Oh, this is the mighty Fable, the Journey. Now be careful, people. She is deep in concentration. Her eyes, look at her eyes. Just zoom in on her eyes. She has amazing focus. I'm afraid of her magical powers. She's really focused. So as you can see on the screen also, she's shooting energy lightning bolts, and that should make you pretty focused. And she exploded some enemies. I kind of want to play Kinect right now. I'm not going to lie. Kind of want to swing my arms around and blow things up. So basically the first one was Marvel beating people up. Next second one was blowing things up with catapults. And now we're blowing things up with energy beams. So that's pretty sweet. All right, let's take a look at 3 Kinect titles. All of them, it seems like you blow things up, which is super cool. And I really want to play Kinect right now to blow things up. I never thought I would say that, but I do. All right, that's going to do it. We're going to go back to the show floor. We'll be back with more Microsoft.
All right, and we are back on the GameSpot stage for another one of the most highly anticipated titles here at E3. It's Assassin's Creed 3. I'm your host, Chris Waters, and joining me on stage is Alex Hutchinson, creative director, and Johnny Chiodini, video producer for GameSpot UK, and a huge fan of the Assassin's Creed series, as I'm told.
Definitely, yes. Good, that's what we like, fans.
And you generated a lot yesterday. You guys were in 2 press conferences showing an extended demo of some that involved wolf fighting.
Yes, animal death. There was a lot of animal death.
Animal death and skinning and redcoat fighting, and then high seas action. I think that was the one that surprised most folks was, oh, we're taking a trip down the Caribbean.
Yeah, I think, we do so much press and we talk about the game so often that, secrets are fun. So I was very happy with the team and everyone involved that we managed to not tell anybody about the naval segment of the game until we're there. And we've actually got a couple of secrets we're holding back until release. I have a big debate going with various people saying there should be a chunk of the game that you never ever see. I grew up before the internet, and you had to go and ask someone at school if you wanted to know what was in the game. I really like the idea that people are going to put the disc in the tray and think they've seen everything, but they haven't.
And that's certainly been a theme throughout Assassin's Creed is, you guys, you get a good look at what it's all about, but man, surprises and twists and turns and deeper intrigue, that's like your bread and butter over there.
Yeah, and scale this year. Really what we're talking about as much as possible is, we have winter and summer, we have the frontier, we have Boston, we have New York. Now everybody knows that we have the naval. We're trying to really blow the doors off open world games. It's the benefit of having an engine that's been around a while, a team that's experienced, a franchise that's going strong. So this is our chance, hopefully, to put a nail in this generation of consoles.
We're very excited, and of course, so now we're in the woods and on a mission to get some animal skins.
Yeah, so what we wanted to show in the demo, really, to talk about it a little differently than we usually do, is kind of to show the open world nature of the game. So, demos are very linear. You show the same things. They're very quick and punchy. But the joy of the game, hopefully, is that there are all these secondary activities you can get caught up in. So, obviously, there's hunting right now, which Francois is engaging in. And this is systemic stuff. So, there's a couple of dozen different species of animals that are everywhere. And you can choose to get involved or not involved. And then as Francois goes into the little camp below, you'll see him sort of gaining a side quest and finishing another side quest. So we just wanted to give you a sense of hopefully how the game will actually roll out.
And now we've seen the bow obviously busted out, and of course that iconic tomahawk. Efren Javier, Javier, I think I'm butchering his name, asking a question about the tomahawk is that replacing the hidden blade? Is that the primary assassination tool? And do you use that in hunting at all?
Yeah, you can absolutely. We had a big debate about that, about assassinating wolves and bears and things.
And
you
as
can,
we just saw right there.
You just saw it. And you saw it there. He used the hidden blade. So we wanted an iconic weapon for Connor, and the tomahawk was a perfect fit. But he absolutely still has his hidden blades. There's some updates you'll see when you play it. One is that he's dual wielding, so all the combat later in this demo is both Tomahawk and Hidden Blade, and he can sort of flick it out and spin it and grab the hilt of it. So we wanted to keep it. It's obviously iconic and really cool, but we wanted to give it a spin that was specific to Connor.
And so Connor, obviously a man who's comfortable in the wilderness, Mar0044 is wondering about hunting food. Is it primarily quest-driven, or can you sort of get out there and like take down a buck, and then like you've got your antler blade that you're jabbing in someone's neck?
We got a couple of months left. I guess that's a good idea. It would be nice to have an antler blade. No, we wanted it sort of mostly quest. It's obviously also part of the economy, so you can sell the items that you gather, and depending on how you hunt them, so whether you shoot an animal or you use your hidden blade, you get different loot. So basically, you can imagine it's kind of like if I shoot a bear with a buckshot, I'm going to get a much worse skin than if I actually assassinate it and then take it in. So yeah, but the driving force is often quests or some of the side tasks, some of the clubs. The hunting club has a lot of that in it.
But you are saying here that there is incentive to assassinate bears.
Yes,
as
absolutely.
if we needed any.
Yes, but also I think it's just fun because then you have to, instead of just running up to animals and shooting them at a distance, you actually have to sort of plan your approach. They startle easily, so you have to kind of sneak up. So at first, some people on the team thought it sounded a bit funny, that idea of assassinating a bear. But what we mean is sort of the stealth approach.
Sure.
So it's a risk and reward kind of thing.
Exactly.
Assassinating a bear quite tricky?
It's exactly it. It's not so much risk and reward. I mean, you're the assassin. You're still very powerful, but it is challenge and reward. So if you do it the harder way, get up in there and close and personal, then you'll get better stuff.
Okay, cool.
Now here we see him. We're infiltrating a fort of redcoats, the British, Johnny's ancestors, perhaps.
Yep.
Now, this is something we're joking about in the GameSpot office because we have a whole UK contingent here from GameSpot UK offices. This demo was focusing a lot on antagonizing the British, but when you're igniting a revolution, as you guys are saying, you got to get both sides riled up, right?
Yeah, it's a really tricky one. We've sort of tried to find a way to message it, and obviously in all of our communications, it's always redcoats, because if you've got a 30-second TV spot or even a 4-minute demo, you need someone who looks always the same, who's going to play the role of the enemy. But
and those Minutemen just really did not have it together, dressed alike.
Not the right outfits, really. Yeah. And red on snow just looks too juicy. It doesn't work.
Can't avoid it, yeah.
But in the game, obviously the game takes place before, during, and after the revolution. And if you think about it, before the revolution, everybody's British. Even the Patriots, all the they're all British. They're it's a colony. So it's a funny question, and depending on how you approach it, yes, the only people you're killing are British, and technically everybody in the game is also British until the end of the revolution. But there are, Patriot Templars and Loyalist Templars as well.
And you also have, probably no Templars in the indigenous peoples, but the Native Americans are also, you'll encounter them throughout the adventure as well.
Yep, so Connor is half Native American, half European. We wanted someone who was sort of one step back from the conflict. Everyone joked when we announced, oh, it's going to be like The Patriot, starring Mel Gibson, and we were like, no, we definitely didn't want to make that game. But neither did we want to make a game where you were, fighting for king and country. So we wanted someone who was a step removed, just like the Assassins are a step removed. So yes, Native American culture is a big part of our research and a big part of the game. The actor who's voicing Connor is Native American. We went through 200 or 300 actors to find someone who was cool. Weird side note, every Native American actor in America is in Twilight. That's what we figured out.
Really?
Yeah, we found one of the 3 who were not in Twilight. We cast him. And we had consultants on board to help us with making sure the history was accurate. That even insignias we used, like to make sure that the Native American culture we're visually referencing is from the right part of the world and not from a different group in another part of America. So we hope people get a kick out of it.
Yeah, historical accuracy has always been sort of a point of pride for you guys in terms of the setting, and it's great to see that being replicated here as well. In terms of questions actually coming in from the chat, Klopjob wants to know if there are any sort of equivalents to the underground platforming levels in Assassin's Creed 2.
So there's sort of 2 parts to that. One is that idea that there are secret, cities beneath the real cities. That's definitely coming back in a brand new mechanic that we actually haven't communicated about at all yet, and I kind of hope we don't. You know, it sort of defeats the purpose of a secret tunnel system if you tell everybody. You know, so hopefully people will find it. And then the other part, the idea of sort of structured platforming or structured, you know, level challenges is also coming back, but the two don't fit together. So there's a whole other set of challenges that will hopefully fulfill that need of being structured navigation and combat.
Excellent. In addition to the freeform navigation of a forest full of tree branches, which I don't know about you folks, but that is one of the more impressive sort of feats of animation that I've seen here at E3. Do you guys just get a kick out of thinking about which? Do you have to go out into the forest and like actually swing around on trees?
We went on we started the game January 2010, so it's a scary long time ago now, and we did actually go to a few sort of climbing gyms and a few forest locations to play around with it. But it was funny when we started, everyone said, oh, Assassin's Creed is about climbing buildings, and what we thought was you can take it one step further back, and really Assassin's Creed is just about climbing. And so for me personally, coming onto the franchise, it was funny that the one thing I could climb in real life, which was the tree, was the one thing I could not climb in Assassin's Creed. So, you know, we thought we really want to blow it out and let you work with organic shapes and natural landmarks and cliffs and trees. And yeah, I think the guys have done an amazing job. So.
And speaking of climbing, the ship's rigging, of course, being another great target for that. And here we are checking out the Caribbean demo section that you showed off yesterday. Connor's dressed up a little bit. Spruced himself up, looking quite dapper.
Yeah, looking sharp. Well, it's a funny one, and it's another thing we've sort of been wrestling with, which, you know, we have this very iconic character who has, you know, the hood is very much part of the Assassin's mythos, and we believe we have one of the few characters in games where if we put out a poster, people say, oh, it's the Assassin. You know, and that's very difficult to build, and it's, you know, it's a lot of fun to play with, but as we move around different time periods, it's more or less appropriate. So while we're keeping it obviously for the core outfit, and we did find references of hunters and trappers in the 18th century with white hoods, believe it or not. So there are actual period reference. When he does other things that are a bit different, like the naval sections, we wanted a different outfit.
Of course.
You've got to have a hat when you're on a boat. Look, he's on a boat.
Now, as he sort of navigates through, I think it's a good time for Lulmont's question. Asking about the Wii U version of Assassin's Creed 3 revealed this morning during Nintendo's press conference. Are there sections like this where maybe, you know, you've got like, are there different sort of gameplay features that take advantage of the gamepad? Maybe a cannon loading something on the tablet?
Well, so I think the best thing about the current state of the console business is, for once, it's the same on every. You know, we can have a 360, PC, PS3, Wii U version where it's the same game. So we can make one game to ship for everyone. So that's the first strength of it. But yeah, we have a couple of custom features for the Wii U. You'll always have your map visible, so you have a really big, clear map.
Nice.
To see where you're going. And you can switch weapons. You can sort of switch tools on the tablet as well. So yeah, there are some custom features for the Wii U.
But that map being such a crucial part of the game, and having that taken off the screen and put it on the tablet, just makes that HUD much cleaner.
Yep, we did a lot of HUD work. I think you probably saw it at the Ubisoft demo, but the HUD used to be all around the screen, you know, and we all pulled it down to the bottom as much as possible to sort of free up the top of the screen. So hopefully it's cleaner and a little simpler.
Mm-hmm.
But, you didn't feel pressure at all to tack on any kind of more ambitious like motion gimmicks, like say, you know, like aiming with a cannon or something like that. That wasn't
Yeah, I mean, we're in that sort of challenging spot where the game is so monstrous. And just we're trying to jam in all the content and polish it and make sure it's you know, as amazing as possible, that we just wanted to get sort of one unified game up and running.
Staying classy, if you will.
Yeah, stay classy.
Okay.
Always staying classy.
Nothing classier than killing the British.
A pertinent question here from Steadmister, given the nautical scenario we find ourselves in. Is Connor a swimmer? Can he still swim around?
He can swim around, yes. Like we kept all of the swimming, and there's actually even on the boat you'll see that you're actually on the boat. So you know we wanted to be very clear that you are the character driving the boat and giving orders, and it's not an RTS game. It's not a simulation so much. It's still a third-person action adventure about navigation and combat as well. So yeah, Connor can still swim.
Excellent. Although this does not look like a swim-friendly place.
No, I would not swim in those seas.
A naval battle in the high seas at night. I really like it when they break out the chain shot.
Yep.
Because the boarding is coming.
yeah, we wanted to make sure again that it was still third person, so that's why we ended the demo with Connor boarding, even though we didn't show the boarding gameplay, just so that people know that this is a core feature of the game. It's knitted into the core mechanics of the game, and it's not this thing on the side.
Now, I know you've been working on this since 2010, but I've heard a few people already kind of comparing these gameplay sections to the tower defense bits in Revelations. How does it compare? Is it kind of along the same lines in terms of structure, or is it more freeform?
No, it's. I think the two big differences is that the tower defense was a strategy game inside an action game, whereas this is an action game inside an action game. And the other part is that the tower defense sort of popped up as a drag mechanic, so when you'd made a mistake, whereas this is all positive. So there's story reasons for why you take to the seas, story reasons for how you get involved in it, and it is its own side story.
Nice.
And I just love seeing those long muskets come out. They're always longer than I think they should be, like so impractically long. And then of course, which makes closing distance with that hatchet so much more satisfying. Alex, thank you so much for coming by and showing off some Assassin's Creed 3. This is obviously one of the games that people are super excited for here at E3. And you just saw there, October 30th?
October 30th.
2012.
2012.
Excellent, Alex. Thank you so much. Johnny, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
And folks, our next demo coming up is Forza Horizon. But before we do that, two things are going to happen. One, I'm going to take a little break, and my colleague Danny O'Dwyer is going to come on and host a couple demos. And two, we're going to check in with Brendan Sinclair, who's got the latest news here from E3. Collated and all ready to go. Brendan?
Hey, Chris. So the big thing, of course, on the first day of E3 here is the press conferences. This morning we had the Nintendo conference, and the big thing there, Pikmin 3, obviously. Shigeru Miyamoto comes out, takes the stage, and first thing, getting it out of the way, because he's mentioned Pikmin last couple E3s as a tease. He's like, here's Pikmin 3, shows some gameplay, shows the new rock Pikmins. Looks really awesome. He showed some of the Wii U gamepad integration also. You're going to be able to use it sort of as a map and control multiple, they're not Olimar, they're other adventurers, but you're going to be able to get a little more tactical with it, I think. Beyond that, Nintendo first party, Wii Fit U and Sing, a couple of sort of casual targeted titles. Wii Fit U obviously uses the balance board. It's another continuation of that series. And then Sing is sort of a karaoke dance game combination intended for a bunch of people to play, one person singing maybe and everyone else getting in on the dancing action. And then they made a big point about third-party stuff also. So we had Lego City Undercover, really just kind of like blew away most of us in the GameSpot war room, because that game looks really awesome. It's like a charming version of Grand Theft Auto without, the beating up hookers part. I guess the charming kind of precludes beating up hookers, but still, no hookers, no beating them up, just Lego, and it looks awesome. Scribblenauts Unlimited, and then if you want more the hardcore older gamer fare that Nintendo kind of hinted they'd be bringing to this show, you've got third-party titles like Batman Arkham City Armored Edition, Mass Effect 3. A really cool look at Tekken Tag Tournament 2, where it's not just the standard Tekken Tag battle. They also showed some Mario-like gameplay tweaks with characters getting bigger and getting smaller in the middle of the fight. Speaking of Mario, they briefly mentioned the 3DS in the conference. They'll show more about that at their event tomorrow night. But Nintendo 3DS games, New Super Mario Bros. 2 with a real focus on gold coins, almost to the point you'd think it was a Wario title. Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon, which they talked about, but now they've given it an official subtitle. And then Paper Mario Sticker Star, which was another popular one in the GameSpot war room, where they're implementing stickers into the gameplay in some unusual ways. And then beyond that, we had, it wasn't actually at Nintendo's press conference, but Platinum Games is making a Wii U game. You might know them from Bayonetta or Vanquish or Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. They are making a game, they're calling it P100 right now. And if you've been watching the stage show, you obviously saw kind of a big unveiling of it to kick off the show. That game looks pretty good. And that was about it from the Nintendo conference. Danny? I think I'm supposed to banter with you right now, but I can't actually hear you.
They don't want us. They don't want us to talk. I don't think it's. It's you probably can't understand my accent anyway. Yeah, P100 wasn't actually shown at the Nintendo press conference. We had it here on the stage. Did they allude as to why maybe that game wasn't shown? Were they just focusing on first-party titles, or was there something specific about that they felt it didn't sort of fit in with the rest of the conference?
I'm just guessing here, but I think because it was a new IP and it wasn't really like Platinum's other games, they would have had to take so much of the conference to kind of lay it out for people. Here's what we're doing. Here's what's cool about it. Here's why you should care. That they felt that time was better devoted to Sing or We Fit You Plus. I don't know.
Titles like that. Do you have any more news for us?
Yeah, Microsoft announced that they have a promotion where if at a Microsoft store you buy an Xbox for $99 for an Xbox 360 and commit to 2 years of Xbox Live, that's like the cheapest way to get it. But it's only at Microsoft stores, and there's like a dozen of them in the country so far. But they're rolling that out all the way across country, every Best Buy store in the nation, and then select GameStop stores. And this sort of looks like it might be the way of the future for getting consoles, just by, putting up a little amount of money right now and then committing to the longer online plan subscriptions. And it might mean that you get the next generation of consoles cheaper, or it might just mean that you wind up more in debt with things you can't afford. So that's kind of, good and bad. Other news. Yesterday, EA announced that they had the UFC license. Now, they actually bought that from THQ, and unfortunately, THQ San Diego had been working on a new UFC game. Without the license, THQ's like, we're not doing so well, we don't need you guys around as much. And there was a big round of layoffs at THQ San Diego that was kind of slipped in there in the middle of all the E3 hubbub, and it's kind of an easy story to miss. But unfortunately, that's, THQ San Diego, they made WWE All-Stars and TNA Impact because they used to be Midway San Diego. And so that was, that was another kind of outside of the news conferences story from E3. Back to the news conferences, though, recapping a little bit from yesterday, we kicked off with Microsoft, which showed Halo 4. Obviously, they kicked that off, and that looked really great. 343 Industries version, their take on Halo, the first one without Bungie developing. They showed a lot of new enemy types, some Forerunner weapons, at least, in the game. It's definitely a new take on the series that should be pretty interesting for fans. And then the Microsoft, their Smart Glass app technology, which will be PC, tablets, phones. Just you're going to be able to use Xbox features on all these devices, and they're really making a push to make it sort of the center of the living room, the digital hub of everything. Other big stuff from the conferences yesterday, Watch Dogs, Ubisoft's Watch Dogs. If you're not excited about this game, you probably haven't seen it. So fix that. Like, go watch our video stuff of it, because that really stole the show yesterday. What else did we have? Far Cry 3 was at Ubisoft show. Electronic Arts showed off Kinect integration for FIFA and Madden. Dead Space 3, they showed a lot of. Crysis 3, a lot of bows and arrows. We can go into this more, but I think you're about ready here with a look at Forza Horizon, if I'm right.
Cool.
So let's take it, Danny.
Thank you, Brendan. Thank you very much for the news update there. Welcome back to the live stage here at E3, folks. Danny O'Dwyer here, the slightly chubbier, more Irish version of Chris Waters. Delighted to be joined here by Dan Greenewald from Turn 10 Studios, creative director, I believe.
True.
And you're here to show us Forza, not Forza.
That's right.
Forza
Horizon.
Completely different direction for the series, some might say, from the outset. How will you sort of explain it to people how this is a similar Forza experience, but just at a different angle? Tell us basically what you...
Well, Forza Horizon is an all-new expression in the Forza franchise. To date, it's been expressed through Forza Motorsport. Hugely authentic, known as a simulator. But Forza Horizon is an action racing game. And what that means is you can drive through weave through traffic and smash through things and have a great time. But underpinning all of that is an extremely authentic simulation physics engine. So it feels like Forza, but it drives like an action game.
So this is the same engine that previous Forza 4 is running on as well?
It is. It's a lot of the same tech. So the game looks fantastic because it's using our same IBL, image-based lighting, for the graphics. And then it's using the same AI system, Drivatar, and of course using the same physics engine running at 360 hertz.
So why the direction of taking something from a predominantly circuit racing game into this kind of open world experience?
Well, you know, the vision for Forza is to turn gamers into car lovers and car lovers into gamers. I've been working on this franchise for almost 10 years, and the thing that gets me excited about coming to work every day is passion. Passion for gaming culture, passion for car culture. And that's what both games share, Motorsport and Horizon. They're all about that passion. Now in Horizon in particular, that passion is expressed through a motorsport and music festival, the Horizon Festival. And it's where you'd bring your cars to have a good time with your friends. It's much more social. So they really fit together nicely, complementing each other.
So in the yesterday we saw the demo of some sort of street racing on the way to the festival. How does the sort of the campaign or how does the game work in terms of is there a story narrative bringing you linear through it? Do you play as a character, or is it just your car and your personality interacting in different events at the festival?
Well, let's get the game started, and you'll get to see some of what's happening.
Cool.
So at the heart of this entire world is the music festival, the Horizon Festival. And this world is Colorado. Looks fantastic. I actually lived in Colorado for a while.
Oh, nice.
And this is an original version of Colorado that has all of the diversity you'd expect. So red rocks, mountains, it's got the plains, all packed in with some of the greatest driving roads in the world. But the way you actually play through the game is you show up as a festival driver. And your goal is twofold. You want to win races, of course, and there's a lot of different races. There's circuit races, point-to-point races, showcase races where you might race against a plane. Incredibly cool races. Yeah.
An airplane.
Exactly. So like having an old Mustang racing against a P-51 Mustang plane through checkpoints.
Okay.
It's just a cool way of racing. So that's kind of the sanctioned side of the Horizon Festival. But meanwhile, as you're driving around, you're getting points for drifting in and out of traffic and just hooning it up on the road. And when you're doing that, you're becoming more popular. So it's much more social in that way. You're becoming a popular driver and actually getting more wristbands.
Oh, wonderful. So what was the sort of idea for this different direction? Why was it that you decided to take it in sort of this, I guess, Burning Man for cars kind of an idea?
Well, it was actually born out of that vision. Gamers to car lovers to gamers. And we realized, Turn 10, fantastic studio. We've really tried to push with innovation and the like. But honestly, we thought if we could find a partner that shared our culture and our language and had a world-class dev team, together we could arm in arm actually push this genre forward with more innovation. So we went with Playground Games. They're located in Leamington Spa. They're an all-new company, but full of veterans. And the UK dev community, it's been fantastic for years. Signosis, Codemasters, Bizarre Creations, BlackRock. So Playground is able to become another hub of great racing game development. And they brought this Horizon into this vision. I basically challenged them. I said, hey, you get the vision. You get the culture. You know what we want to do. How would you express it? And the first thing they came back with was, man, it's youth culture. Bring that in. Bring music in. Get that going. And then they also brought in a DJ, Rob DeBank. So he's on BBC One. He's also a record label owner as well as a promoter. So he's promoted the Bestival Festival.
Yes.
In the UK, very, very popular.
Great festival. Yeah.
So he was brought in actually as a consultant to do the radio stations, the music, as well as the look of this festival. Saying, look, tents would be like this in the US at like Coachella, and this is how you do the parking, and really make it completely authentic. Because that's the name of the game in Forza, authenticity.
Got a very important question. Will there be dubstep at this festival?
There is dubstep on the radio, and there's dubstep on the stage.
All dubstep, all the time.
Yeah.
I just want to remind people watching this on our live stream, if you send us an email either on the live stream page, or you can send us over Twitter to GameSpotE3, #GameSpotE3, then I'll ask Dan your questions. Do you feel a responsibility as one of the biggest car franchises out there to sort of bridge the gap between car enthusiasts and people who may want to play racing games but don't feel like they're part of that culture? Like how much, because that seems to be a lot of what you're doing here. It's bridging the social side of people who like cars and then people who just like playing driving games.
Absolutely, and that's what it comes down to. Our team is made up of hardcore gamers. I've put in 140 hours into Skyrim. We all play a ton of games, but also, we track our cars and have a great time playing with cars on the track. And our goal is to actually push both cultures forward. That's the whole gamers to car lovers to gamers. It's easy to say, but it actually means a lot to us. And honestly, I'm almost 40. I've got a couple kids, and I want them to be into cars the way I am.
Yeah.
And so I see it as our responsibility not to compete against other this or what have you, but push the genre forward, push entertainment forward. And that's obviously a hugely lofty goal. And, you know, I'm not silly. I know how lofty it is, but that's what keeps me coming to work every day is that passion and excitement to actually move it forward.
Just looking at the gameplay demo we're seeing here, yesterday we saw some sort of glorious vistas. Kind of want to go to Colorado now. The tourist board should be paying you guys some cash, I think. Right now we're looking at nighttime. Well, what's the sort of variety in terms of environmental? Is it all desert-based? Is it different like that? And also in terms of day-night cycles?
Well, you know, once the Playground guys settled on having a festival as the hub, they knew it had to be open world. And once it went open world, they were looking for the right environment. So they went to 30 different environments and looked for ones that had great diversity. They had great driving as well as vista diversity, and they settled on Colorado, which looks fantastic. And so when you're driving around in here, not only do you have the beautiful vistas in the Red Rocks area we're in right now, but you've got the plains, the driving roads are fantastic. Also, once you're in open world, a 24-hour day-night cycle just makes sense.
Yeah.
So we used a debug sheet to actually switch it from day to night kind of instantaneously, but it's a 24-hour cycle that's always going around. Now also, the developers of Playground have a lot of experience working on Colin McRae, Dirt, and some of those great franchises. So this open world also has off-road racing.
That's a first for the Forza series.
It is, absolutely. And having the expertise of the Colin McRae guys, we're able to take the Forza Motorsport engine, which is a fantastic simulation engine, you know, running at 360 hertz, and update that with over 65 different surface types. Dirt, gravel,
65?
You know,
how many types of dirt are there?
You know, we're obsessive. That was actually part of the cultural thing we realized about the guys at Playground, the guys that turned 10. Authenticity we take very seriously. Maybe to a fault. We think our fans appreciate it, so we take it seriously.
Got a question here from Carl Duran in Dublin, and a special shout out to everyone watching this in Europe. I know it's like probably nearly 11 p.m. or 12 at night time there. He's asked a very important question. Can you still paint your cars?
Absolutely.
So what type of customization is there in terms of in the Forza
This
Horizon?
is a Forza game, and Forza is a fan-driven franchise, which means, of course, we have upgrades, and you've got a lot of cars that you can you know, really have great experiences in, including off-road, and of course painting as well. So it's integrated with the website, and yeah, great painting. And you'll see plenty of cars with lots of liveries. Because you think about a summer music festival, it's all about showing off and showing your style. So the livery editor is going to make even more sense there.
A couple of people in the chat here are saying that they've played some of the older Forzas and maybe haven't played the latest one. So in terms of, I guess, people who've played Forza 1 or 2, or maybe people who are looking at this game and seeing maybe I'd like to get back into car racing games, what's the sort of learning curve? What's the bump for somebody who's maybe played a couple of non-simulation, not to be arbitrary and split things into arcade and simulation, but those types of games, trying to get into this one? How have you sort of dealt with that?
Well, it's always been important in Forza to hopefully erase the line between arcade and simulation and say if you build the game correctly, you can have the foundation, the core, be an absolutely fantastic simulation, but then add assists. Things like TCS and ABS, driving assists, you know, even steering assists, and then the green line, as well as things like rewind to make it easier to jump into. So this is an action racing game. It means you can pick it up, play, instantly be driving, you know, 150 miles per hour in a Viper down a highway, and at the same time, the underpinnings are a fantastic simulation engine.
What's your take on the sort of the driving game situation of the past 3 years? We've seen some great innovation from the guys at Codemasters. We've seen great innovation from Yi. We've also seen the problems that maybe Bazaar had with games like Blur, where games that seemed to be doing quite well or were popular with the people who played them didn't sell. How are you reading the sort of the divide between arcade and simulation? And is this a means of trying to bridge that gap, or is it just, do you see that the people who are fans of Forza are looking for maybe a different type of experience?
You know, it's a great question. I can't say that I'm some industry expert about all of the business. I've been in the industry a long time, but it ebbs and flows quite a bit. For us personally, it was horrible to see some of the closures in the racing game space in the UK, and so we saw working with Playground as an opportunity to capture some of the great innovation and talent in the UK and bring it towards our franchise. So that was great. As far as arcade versus simulation, again, you know, for me, I think if you build the game correctly, you can actually serve both audiences without sacrificing either.
Pierre Fouquet, I believe is his name, said, is there still Top Gear stuff in Horizon?
Well, you know, the interesting thing is that Top Gear in Forza Motorsport 4 was kind of bringing levity to the game because the game had a serious tone to it. And so it's sort of like a a play-by-play and a color commentary working together in tandem. Well, the Horizon Music Festival has a lot of character and a lot of social aspects just because it's a music festival. It also takes place in North America, in Colorado. So in a lot of ways, the alignment between Top Gear and Forza Horizon was not as clear-cut.
That's great. Thank you very much for bringing along Forza Horizon. Whenabouts are we going to be able to play this game?
This game is going to be available starting October 23rd on the Xbox 360.
Wonderful. Thanks very much, Dan.
Thank you.
We're going to Carlos, I believe, who was wandering around the Microsoft booth tour. I think it's Microsoft. Let's see.
Hey everybody, Carlos Rodella here from GameSpot's coverage of E3 2012. We're here with Letty Cherry.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. Your name is awesome, by the way.
Why, thank you.
We're at the Microsoft booth. It is huge. I was going to do a booth tour, but there really is no way to do that. It's just too many games.
We have the biggest lineup of games ever, I think, with Xbox this year at E3.
Ever? That's a big... Ever? Okay, I can go with it. You also have a Warthog. It's behind you.
We do. I mean, with Halo 4, we have our Warthog here. We've got Gears of War. It's a pretty exciting year for Xbox.
I think I'm going to get on the Warthog later, and if that's okay, can I do that?
For you can do it.
For me?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, so what are the other games that you're showing up here that you like? I mean, there's some Kinect titles right there that seem really cool.
That's right. I mean, we've got Dance Central 3, which is better than ever. We've got Nike Plus Kinect Training. Racketeer is really, really fun.
Oh, yeah, it's totally fun, yeah.
Fable the Journey, fully Kinect enabled.
Yeah, Fable Journey's finally like really here now, and not just like the little video, so it's cool.
It's definitely, it's looking great.
It's here and present. And also I saw a lot of different third-party stuff that was really cool.
That's right. I'm really excited about some of the sports games that are coming out, like Madden NFL 13 and FIFA 13. Those are going to be great. I mean, Call of Duty Black Ops 2 is going to be fantastic.
Everybody loves war. Come on. Also with the sports stuff, you got the multimedia stuff going on with the announcements today about NFL and NBA.
That's right. We're really thinking that Xbox is becoming the home of sports. I mean, last year we talked about UFC and ESPN.
Which is awesome, by the way. Thank you.
And we've added even more content to ESPN, so you can get all of your favorite sports, NFL, and plus we've got NHL and MLB and NBA. We'll have all your great sports experiences, and you can do picture-in-picture. You can make your picks.
Yeah, I love the choosing like who's going to win with your friends, stuff like that. And so NBA works with the League Pass, right? You have to have the League Pass, and then you have it on Xbox.
Yeah, I mean, it's tons of NBA games, plus you'll have all of the greatest clips and highlights as well.
Cool. So that's awesome, and also the Smart Glass technology, getting all this stuff connected, right?
That's right. So with Xbox Smart Glass, you can actually enjoy your favorite movies, games, music, and TV shows, and it's between your TV and your tablets, your phones, and whatever device you already have. You can not only share content back and forth, but it knows what you're watching and can push information to your other devices.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I like that.
So say you're watching like Game of Thrones or something, you can it'll know that you're watching it on your TV, and it'll push out maps of where you're traveling, talk about characters.
I'm so glad you brought that up. Now we could talk for a long time about Game of Thrones if we wanted to. All of us probably. We shouldn't but I did like that feature a lot. Having the map there, especially because it's so convoluted of a show, you know? That's really cool. All right, well, thanks for showing us a little bit of what's going on.
Thank you so much for coming.
And I think I'm going to get on the Warthog now, so let's go do that. You want to go on with me?
I will. Okay.
That's
Here at the GameSpot live show, and there's nobody sitting down beside me, so I'm just going to go to the chat and see what you guys are talking about. Arm Samson, BF3 Close Quarters, is looking for Spaz 2 Rocks. Went 10-2 KD, new knife looks cool. Armored Kill has C-130 gunship. I have absolutely no idea what that means. John Davison is on the other live stage at the moment, guys. Don't forget, we've got a bunch of live streams going on. Carlos is somewhere in this massive conference center walking around. You can check out that live stream. We've got 2 of those, apparently. And there's some really cool stuff coming up on John Davison's show, which is just here behind me. You can check out that on the homepage. Personally, at 3:30, Rich Gallup, ex-GameSpot presenter, used to sit at this very table. Well, maybe not this very table. This is made out of medium density fiberboard. I think it's probably going to be broken by the end of the week. Used to host On the Spot, and Greg Casavan used to be editor of the site as well, are over with John Davison at 3:30. Next up, we've got Lego Batman 2 with Jonathan Smith, who is from Traveller's Tales. We're based in Knutsford in North England. Apparently, we're going to go to a tape segment of myself. I can't wait to see this. Danny, what's going on? No?
Now, you'll be seeing a lot of spectacular conferences this week. Ours is a little different. Less like the Oscars, more like Sundance.
Drop in, drop out co-op.
Here's where the fun begins. Fuck this place.
Sundance.
Now we're getting somewhere.
That's way too big of a meal to consume. It will overwhelm you. But what you can do is what I did, take little bites. You know.
Runtime physics. Sundance.
SimCity Social is coming to Facebook.
Less like the Oscars, more like
an all-new SimCity coming for the PC.
We're excited to announce Battlefield 3 Premium. Exclusive in-game items, deeper customization, unique events, new dog tags, cool camo skins, and advanced features.
Battlefield 3. That's insanely awesome.
This July, everyone can play the games up to level 15 for free. Of hardcore nightmare difficulty modes for a
Sundance.
Medal of Honor Warfighter.
Green light, brother. They're going in.
FIFA 13. We are connective tissue for the world sport. Connective tissue. Connective tissue. Connective tissue. Connective tissue.
Sundance.
This is a huge day for the UFC, a big day for the fighters, and more importantly, for you, the fans.
I'm really excited to announce that Need for Speed Most Wanted is launching October 30th.
Crysis 3 is out in February 2013.
So that's our show, Sundance.
We're still waiting for Lego Batman 2 to be set up, so in the meantime, in lieu of me talking to the camera on my own like a complete lunatic, Johnny Keaty has joined me. Hi, Johnny.
Hello.
How you doing?
Not bad. It's kind of funny given that this is my first E3 and your first E3.
Yes.
We're now on the stage. It kind of feels like the lunatics are running the asylum.
It does, absolutely. In fact, you're a lunatic who edited that video.
Yeah, I was actually just standing over there and I heard the track playing. And I was like, oh, I know this. How do I know this video? Oh, yeah, I finished making it like 10 hours ago.
Yeah. Small hours.
I kind of made it in what I can only describe as a fever dream, fueled by coffee and the ham duet, the dubious sandwich that I was given for lunch. And yeah, that's what came out.
We've done a couple. So I did Microsoft. They're kind of like mashup videos.
Yeah.
And so we've done Microsoft, we've done Ubisoft, we've done...
yeah, I've just done Sony. That's literally just gone up on the site, so that's there now.
That's
and
great.
We
and
should
we've
have
been
Ubi.
joined by Jonathan Smith.
No, Philip Ring, actually.
Sorry?
My name's Philip Ring.
Philip.
Sorry.
You're
So-
way better than Jonathan Smith. I was hoping he wasn't going to come up, to be honest. I
Yeah,
was
me
like, I
too.
hope they bring Philip up.
Yeah.
From Traveller's Tales?
Indeed.
Wonderful.
Indeed.
You're from Knutsford. Well, you're working in Knutsford. Are you?
Yeah. So we got our Knutsford office. Guys make all the Lego games. So
Wonderful. So it's been, what, like 4 years since Lego Batman 1?
Yeah. I don't think it's quite that long, but yeah, it's about 3 years.
Big mix-up this time around. Open world, crazy, like much broader idea. What's the deal? Why this complete change for a?
Well, that was it. It was kind of like, well, we did Lego Batman 1, and we loved playing around in that world and going, okay, Batman's brilliant, and we're going, right, we're going to do a sequel, but we had to make sure that we were doing it at the right time, because we wanted to do something much bigger, much better. So we were like, great, what does that mean? What can we do that's different that people haven't done before? So we were like, great, let's give Gotham City, the whole of Gotham City play around in. We'll do talking minifigs, because that kind of came back from feedback that we got from the first Lego Batman. People loved the cutscenes, but didn't quite get the story, because you don't have the same point of reference you do for something like Star Wars because of the films, or Harry Potter because of the films and the books. So we were like, okay, let's make them talk. Let's do talking minifigs, and then throw in a whole load of other DC characters as well, and make them part of this much bigger kind of world and playground that you get to have fun with.
Well, we had you guys waiting for a long time, so why don't you start playing? If anyone has any questions, please tweet us, #GameSpotE3, or you can tweet me directly at Danny O'Dwyer, and I'll no doubt pick it up as well. So where are we now at the moment? This looks suspiciously like Batman's cave.
So, yep, here we have the Batcave, and this is kind of like your main kind of central point within the game. You always come back here. This is where you can do your replay levels.
Yeah.
But as we mentioned, we've got the whole of Gotham City to play around in, so this is where the hub gets much bigger than this. So here we have Batman and Robin. We've got these vehicle spawn points. You see one in the middle here. The one over on the far left, that allows you to spawn in aerial vehicles, so you can spawn in the Batwing. The one on the right allows you to spawn in things like the Batboat, so any sea-based vehicles. And the one in the middle allows us to spawn in kind of ground-based vehicles, any kind of cars, trucks. Here we've got a whole selection of them here. So you can spawn in a Batmobile, there's a Batbike. We've got vehicle villains as well, so Two-Face has a truck. We've got some quite strange things. There's a pumpkin car there, for which kind of like your Scarecrow. Fire engine, because it's a Lego game, you kind of want that side of things as well. But what we'll do is just jump into the Batmobile and we'll shoot out into Gotham City. So we really just kind of wanted to make a whole kind of host of Lego things that people get to play around in. So
yeah,
the Lego sets.
You guys kind of throw caution to the wind on that. You're not too worried about like canon, or it's just play around what you want. You can. I'm guessing you can still customize the character to the nth degree as well, just throwing different heads on and stuff.
Yeah, and that's one of the great things about Lego Batman, because you can do a custom character, but you can give them the superpowers that people want to use. So you can make someone that looks like Superman, has all of his abilities, but then you can make someone who looks like Harley Quinn and has all of Superman's abilities, and then just kind of mix it up, kind of go, right, I want the Penguin's torso on Killer Croc's head with kind of Superman's quiff, and just kind of have that fun with it and just muck around within the world. So within Gotham City as well, we've got a third-person camera. So this is the first time we've ever done this for a Lego game. So you really can explore the whole of Gotham City. You're not restricted by the camera view while in Gotham. The Batmobile, of course, has to have its weaponry. So it's got like a machine gun. You can also shoot rockets. You can use that to blow up silver Lego, and it unlocks new areas.
Are you shooting at civilians there?
Sorry?
Are you shooting at civilians there?
I'm not. So this is Gotham City in chaos.
Okay.
So as we can see, we've got a whole load of goons running around. They're the ones with the weapons. So that guy's throwing pies at people, and they're chasing down the civilians who are kind of all running in panic. And this is all because of the story. So what's happened is Lex Luthor and the Joker have teamed up. And in breaking Joker out of Arkham, they've unleashed a whole load of other Arkham Asylum inmates. And this is where the whole of Gotham City's gone into chaos. It's now up to Batman and Robin, plus all the other characters within the DC world, to kind of round up all these villains. So what I'll do is I'll just jump into Superman and show you his kind of flying mechanic and how big the city is.
In fact, we got a question here from Chris O'Toole, who's tweeted us asking how many superheroes and villains are playable.
So we've got 50 characters within the world that you can unlock. We wanted to make sure that there were some characters that people would know from the Batman universe, but also do the kind of like the DC universe and Justice as well. So one of the characters that we're actually going to talk about and show today is General Zod. So as a kind of like a Superman bad guy, we wanted to include him. We got people in there like Brainiac, and then we got people like Hawkman, so from the Justice League, Flash, Cyborg, and all of these characters kind of have their own feel towards things. So Flash acts very differently to how Cyborg as a player, or if you're playing as Batman and Robin. So this is our Lego Gotham City. So
it's incredible. We actually saw this at the MCM Expo in London a couple of weeks back. Myself and Johnny, we had a stage down there, and when we first saw this part of it, it was just quite shocking and unexpected from a Lego game.
Well, that's exactly what we wanted to do. We wanted to give people this feeling of something they've never seen before and never had the ability to do. And when doing characters such as Superman, it's important that you can do things like fly. You want to be able to fly. You want to be able to use his heat vision, his kind of freeze breath, kind of freeze enemies, use it to save things. But then do it with kind of like a Lego humour, so you can kind of go crashing straight into the ground, get Superman stuck in the ground. And this is kind of like what Lego games we get to do. We get to have a lot of fun within the world. So what I'll do is I'll actually show General Zod.
Alright.
So when we've added him as a character, he's actually added as a boss within Gotham City. You can find him. Once you find him and defeat him, you can then unlock him. And where we've got voice in the game for the first time, these characters have their own lines. So they've all got scripted lines which have been recorded. And some of them are really funny, some of them are kind of a bit silly, some of them playing on the characters and what people would expect from them, but just going to be able to use these characters in a different way.
That's kind of a controversial decision, I guess, in one way, because while some people enjoy the voiceless cutscenes from. It's kind of like a staple, I guess, of the Lego series. Is the sort of the nodding and winking that goes on. How tough was that decision to?
It was definitely something we wanted to make sure we did right.
Yeah.
We knew that we were going to add voices. We wanted to do some tests to see what that meant, what it changed, how cutscenes were different. And what we found is we actually still get to do all the humour that people would expect within the Lego scenes, because you can always have stuff going on in the background.
Yes.
So Batman can be having a really in-depth conversation with, say, Commissioner Gordon, and Robin can be clowning around in the background doing some really random things. And we also get to write the humour within the kind of the speech as well. So we play up on the characters, the way they interact with the world, and kind of have a lot of fun with what they say and how they act between each other.
Sure. So this is an open world game, so presumably that you can hire prostitutes and then kill them.
Unfortunately not. Gotham City doesn't seem to have any, so
No.
it's just got loads of citizens in peril.
What types of missions basically are
there's citizens in peril that you need to go rescue. So they'll be stuck in some comical places, like someone might be stuck in a fire hydrant, whereas someone else might be stuck being caught by one of Poison Ivy's Venus flytraps. And so kind of being able to play up on the different things that you'll be able to do to rescue them. What I'm going to do is just jump to another level and show you one of the other things that we're kind of revealing today.
Cool.
As part of the story, Lex Luthor and Joker kind of team up, and they're trying to take over the world. It all starts off with Lex losing the Man of the Year awards, and that's kind of where he gets this idea that he's gonna team up with Joker and see what he can do and kind of like take over Gotham and eventually the world. But in doing so, they need something to kind of give them the edge. So Batman, Superman, they've got superpowers. They're these kind of like ridiculous, like huge characters within the world.
Yeah.
How do you defeat them? So what they do is they actually build this Joker robot, which is kryptonite powered, giant Lego Joker robot with a massive deconstructor cannon. And the deconstructor pulls apart black Lego. So he can shoot it at the Batmobile and blow it to pieces. Shoot it at the Batwing, takes it down. And this is kind of like, this is effectively Batman's kryptonite. So here
you can't drive around in a pink Batmobile.
Piece of massive goth.
So here we've got here, so we've got the Joker robot, and this is actually, this is the Joker robot, and here's his giant cannon. And for this level, we have it so the Batmobile, and you'll be basically luring the Joker robot round Gotham City.
Right.
So here we have you'll actually notice there's a special Batmobile in the game. So this is a Batmobile but made out of Robin's colours, and that's because the deconstructor only works on black Lego.
Sure.
So this enables us to kind of show a different Batmobile, and kind of this is what you get to do with Lego, have a bit of fun with things. So here we have the Joker robot, and it's stomping after you, chasing you through the city. And the idea on this section is it's like almost like an on-rail shooter. You need to take down different objectives. So here we've blown up a minifig statue. Joker robot goes smashing through it, and you can use it to slow it down. But of course, with the Lego game, there's always loads of collectibles. So you'll have things like there's mini kits in there that you can shoot down. There's that billboard. If I shoot that, it gives me a mini kit. And being able to have all the collectibles and replay value, the reasons to go back to these levels, but also just going to be able to do some really ridiculous things. And this Joker robot, the kind of the Lego model, the guys do a fantastic job of kind of making these models. And they spend absolutely ages making sure that they're all very key to the Lego world.
Of course.
So we work closely with Lego to make sure that everything is a realistic Lego build. So this model, if you were to build it in real life, would actually be absolutely massive. And it's just we love to be able to kind of do these things. We find that the Lego fans really love that, and we also get to do a lot of things for the DC fans and the comic fans as well.
We have a question here from Dan Seeley, who's asked over Twitter: with multiplayer, how is the open Gotham City handled when multiple players are on the screen? That must have been incredibly difficult, considering you've got so many assets to draw into this world with two different cameras.
Well, that was it. It was always a kind of a technical challenge, and we knew that we wanted to kind of push the engine as far as we could. The guys up at Traveller's Tales do an absolutely fantastic job of being able to do that and kind of be able to do new things with the games and trying to make new worlds people play in. And the kind of split screen works in that way. So at any point you can, it's just like you'd expect from a Lego game. There's drop in, drop out co-op. You press the start button, second person drops in, and you're in split screen. So the pair of you can then go off and explore Gotham City at your own speeds. You can come back together, work together to take down a boss. One you can jump in the Batwing, the other one jumps in the Batmobile, and you go off in your own way. And we wanted to kind of give people that freedom. So that was something that was important, that the co-op gameplay still remains. We didn't want to turn this into a single-player title. Dynamic split screen returns within the levels as well. So as you've seen from our recent titles, the camera kind of splits and allows you to kind of access different areas and kind of gives that dynamic. But when you come back together, the screen returns to normal.
So you're not tethered at all?
No, you can go off and kind of really explore at your own pace.
User Cody Wynn has asked on the email underneath the video, will there be different weathers like rain and and stuff. And also, just if I can be so bold as to add to that question, is this all set during nighttime as a tonal thing, or is there daytime in it as well?
We actually had to play around with day and night cycles within Gotham, and it just doesn't work. Gotham City needs to be dark, it needs to be moody, and so we decided, right, we're going to set it at this kind of twilight mode. The weather does actually change depending on what part of the story you're on.
Okay.
So as things kind of get a bit dark and stormy within the story, the city kind of changes and reflects in that way.
Nice. So the Joker robot here, Joker's not in that.
Yeah, they are. So
really?
both Joker and Lex are kind of piloting this giant
Okay.
robot. You'll notice that there's green kryptonite kind of spilling from it, and that's kind of having a reaction to what's in the world. What happens within the story is, as you kind of progress and the Joker robot is introduced, this kryptonite's introduced. This green Lego's introduced, which is the kryptonite spilling out. But because we've got characters like Green Lantern, that actually turns into the same mechanic that Green Lantern can interact with. So he can then build stuff out of it that no one else can do, because he's using his ring and be able to interact with this green Lego within the world. So that was kind of a way that we get to go, okay, here's a new ability and here's a new mechanic, and we'll give it to Green Lantern, because that is what Green Lantern and what people who are fans of Green Lantern would expect to do.
So kind of in keeping with the tradition of Lego games, you need to use the full complement of characters in order to really get everything out of each level.
Yeah, exactly. To be able to switch around as well. We've also got we've introduced what we've called Super Free Play. We had it in Pirates, the ability to kind of press Y at any point, hold it up, and change to whichever character you want.
Sure.
So whenever you're in a free play environment, you can be halfway through a level and go, you know what, I don't want to be Cyborg anymore, I want to be the Penguin. And you can switch to the Penguin, run around as the Penguin for a bit, and just being able to kind of give that freedom. And that also implies with the custom characters as well. So if you make your own superhero within the world, you can then switch to that character in free play and kind of play around with that super character.
Do you have online multiplayer at all?
Not online multiplayer, no. With Lego games, we always find that people, they have the best experiences when they're playing together in the same room. So two people sat side by side, that's kind of like where Lego games work in their best form, basically. We do have the handheld version, which has local play. So if you've got two Vitas, two 3DSs, two DSs, you can play local kind of co-op.
Great. I'm going to ask a question that I'm guessing is going to have an incredibly long answer. What platforms is Lego Batman 2 on?
Yep, so it's coming out on Xbox 360, PS3, Wii, DS, 3DS, Vita, PC, Mac.
N-Gage, Sega Saturn.
Saturn version, that would be good actually. So, pretty much everything available.
So in some of the previous games, there's been different ways the campaigns have worked. Is this a purely linear game? And is there a lot of jumping back to older chapters and whatnot?
Well, we definitely wanted to keep that, because that's almost like core Lego gameplay. So you get to play through the story levels, and that's kind of like where the real story and the drama comes in, and that's where kind of Superman's introduced, and then eventually the rest of the Justice League. Once you complete the story mode, you can still always go back and play these levels in free play. So when you unlock new characters, you unlock new areas, new secrets to find. So it really is about going back and kind of revisiting these areas still, using the special abilities that people like the Riddler has, or the Joker, or Lex Luthor. Because although the Joker robot's got this massive deconstructor cannon, Lex Luthor also has a handheld version. So you can run around and use that within levels and take down stuff.
Has there ever been anything you've suggested that the owners of these properties have said no? No, we can't do that.
No, we've always had a really brilliant working relationship with people. So we worked really closely with DC on this title to make sure that everything was kind of like within the DC world. And it's actually brilliant for us, because they can just turn around to us and go, okay, so we're going to do Cyborg. And they were like, okay, well, you could use the new 52 version. And we were like, that's brilliant, we'd love that. So the Cyborg minifig within the world is the one that you'd see if it was a minifig version of the new 52 outfit. And it was great that we kind of worked really closely with DC, and they gave us some brilliant kind of advice on what to use. And yeah, we've always been really lucky, because everyone kind of seems to get what a Lego game's all about and say, right, these games are about fun, about humour, about doing things a little bit different. And they work really closely with us.
Cool. Is there anything else you can show us outside of this Joker killing your car over and over?
What I'll do is I'll just jump into another one of the levels, and I'll just show you the intro. So this is another involvement within the kind of like the involvement of the Justice League and the Justice League characters.
Okay.
So.
Well, once it's loading, is there any like issue? Oh well, here we are.
So this is actually one of the great things that we get to do. So this is Vicky Vale, so within the Gotham City world and within Batman universe. And we've almost done these kind of like news broadcasts. So she's telling you what's going on as you're loading into every level. Yeah. And we just get to have a lot of fun with that. The ticker text as well. That's all. It's not just kind of subtitles of what she's saying. It's got its own gags within it. So there's reasons to go back and watch the cutscenes 2 or 3 times, because you'll see different things each time.
Yeah, I saw super heroics likely there.
Yes.
That was a nice touch.
What sort of time frame does the game play itself over the main campaign? Is it over the space of like a couple of months, weeks, if months and weeks even exist in Lego World?
It's all kind of within kind of like a few days really. So
Okay.
this is all these kind of big dramatic events that happen. There's actually some levels where you go outside of the kind of outside of Gotham City. So there's a level where you visit LexCorp, and that's based in Metropolis. So
of
it's a
course.
slightly different kind of dynamic there with things. So here we have the Justice League characters all are kind of turning up. Here's the Joker robots decided to go take down Wayne Tower. So here we have Wonder Woman and Superman holding up Wayne Tower while the other superheroes turn up.
Have a chat, seemingly.
Question here from the emails. Armor Motion has asked, are there multiple stories to play in the game, or is it a single story walkthrough?
It's we wanted to kind of focus on a single story. This is really about kind of Batman and his relationship with Superman. So there's always been that kind of
His
unease
relationship
between
with Superman.
There's always been.
I
that
knew
kind
they
of
were going to unveil a homosexual character the last week.
I do believe you're putting words in this poor man's mouth.
Okay. I am not saying it goes down that route.
Okay.
It's to do with the kind of like the unease that Batman and Superman have.
Yes.
So Batman never really trusts Superman because of the amount of power he has, and we kind of play up in a Lego version of that kind of that dynamic.
Right.
And this is what this story is all about. This is about Batman and Superman eventually teaming up, working together to take down a bigger threat. And this is where the other Justice League characters also turn in. So in this level, we actually can take control of Batman, Robin, Cyborg, and Green Lantern. And as mentioned, with the characters with flight, you can fly in the levels as well as within the city. So this allows you to get to different areas within the level. We can hide away secrets. So you can go into a level that by default won't have a flying character. So the very first level you play as Batman and Robin, you can go back with a flying character and access different areas.
Yes.
So being able to use those abilities.
Is there tactical deciding what character you want to be for specific missions? Like
there is, but kind of with the ability to kind of jump in and out with super free play, it's not a decision. Like you can basically pick who you want to be and have fun with that. So if, for example, you decide you want to be a bad guy and go, okay, I want to be Lex Luthor, you can switch to him straight away. You want to give people that freedom to kind of just have some fun with it.
Now, we're getting an on-screen prompt here saying that you need a special suit to do something. What's all that about?
Yeah, so the different suits are kind of like the tech and the gadgets that they have within the world. So Batman and Robin have all these gadgets that they can use to kind of interact with different things. And we wanted to kind of make them more of a step on than we had in the first Batman game.
Sure.
So we've got suits there such as the power suit. Now the power suit in the first game allowed you to, was kind of like the detonator suit, it allowed you to put bombs down, they blow up, and that was its only function.
Sure.
This time the power suit now puts Batman in this hulking armor. He can shoot rockets, he can pick people up, throw them, pull down strength handles, and you can use it in combat as well as kind of puzzle solving. It's kind of being able to add that new kind of like dynamic to it, and that applies for all of the suits. So Robin's acrobat suit allows him to access new areas, do new things, which he couldn't do in his default suit, but also change the way he fights. So he now fights with a pole and staff. He can turn into a Zorb ball and kind of do all these different new features that the suits kind of bring, and these are what the gadgets allow you to do within the world.
Cool. So Philip, when about can we see Lego Batman 2 on store shelves?
So it's actually being released on the 19th of June and 22nd on in Europe. So
And what were those platforms again?
Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, Wii, DS, 3DS, Vita, PC, and Mac.
And Sega Saturn.
And Sega Saturn.
And who knows? This is a big scoop. Thanks very much for coming along.
No worries.
Jonas, and thanks Johnny for sitting down and keeping me company.
My pleasure.
We have a booth tour with Carlos Rodella. I believe we're seeing Microsoft next, so let's go and see what Carlos is up to.
We build computers, robots, whole unmanned armies. And no one ever asks, what happens when the enemy steals the keys?
Today, it's all about Xbox 360.
Xbox. Bing comedies.
But the line of
Set
scrimmage.
height. Set height.
Set height. And I loved the season finale last night.
Set height. I'm proud to announce our plans to deliver the music service we have always dreamed of building. We call it Xbox Music.
Set height.
Xbox, el planeta de los simios revolución. I'm excited to announce the NBA is coming to Xbox. Well, next season, the NHL is coming to Xbox. Live programming events through Watch ESPN on Xbox 360.
Keyboards don't belong in the living room.
Imagine a game that combines giant cannons, tons of explosives, massive castles infested with goblins, and the power of Kinect. Sounds pretty rad to me. This sucks.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the future of fitness.
Set height. This morning, I'm excited to introduce you to a breakthrough in entertainment that makes all your devices work together intelligently. A breakthrough called Xbox Smart Glass.
How many times have you been watching an episode of South Park and thought, I'd like to be able to watch this on my television while hooked into my mobile device, which is being controlled by my tablet device, which is hooked into my oven, all while sitting in the refrigerator?
At Xbox, we're ushering in a new golden age of entertainment. Ushering.
Check this out.
Thinking about what I do to your body, I get you like, ooh, baby, baby, ooh, baby, baby. Ooh, baby, baby, ooh, baby, baby. Got no drink in my hand, but I'm wasted. Get up! All the thoughts of you naked. I get you like, ooh, baby, baby, ooh, baby, baby. Ooh, baby, baby, ooh, baby, baby.
Thanks, everyone, and have a great E3.
And we are back. I'm back on the host floor. It's Chris Waters here, and I'm very excited because we've got Far Cry 3 to show you off now. Joining me to my left down the line, we've got Dan Hay, Mark Thompson, and Kelly, a.k.a. Mrs. Violence. Dan and Mark, of course, with Ubisoft Montreal, and Kelly, just a real big super fan of Far Cry, apparently.
Oh, big time. Big Ubisoft fan in general.
Excellent. So, Dan, you guys made quite a showing in multiple press conferences yesterday, and people are getting really excited about Far Cry 3. You guys had a great showing last year at E3, but this year, showing off a little bit differently. The protagonist seems a little more confident. He's not sort of, oh no, I'm stuck on this island. I guess I can use this gun. He's taking the fight to the bad guys.
Yeah, last year I think you had E3 last year. We showed Jason when he was sort of just at the beginning of the journey, and he comes to the island and probably says a couple things he shouldn't have, or walks into the wrong room and
has
meets
a few
Voss.
too many drinks.
Exactly.
Yep.
Right. And he meets Voss, and Voss pretty much teaches him the facts of life in a very, very quick way, and he's got to deal with it. So he throws him down a cenote, and you got this sense of, okay, well, Jason's this young guy. How is he going to survive? This year it's different though, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's been on the island for a while. He's met Citra, that everybody's talking about. Everybody's talking about Citra.
They seem to get along well.
They do.
I guess you could say.
There's some kind of a bond there, I think.
Yes.
And she's sort of taught him the ways of the warrior.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look, he's got the tattoos on his arm, and he's starting to really be able to handle it. He understands the jungle, and now it's all about payback.
And he seems to have quite a formidable force of allies as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the thing that we wanted to do with the game was make sure that we put you in a situation where you could almost use the jungle like a supermarket. And you start to be able to learn the jungle and learn the ways of the warrior. And, you've got Citra and the tribe that's there, this indigenous people that live there.
Mm-hmm.
You're learning all these skills, and then you start to be able to go, all right, I'm going to go back and I'm going to take on Voss. Do I have the ability to do it?
And so we saw some serious taking on going on yesterday.
Yeah.
Give us a setup for what we're going to see here in the demo.
Well, what you're doing is you're basically meeting Jason where he said, okay, it's time for payback. I'm going to go to Voss's home territory, and I'm going to take him out.
He's feeling strong.
He's feeling
ready.
good. He's got new weapons. He's got new abilities, and he's ready to go basically clean house.
That sounds appealing to me,
Yeah.
to say the least. What do you think, Kelly?
Really awesome. I mean, I'm super excited for the campaign, but I'm actually really more excited for the multiplayer. And I hear 4-player co-op campaign.
Yeah, last night we got to put that out there. We've got 4-player
All
co-op.
four of us could play right now.
Absolutely.
That's very
Yeah,
exciting. Of
it's
course,
really
we've got Mark running the demo here, so we're going to see some action right now, shall we?
Let's go.
Start it up.
And in case you don't know anything about Far Cry 3, it contains content inappropriate for children.
First second
There's no
of
May
the-
about it.
Oh, there it is. Always enjoyable.
And so this is Citra?
This is Citra. This is actually Voss's sister.
Voss's sister?
Yes.
Yep.
So the family has quite a presence on the island.
Indeed. I mean, you're really you're trapped in sort of this blood feud, you know. And if Voss wasn't pissed off at you before, he is now.
He is now because he presumably has a good relationship with his sister, or at least is protective.
The thing that's interesting about Voss is that he's been through this rite of passage. He's been part of this tribe, and so you're basically looking at a reflection of yourself with Voss. Citra, they hate each other, and now Jason. What he's doing is that taking everything that he's learned from Citra, and he's going to go to Voss, and he's going to basically do his best to kill him.
He's going to, so you mentioned, he gets a bunch of new weapons, but you also said new abilities. Yes. Are we going to see some of those in action, or do you want to give us a little preview?
No, you are definitely. I mean, the thing that he's at the very beginning of what we showed last year is like you're seeing Jason when he's just sort of a young pup, but now he's got these abilities. He's going to be able to chain together melee kills. He's going to be able to do water takedowns where he's in the water. He's going to basically come up and gut guys. He's going to be able to do double kills, and you can chain them together, so it's pretty fantastic.
So you've spent some serious time learning how to murder people, because otherwise you're not getting off this island.
A little bit.
And but he's not just about I need to go home. He's after vengeance.
Well, that's the thing. We wanted to make sure that we took a guy and we put him in a situation where can you survive this? And if you start to be able to survive it long enough, do you start to like it? There's no question that you're leaving your mark on the island, but the island is leaving its mark on you. And when you start to meet your friends and you meet the people that you came with and you manage to rescue some of these folks, the reality is, are they going to recognize you when you show up?
Are they going to be like, oh, hey, he's that guy?
Yeah.
Are they going to recognize you when you come back?
Yeah, when you one of the things we talked about as developers is we were like, imagine Jason goes to be on the island and he calls his mom and he says, hey, look, Mom, I'm having a great time. We're going to go to this island. It's going to be really cool. By the end of the game, if you survive and you call Mom, she doesn't recognize your voice.
Mom, your voice is not going to sound like that same old Jason.
You're going to be changed.
Oh, and not because someone has stabbed you in the throat like you just did to that guy.
That's the water takedown I was talking about.
That's satisfying. First second of the game.
Sneak up and then kill him.
Instant kill right off a dog.
And there's that lush, look at the lush jungle you were talking about. Now, of course, the size of the map and the scope of the game, you guys revealed a little bit more about that, talking about an entire archipelago, not just one island.
Yeah, I mean, for us, you look at the graphics. For us, we wanted to make sure that it felt, you could almost smell the jungle. You could feel the heat. And when you look at the size of the game, the scope of the game, not one island, not two, it's the archipelago we talk about. And the idea that if you can see it, you can go there. This is the chain kill right there, where Jason can chain anything. The most I've ever seen somebody do is actually chain together 7 kills. It's pretty impressive. Yeah,
That's
I can't
the record.
Wow.
I can't do
it. That there's a challenge for you.
I think I take it on.
So the world is completely alive. Jason has the option to go in stealthy. He's got to be careful. There's snipers around. And the thing is that we saw it yesterday in the demo. The game's completely systemic. So if you look at Mark's face right now, a little bit of pressure.
Now, when you say systemic, what do you mean by that?
Basically, the AI is smart, and it feels like the game is alive. They know you're there. They want to take you out. Mark's not sure where they're going to come from. He's not sure which weapon he should use. And so for us, making sure that you can play the game the way you want to play it. Mark's going a little bit Rambo right now, I think. But
can't rely on that bow the whole time.
The thing that we want to be able to do is, if you want to be a contemplative player, and you want to sit back and you want to pick guys off, you can do that. If you want to go in guns blazing, you can do that. The thing is that the AI has got to be responsive. So if Mark's not careful, we've got guys who've got Molotov cocktails, they'll come out, they'll start a fire, the whole place will start burning down. We've got all the systemic fire from Far Cry 2, and the world is alive. You're hearing the animals, you're feeling it, and what you're actually going to see, and you're going to see it a little further on here, is if you're good, and if you do it smart, you can actually use the animals as a weapon.
Yeah, I saw that yesterday.
Yeah.
I saw that, and I got a little scared about PETA, but I think it's all in video games, so they won't harm.
It's pretty cool, right? I mean, if there's tigers out there, or if you run into a Komodo dragon, and you're smart about it, you can actually use them as part of your team to go out there and do some kills.
Yeah, there's a lot of dangerous creatures to be found in Southeast Asia and in these islands here.
Yeah, we got a ton of animals. The world is alive, and the idea for us was, with a game this big, we want to make sure that it's about discovery, right? Yeah, you got a gun in your hand, and there's no question that it's a hell of a lot of fun to just shoot stuff. But the idea is that there's always something tantalizing you around the corner. So you've got animals, you've got cool vehicles. If you're flying over the island, or if you're parachuting down, or whatever it is you're doing, you're getting that sense of the island being big and that sense of discovery.
And now, so this is another one of those encounters where it could go any way. He could jump down onto the ground right now if he wanted to.
Yeah.
And I had a feeling that's what you guys were trying to do in the press conference yesterday.
Yeah.
Didn't quite make the jump then, but I'm glad you did now.
You saw my face, my heart skipped like 8 beats on stage. It's like, okay, we're going this way now.
Sure,
That's cool.
It's fine. No, he's coming around. He's still got the
Yeah,
knife.
it's going to be great. It's going to be great.
He's cool. Yeah. Oh, that was quite a kick. Oh, and that's the, he pulls the pin.
Basically, you can go up to a guy, a myriad of different kills that you can make. And in this case, you actually pull the pin, drop him in, and then use him as a grenade.
There's the
There's the tiger.
tiger eating a person,
Mark's gotta be
but now
careful.
they'll come after you.
Yeah.
Is it automatic, or are they going to go after all AI?
That tiger is going to behave like a tiger. So if right there, it's going after Mark. Mark's got to be careful.
Oh gosh. No, PETA.
So we've got questions coming in from the chat room, some of which are just being answered immediately, like Flying Scoot. Yes, it totally has fire like Far Cry 2, and it's still really dangerous. We have a lot of people clamoring to know about co-op possibilities.
Yeah.
Because you showed off a 4-player co-op mode during the press conference yesterday. That's separate from the campaign.
It is, yeah. We talked about this a lot when we wanted to make sure that Far Cry, you still had that alone in the jungle feel. And so for us, it wasn't about sort of making sure that people are around you. And for us, co-op needed to be separate. We wanted to protect that single-player experience, make you feel alone, give you that sense of tension, and offer you something completely different. And candidly, it's practically 2 games. It is 2 games when you think about it. You've got Jason, who's having this immersive single-player experience, and if you want to roll in and just have a hell of a lot of fun, co-op.
Co-op, absolutely. And you guys, yeah, definitely seemed like you were having a good time yesterday.
Yeah.
All right, so
this is where it gets a little weird, a little trippy.
It's a little creepy here.
He gets you with like the little poison knife or something, and then you go hallucinating?
It goes sideways, there's no question. It goes sideways. And for us, this is, we really want Voss to get inside your head. He's a great character. We got a lot of great acting from it. And in this case, what you're seeing is you're actually seeing some of the things that Voss has been doing. He's been getting in your head, haunting Jason. And there's hints to the open world in here. There's hints to different elements of the game story. So if you watch very, very carefully, there's definite hints in there.
So you can catch, there is some truth or
there is a method
meaning
to the
to be
madness,
drawn
no
out
question.
from these sequences.
Yep. That's Jason.
But it just gives you guys, it seems like it gives you guys a lot more narrative freedom to just be playful and creative and have them walk along a bed of TVs.
Yep, exactly.
Instead of the yellow brick road, we got the TV brick road.
For us, it's about that, almost an Alice in Wonderland feel, right?
Absolutely.
Going down the rabbit hole and this sense of what's going to happen. Is it real? Isn't it real? You're asking questions. And Voss is very much inside your head.
It's so hard to see that in shooters nowadays, so I'm really excited to see a psychological, defense instead of, ongoing shoot, kill, shoot, kill. So this is really trippy.
When we talk about having the different brands of insanity, we talk about the different characters, we want it to be everywhere. Sometimes it's Voss, sometimes it's the doctor that you've already met, sometimes it's Jason himself, sometimes it's Citra, we're not sure.
Let's go shoot me! Let's go shoot me! Shoot me!
That is he's an interesting fella, Voss.
He definitely is, there's no question.
But then, you do that quick flash where you see yourself in him, and that resonates back with what you were saying earlier about sort of you're inculcated in that same cult, warrior cult that he is.
Yep.
Let's just wrap up a few of these player questions coming in here. Folks are wondering about the experience system and like leveling up and acquiring weapons. So is there something in place where, you get a certain amount of kills and it's da-na-na, you level up, or something like that.
It's completely immersive. For us, if you actually look at the demo, you can see that Jason's got the tattoos up his arm. Those tattoos are a reflection of the quest that you've been on, some of the weapons that you've got, some of the things you've done.
Nice.
The goal for us was to make sure that the island leaves its mark on you. And that, you go home,
literally
you
and
the game,
figuratively.
literally and figuratively. You go home, you go to work, you're talking, oh, did you get that tattoo? You see your buddy's tattoo? Well, where the hell did you get that? That's awesome.
What the?
And you actually see the progression of the player written on his arm.
And what about weapon customization was another one that folks are wondering about.
We got some pretty cool stuff. We got some great weapons. We got a little bit of customization that we're putting on top to make sure that those weapons are yours. And yeah, I mean, the weapons in the game, you take a look at the bow, you take a look at the knife, there's stories in there. Jason had to effectively become the warrior in order to get that bow. And there's nothing more satisfying than going out hunting in Far Cry with that bow. Absolutely satisfying.
Ooh. Stalking an animal through one of the various jungles.
The other day that we were hunting water buffalo, and we're out basically just walking around hunting water buffalo, and then out of nowhere a Bengal tiger comes out and attacks, and all of a sudden I've got to jump in the truck and blister away from the tiger. The tiger's coming, then there's two tigers. I mean, it's immersive. It's very much alive.
And it's not these kind of tiger where you're like, oh yeah, it's just a tiger. I could take it out, no problem. Like,
it's tough.
Very dangerous beast.
Very dangerous. Absolutely.
Amazing. Very cool. Kelly, what do you think? You think you could do some good water buffalo hunting?
Oh yeah. I mean, I hunt all the time, That's what I do. I'm super excited for multiplayer, and I did get a chance to check it out at PAX East with GameSpot.
Yep.
And do you think that's going to influence esports at all? Because we're kind of on the down rise right now for shooters, and Far Cry is actually fast and it has a little bit of a slow feel, so players can do whatever they want. But I'd really like to see Far Cry 3 in esports, and I think it deserves an actual chance among the biggest titles out right now.
I think for us, when you talk about Far Cry, we want to give you different pieces of the insanity, right? We're doing it with characters, we're doing it with the shooting, we're doing it with the exploration. We're making sure that you're going to be able to play the game you want to play.
Right.
And so for us, it's a huge, huge game, a giant offering, and we want everybody to check it out.
Yeah, that's all multiplayer, like super customizable, and I think a lot of Call of Duty kids are gonna just jump right into this game and actually switch.
If you're a shooter fan, you're gonna be great at this game. You're gonna be able to come in. You're gonna be able to play with your friends. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Top of the leaderboards right here, everyone. Top of the leaderboards.
Right on.
And we're gonna wrap up with one more question about this. People are really intrigued by the idea of the archipelago. Of course, Far Cry has been always known for the expansive maps. And how are you going to traverse around this area? What kind of vehicles Bassline Pigeon wants to know?
There's a lot of different ways to cover the islands. You've got boats, you've got trucks, you've got some things that can fly. You've got I don't want to give away too much.
Hey.
I mean, for me, the thing that I really love to do is just hop on an ATV and just burn all over the place. It's just so much fun.
That sounds like a good time, Dan.
Yeah.
And of course, Far Cry 3 looking gorgeous, and just the various demos you guys have been showing off, super inspiring in terms of what kind of combat you can get into, and really the psychological element of the story, which
Absolutely.
is I'm super intrigued by.
No, we're getting a lot of buzz and people are loving it.
Well, thank you guys so much for coming by and showing off Far Cry 3. I gotta ask you, when's it coming out?
It's coming out this September on the PC, 360, and PS3.
You're making a lot of people happy out there, Dan. Thanks so much. Much appreciated. All right, folks, coming up next, we got another biggie, Halo 4. But before that, we're checking in with Brendan Sinclair and the latest news here at E3.
E3 is going to be the press conferences. We had the Nintendo press conference this morning. Big thing there, right off the bat, Shigeru Miyamoto comes out and he shows off Pikmin 3. Last couple years, he's kind of teased it. He said, yeah, we're working on a new Pikmin. This time, he actually came with the game. He showed it, and that was sort of the high point of the conference. It was really cool looking Wii U gamepad integration. You're going to get to be able to use the Wii U tablet to sort of it'll be like a map that kind of shows you the full level, and you can kind of tactically dictate to 4 different Olimar-like adventurers the way that you want them to go around the levels. Other things from the Nintendo conference. They did confirm that there's going to be 2 Wii U gamepads usable on a single system. Last year at the show they said it was limited to 1, so they've changed the specs since then. Other Nintendo first-party things, Wii Fit U and Sing. So a couple of casual titles there with Wii Fit U obviously is just the next step for the Balance Board fitness franchise. And then Sing is sort of an interesting combination karaoke and dance game where they have one person holding the Wii U gamepad, getting the lyrics scrolling by for them, and then everyone else dancing to cues on the big screen, and every now and then with the chorus shoutouts coming on through there. As far as third-party games go, Lego City Undercover was a big hit in the GameSpot War Room. It looks almost like a Grand Theft Auto style open world game, but with that charming Lego twist. Scribblenauts Unlimited was another one that they mentioned. That's going to be kind of just the next evolution from Scribblenauts and Super Scribblenauts from Fifth Cell and Jeremiah Slaska. And then 3DS games, Super Mario Brothers 2, Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon, and then Paper Mario Sticker Star, which is going to incorporate stickers somehow into the gameplay. It seems like as you use your powers, they will peel off of the screen. Third-party stuff that was big, Batman Arkham City Armored Edition, Mass Effect 3, and Tekken Tag 2 all coming to the Wii U. Tekken Tag was especially cool, I thought, of course, because I like Tekken. And they incorporated some Mario-like growing and shrinking into the little clip of gameplay that we saw. It should really mix up a series that could kind of use some tweaks like that. After the Nintendo show, they showed us Platinum Games. They're the developer of Vanquish and Bayonetta, Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. They showed off their first Wii U title, and they showed it off right here on the stage show. P100's the name of it, and it's sort of a superhero game where you are controlling a mass of superheroes that collectively have abilities. It looks really cool. I'm sure you can check out the archived version of our stage show for a closer look on that. And beyond that, the 3DS games, you might have noticed that there was only a few of them mentioned. Nintendo made a big deal about how they just had so little time in the show to get to everything that they had. And that's why Sunday afternoon they had their hardware showcase where they showed off some of the online features of the Wii U. And then tomorrow night they're going to have a 3DS-specific games showcase here at the convention center. And we'll be covering that as well. You can also stream that on Nintendo's official site. We're not sure exactly which 3D games they'll announce there, but if you're an owner of the portable, that'll definitely be something to look forward to. Other things today that are happening, Microsoft has expanded its Xbox 360 pricing promotion. At Microsoft stores recently, you've been able to buy an Xbox 360 for $100 when you commit to a 2-year Xbox Live Gold subscription. In the long run, it winds up being a little bit more expensive, but it's a way to get the system into players' hands for less money up front. And if this takes off, and it looks like that pilot program did well because it's being expanded to all U.S. Best Buy stores and some GameStop stores, a lot of people think this is the way we might be buying our next generation of systems. Instead of paying $599 US for a PlayStation 3, maybe we can just pay a couple hundred for a PlayStation 4 or something, and then commit to a longer-term premium subscription. Other news, something that was kind of lost in the shuffle yesterday, when EA announced at its press conference that it was picking up the UFC license and producing a game based on that, THQ at the same time said it was getting rid of the UFC license. It had sold it to EA essentially. And as part of that, developers at THQ San Diego were laid off. Now, that's the studio that made... they didn't make the previous UFC games for Yuke's. That was... for THQ, that was Yuke's. But they did make WWE All-Stars. And beyond that, they've also... they used to be Midway San Diego, and they made TNA Impact for that publisher during its twilight days. Going back to yesterday, Microsoft kicked things off with their press conference, and Halo 4 was the big story there, of course. They showed it off, 343 Industries' first Halo game. It was different. It definitely looked different from Bungie's Halo 3, ODST, and Reach, which was a nice change for the series. It introduced a few new enemy types, some Forerunner weapon technology, and then Microsoft made a big deal about the Smart Glass app. That's the app that goes on, it'll be on tablets, mobile phones, PC, And it's not just Microsoft stuff, it's also going to be iOS and Android. And what that's going to do is it's going to let you interface with your Xbox remotely for a whole bunch of ways, not all of which are completely detailed yet. You should be able to start watching a movie on your tablet and then come home, pick up right where you left off on the TV, and then your tablet will switch to like an IMDb-like kind of data on it. But there was so much more from that, I can't go into it right now. Here, we're ready on the stage, so Chris, back to you.
Thanks, Brendan. A lot of news to digest here from E3. It's a very exciting time, of course, in video games. Speaking of exciting times, Halo 4 is on set now. We're putting the final touches on getting it set up. So while we do that, I'm going to toss you off to a quick tape segment, and then we're coming back for Halo 4, folks. Don't go away. Sorry to make you wait, folks, but it's going to be worth it because it's time to check out Halo 4. Joining me on set, we've got Josh and Ray from 343 Industries, and we're joined by Tom T-Squared Taylor on the end here. Guys, it is a really exciting day to have Halo 4 here on the set here at E3.
Yeah, we're excited. We're excited to finally be able to show the game after working on it for so long. So.
Yeah, it's been quite some time for you guys, huh?
Yeah, it's been on 3 years, give or take. So.
Well, you made an excellent showing at the press conference yesterday, and I think the demo we're going to see today is that same demo, but we've got you here so we can mine you for all the information you can possibly give us.
Excellent.
So let's start it up, and it begins with that cinematic and introduces us to the ship, the Infinity.
That's right. This is the first time that the player and the Master Chief is introduced to the Infinity, which then goes on to play an important role in the campaign as well as becoming kind of the centerpiece for our new multiplayer experience, Halo Infinity multiplayer.
Okay, which we will talk about a little bit
We
later.
are.
We've got some multiplayer footage to check out. But here's Master Chief, and he's had a nice long rest in the dark depths of space, presumably, after the ends of Halo 3.
That's right, yeah. Halo 4 picks up right where Halo 3 left off, so it's a continuation of that story. And so Chief and Cortana have been drifting aboard the derelict Forward Unto Dawn. They arrive at this really mysterious Forerunner planet, Planet of Requiem, crash land on that planet. This mission that we're showing off here actually takes place a little further on into the campaign. So the first mission of the campaign is Chief and Cortana and their descent into the planet.
Now, speaking of mysterious spherical objects, what the hell is that thing?
Yeah, that is a mysterious object. We're not talking too much in detail about that.
What do you think, Tom? What's your read on that thing?
I honestly don't know. I was just surprised at all the graphics and animation right there. I was checking to make sure that the light was bouncing off the clouds correctly how it should be, and I'm just blown away by everything Halo, man. I'm speechless.
Yeah, we have a whole team of world-class artists who have been working on this, and they've done just an amazing, amazing job. So Chief and Cortana are stranded on this planet, and what better way to get off of the planet than to rescue a downed UNSC ship? Got the Infinity there in the background, and so they set off to try and rescue the downed Infinity.
And is this yet another incarnation of the beloved battle rifle?
It is, yeah. So you'll see, in this demo, we actually have a couple of new weapons that you've never seen before. We also reintroduce the battle rifle and all of the familiar weapons there. You've got the AR as well. These have all been lovingly recreated and updated to match the visual style.
The AR sound is just phenomenal. It sounds like you're really doing some destruction with that.
Yeah, it's awesome. Tajin and his team have done an amazing job on the sound effects and just the whole soundscape, working with Neil Davidge as the composer on the game. It's pretty cool. So you can see all the detail that we put into the jungle. We've fully updated the engine, the graphics.
So that I just spotted like a floating manta ray kind of alien.
You didn't see anything like that.
There's like indigenous species up there. You folks are going to have to rewind the stream to check that one out, or maybe we'll catch another glimpse. But these jungles are teeming with life that's not necessarily the Covenant or those nasty orange dudes that want to shoot you later.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, this is a living world. So as you explore Requiem, you're going to go to all kinds of different locations. This is a very lush jungle location, and this is kind of the setting for this particular mission. But as Chief and Cortana make their way through here, it's obvious that they're not alone. There's this is a dangerous environment. There's all kinds of dangers that may be lurking around every corner.
I noticed there's a lot of nav points so far from what I've seen in all the footage. Is that something that you guys try to do, is implement more nav points so the game could go more fluently?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things we definitely pay a lot of attention to is making sure that players understand, where it is that they need to go or what's expected of them, depending on the situation. Like if part of a particular mission is allowing the player to explore more freeform, then that's what we do. But, you see here the Covenant makes their return. There's a lot of kind of story that's gone into the intervening years between Halo 3 and Halo 4. But of course, as you see here, this isn't the only enemy that's out in the jungle looking for Master Chief.
Now, we got folks asking about the return of the DMR, obviously a very beloved weapon, but this battle rifle fires in 3-round bursts.
This does fire in 3-round bursts. We also have the DMR in the game as well. So you've got your choice of either the BR or the DMR, depending on what you prefer.
Now, would that be... So this is kind of different, because typically if you're going to pick a starting weapon, it would either be a Covenant weapon or it would be a human weapon. Is there typically more human weapons than Covenant weapons in Halo 4?
So you have your pick of both human and Covenant weapons, and there's an expanded sandbox for both. One of the things that we've done on the multiplayer side is really given players the ability to kind of customize their loadouts and optimize for their own personal play style. And so as you see, Ray's going to make his way up here. You get your first look at one of the new enemies in the game. This is an enemy class we call the Prometheans. And this particular guy is called the Crawler. And the Crawlers are really, they're not too intimidating when you're dealing with them one-on-one. They're pretty easy to take out. But when you're dealing with them in packs, they get a little bit more dangerous.
The thing that strikes me about these enemies, and actually about the way that enemy killed the Elite earlier, is they don't die and just like lay dead on the ground. They evaporate, they sizzle into like little pieces of film. Like, does that that work into the mythology of what these creatures are all about?
Absolutely, yeah. There's part of the story in Halo 4 is sort of discovering the mystery behind these new enemies that you've never seen before and how they fit in. And speaking of which, here you've got kind of the commander of the battlefield. This is the Promethean Knight, and what you're going to see in just a moment, he's pretty badass. He can actually spawn a support unit called the Watcher, and so Watchers can sort of protect the Knight. You see him there shielding him with hard light.
Oh, so the Watcher is deploying
and he
the
just
shield.
caught that grenade.
Yeah, exactly.
And
the
he
Watcher
just threw it back at you. Can you
and
actually get
he
stuck
did,
by
yeah.
that grenade?
So he caught the grenade there. You know, if you take out the Watcher, you can get him to drop that grenade, which can obviously work in your favor.
I noticed when he's shooting this weapon that there's sort of a bloom inside of that. Now, if he shoots faster and faster, will that reticle continue to expand?
So yeah, there's a little bit of bloom there. With the BR, we've also got a little bit of recoil that you can feel when you're firing it that just sort of gives you a little bit more of a realistic feel to it. Whereas the DMR is sort of more laser tight on the single shot.
And speaking of weapons, what do you call this guy?
So this is the light rifle. This is a Forerunner weapon. It fires in either a triple shot burst or a powerful single shot when you're scoped in. And it's kind of unique in that regard that it has these two different firing modes depending on whether you're firing, you know, kind of freeform or zoom.
Yeah, that's not something Halo has traditionally done, is the multiple fire modes.
That's right, yeah, that's totally new. And so here's another ability that you see the Watcher doing. He's spawning a group of crawlers, and you can see Ray taking him out when he's caught that grenade, drops down below. And here we've introduced another Knight. This is the Lancer. And the Lancer can close distance really, really quickly. And so one of the things you can expect, you know, within this new enemy class is all of the variation and variety that you've come to expect from Halo enemies.
But it's nice to see that though the alien life may be multifarious and diverse, there's still the universal language of headshots.
That's right, yeah. Headshots are good. We love them.
Now, can we touch base on this gun a little
yeah.
bit? Because this looks like a shotgun right here.
Yeah, it's kind of the Forerunner version of a shotgun. And what you can see with all the Forerunner weapons is they kind of form into place and suit the person who's wielding it, so they kind of adapt to the user. This is really, really powerful up close. As you saw, he took out the Knight with the one shot. It also has the ability to rebound off of objects and surfaces.
So you could bounce shot someone.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I've actually had some great trick shots in multiplayer where I've shot around corners at someone who's trying to get away from me and taken them out. It's hard to pull off because it does have a really, you know, limited range. But when you do it, it's really satisfying.
Now, one thing that I noticed just from a quick glance is the reloading actions seem to be a little bit faster, and also the rate that you can shoot after you reload.
Yeah, definitely. We've put a lot of time and attention into all of the animations. The animation team's updated a lot of the familiar animations in the game. And what you're going to see here, Ray's just going to show off a new ability called Promethean Vision that people have heard a lot about. This is great when you've got limited visibility, like in this foggy scenario here. And when he shifts it on, it sort of pulses out like sonar, and all of the enemies in the nearby area are shown. And that actually allows you to see through solid objects as well. So no more camping in Halo multiplayer. If someone's got Promethean Vision, they're going to be able to pick you up even if you're, you know, dead still.
Very cool. Can you shoot in that mode, in that vision, or when you get hit, do you get taken out of that?
No, you can shoot in that vision, and when you get hit, you don't get knocked out, but it does have a really, really limited duration.
Okay.
In multiplayer, that's one of the ways that we balance it. It can also be fooled with other abilities. So.
Now, would this be considered almost as powerful as, you know, say the overshield or camouflage in old Halos?
So it's balanced against all of the other armor abilities that
Okay.
are available to you in the multiplayer experience. So, you know, each one of them kind of has its strength and its weakness. And I think one of the things we've talked about in the past is, yes, this allows you to see through solid objects, and that's awesome and cool. But, you know, if you're a great Halo player, you don't need that. You know, you can kind of read the radar, you understand what's going on. So this becomes maybe less useful and less powerful when you're playing against a more skilled player.
Very excellent. Now, I just want to give a shout out to the folks who are asking questions in the chat room. You guys are asking so many questions so fast and furiously that you broke Google. They're not sending them through because they're thinking that we're some kind of spam organization. So I'm not ignoring you, I promise. And besides, between Tom and I, we've got questions aplenty for Josh and Ray. But now we're going to shift gears a little bit and take a look at some multiplayer in action.
Yeah, that's right. So the big thing with Halo 4 is we're kind of redefining what Halo multiplayer is with Halo Infinity multiplayer. And this is a new story-driven multiplayer experience. So for the first time, we're connecting our multiplayer experience to campaign through story and providing kind of a narrative structure or context for all of the experiences that you have there. So you've got these two main modes that make up Infinity multiplayer. War Games is your traditional competitive PvP experience. And then we have a new experience that we're calling Spartan Ops, which is an episodic cooperative adventure that takes place over an entire season of play. So basically you get a new episode every week, tells a little bit of story, you're following that story, along with that come 5 missions each week that you and your friends can take part in.
Excellent. And now
seems like almost like a play off the daily and weekly challenges, but way more intense.
It's funny that you say that, because that was definitely one of the inspirations for the team, was thinking about like, how do we take that idea of giving players a reason to come back every day and every week, and just kind of like take that even further. And then, of course, use story, which I think is one of the great things about the Halo universe.
So we're taking a look at the multiplayer trailer right here, and Chapter 4 Sacred, this is sort of the story cutscenes tied into it?
You're seeing the cutscenes from the episodes that are coming out each week, and then you see, you've got 5 new missions or chapters that launch along with that episode, and here you're seeing footage from Spartan Ops, and everything that you're doing as a player is then feeding into your progression and allowing you to customize your Spartan so that you can, decide what kind of weapons and abilities you want to take into battle with you.
So what kind of ops are we talking about here? Because ops can be a pretty catch-all term. I mean, some of these clips are reminiscent of Firefight, but then you guys have also talked about there being specific objectives within the ops.
So
what's
you've
the
got
format?
you've got this whole story framework that goes around it with the episodes that tie into the missions. The missions have VO and objectives and characters that will talk to you in the pip. So you'll see their face interacting with you as you're on the battlefield. They're playable as solo missions if you want, but they definitely get a lot more fun when you're playing with 2 or more players, and lots of opportunities for cooperative play. So yeah, it's something that we're super excited about.
Very cool. Tom, how does this all sound to you?
Sounds awesome.
You're huge on the Halo tournament scene.
Yep.
Obviously, it's one of the top Halo players in the country. Halo 4 looking good?
Yeah, it looks great so far. I like that idea. My main question is the maps, because I don't mean to go back to Halo Reach, but there was only, I think, 6 launch maps, and then the Forge system, which was new and improved, of course, but it was lacking in color. Everything was very gray and dull. So what are you guys doing about that?
So we have 10 maps for competitive and war games that we're launching with. None of those include, Forge spaces. That will be a separate experience that we're not talking about in detail right now. And then, we've also talked about the limited edition getting you participation in the 3 map packs that we have planned coming out post-launch. So that'll be another 9 maps of content that we bring online once we've launched the game. So we definitely heard from fans how they want, more content, more map content, and experiences to play.
Very cool, because the amount of maps that you guys put out, you guys will typically put 6 or 7 maps in a map pack, and yeah, 3 of these are great for big team battle, and the other 3 are great for up close combat and say Major League Gaming. So that was my main concern. I love the loadouts. I think everything looks great, and I think Halo 4 is going to be exactly what that is. It's Halo 3, Halo 4. It's the next running. Halo Reach didn't have the best sales, and I think it was because it was the prequel. I think everyone's going to be super stoked for this, and I think so far, obviously, best game at E3, in my opinion.
Wow, that's great to hear you say that, man.
I can't wait to play. I haven't played yet.
Yeah,
This is driving me insane.
And play it in the theater, definitely. Yeah, we're showing playable multiplayer in the Halo 4 theater, so people come in, check out the demo that you just saw live, talk a bit about Infinity, and then get in there and play war games.
And I think we're going to have to get Tom over there as soon as possible, because he looks like not being able to play Halo 4 is literally killing him from the inside. Actually, Tom, we're going to keep you around for the next segment because we've got another great shooter coming up. But Josh, Ray, thank you so much for coming by and showing off Halo 4. The game is looking great. It's showing super well, and I know a lot of people here are really psyched to see it.
Thanks. It's our pleasure. It's great
Absolutely.
to be here.
Cheers. Next up, folks, it's Medal of Honor Warfighter, and we're going to be bringing that to you real quick, so we're just going to step away for a sec and come back. Fantastic.
Awesome.
You guys come here, show off Medal of Honor Warfighter. It's really exciting. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to pass you this.
Me, this? Okay, perfect. Awesome.
We can hear you, Greg. So you guys, great showing at the press conference yesterday.
Thank you.
How's the reaction to that?
It's been really great. You know, we've had a lot of people stop us, you know, in the halls walking over here, said they saw the game, loved the game. Big surprise, you know, we showed a lot of content at the press conference, you know, the full 7-minute single player demo, and then we had a multiplayer trailer, and then all the stuff we've got on the floor as well. So it's been real positive.
And now we're going to get another look at that demo in a second now. And you folks are going to get the chance to ask them all your questions. I'm monitoring it. We're having a little trouble with them coming through. But hopefully we'll get keep you guys busy with getting us the video. All right, cool. So, Medal of Honor Warfighter, we saw the demo yesterday. It was like a quantic version. So, we're not in mountains of Afghanistan.
No, so you know, as I said in the conference, you know, every single mission in this game has a dotted line to an actual event or a real-world hotspot, and in this case, it's Somalia. And this is actually a follow-on mission from the previous night, actually, where we have a mission that's inspired by the Captain Phillips rescue that happened. You know, he was taken by Somali pirates in 2009. And you know, as storytellers, we asked ourselves, what if? You know, what if we took an entire squadron of Tier 1 operators, linked them up with the United States Marine Corps, and shut the pirate problem down for good? And so, you know, the authentic mission is the night before, and this is sort of our riff on what could have happened if they got the go-ahead to wipe the.
A lot of dream team.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it looks like, right? I mean, you guys above the South Hall have all those flags and all the different, you know,
Yep.
SAS,
Yeah.
SEALs.
Yeah, it's 12 different Tier 1 units from 10 different nations. And, you know, when, you know, we've worked with over, you know, 24 guys from the special operations community, and, you know, just talking to them and, you know, getting that authentic flavor, that authentic feel, everything from speech, you know, cadence of speech, to missions, to gear, to weapon systems, and you know, just really helping us with the pacing and setting up these encounters. No, absolutely. You know, it's that battle chatter, right? It's that sense of the guys doing what they do, but keeping themselves, you know, squared away and doing what they need to do. You know, and they've helped us with that. You know, this story is actually written by two of the guys. Two of the guys who I work with, they wrote this story while deployed
we got
overseas.
We got pulled out.
Oh no!
We'll have to restart it.
All right. As a result of our little audio foibles
Look at this
here,
live show.
Yeah.
We've got someone tripped over the Xbox 360 controller, popped out. We're just gonna have to restart the demo real quick here, folks.
What's going on here?
This is awesome.
You thought you'd lost your touch there for a second.
I did. I was like, dude, it's just Mojo out, all in one, like expired.
All right, well, now while we wait to check out that single-player demo again, let's talk about multiplayer and Global Warfighter.
Yep.
Because you guys talked about it yesterday at the press conference and sort of, you know, indicated that you would be choosing a faction, choosing your alliance, or sort of, you know, you roll with the SEALs, you roll with the SAS. You know, is that how that works, or clarify a little bit for us what the structure's like?
So, like I said, it's 12 different units, 10 different nations, and we look to the guys to tell us, hey, you know, who should we represent? What should those units be? And as I said, you know, we took a page out of the FIFA playbook, and we wanted to give gamers a chance to experience national pride in a first-person shooter. You know, wave that flag, play for the home team, and just become one of the best in global competition. So when you you know, kick it off, you will be able to, you know, choose who you fight for, and you know, one of those 12 units, and get in the fight and go to work.
Will that have an effect on the kind of loadout you have and the kind of guns that you get access to early on? Because different agencies tend to use different gear.
Yeah, absolutely. And so the way we've set it up is there's 6 different classes, you know, and like I said, 12 different units, so that's 72 operators that will be in the game to essentially unlock and play with. And and we're working with real gear manufacturers and you know, to bring that authenticity. And you know, we're not talking too much yet about our customization system, but of course, you know, any game, any authentic game about special operations community would require us to be able to allow these guys to outfit, you know, their weapon systems the way they want to, because, you know, just like in professional sports, you know, Kobe Bryant doesn't go to Foot Locker to buy his shoes. His stuff is made specifically for him. And
Custom ordered,
right.
Yep.
It's the same way in the Spec Ops community. These guys literally, you know, their gear, their weapon systems, they roll with what they want. You know, in the big military, they issue your kit and they say go fight. And in the tier 1 units, you know, everything is custom. You know, down to their tactical nylon gear, to their BDUs. They're tailor-made. And so we're going to allow players in multiplayer to basically, you know, outfit their weapon systems to the way they want to roll with their weapon systems.
All right. It sounds like, you know, you guys have. Do you have sort of all this gear laid out somewhere in the office? I'm picturing like just a giant
We actually have it at our
table.
booth. You can come see almost a full kit set up at our booth.
Oh, really? You guys didn't even bring any of it here? Come on.
When it comes down to tactical nylon gear and BDUs and stuff like that, that's all well and good. When you're talking about certain weapon systems, you know, certainly being in the state of California, it's a little bit restrictive on getting that stuff.
On the kind of stuff that you could get access to? I suppose there's a good reason.
Yeah.
All right, so now here we are infiltrating a place that is mysteriously named Pirate Town.
Pirate Town.
I don't know where you guys got that from.
This is essentially it's an enclave, and this is where in this part of the narrative, this part of the story, intelligence has led us here. We're actually looking at something, this thread of PE10 that is the common thread throughout the entire narrative. Intelligence has led us here. And the guys are, like I said, they're rolling with the U.S. Marine Corps, Task Force Grizzly.
Mm-hmm.
You got actually a heavy gunner there from the Marine Corps. That's Voodoo right in front. He's sort of on point, leading you through this to essentially find this stuff, uncover it, and essentially shut it down.
But your stealthy infiltration has gone wrong.
Yeah, again, the main assault force was to the west. With the big Marine force, and you've come in with a small crew with some Force Recon Marines to essentially, like I said, uncover the stuff. And as you saw, you're spotted by a sniper right up front, and there you go. This is our breach mechanic.
Yeah,
here.
let's talk about this, because this is something we only got a glimpse of during the press conference. But there's a weapon wheel there, and I saw a tomahawk. We obviously chose shotgun.
All bunch of cool stuff. Yeah, a lot of different ways to enter a door. And the first thing that Voodoo did is he assessed. And he said, hey, the door was locked. And so since the door was locked, a certain...
so there's no unlocking the door.
Yeah. Well, there's unlocking, but it's a very aggressive unlocking. It's a manly unlock, whether it be a shotgun
it's the
or
master key attachment,
exactly.
not the key itself.
And so you're presented with a number of options once you assess the door. And then there's a secondary option of what you're going to do once that door is open, whether it's some sort of a incendiary or a flashbang or what have you once you get in the door. And then once you get in, as you saw, another menu came up with targets that represent everybody.
Yeah, there's a little
room.
shooting gallery almost.
Yeah.
Well, you got to hit them.
Yeah. So what that represents is a time base. So when you go in, and depending on what type of breach you do, there's a certain amount of surprise that you'll have on those enemies inside that room. And so depending on if you get a headshot, you'll get a little extra time. If you get a regular body shot or one of the appendages, that's a standard hit. If you miss, you're going to lose time. And then once that time runs out, then normal game speed will kick back in.
Now, just after that sequence, we sort of doing some long distance shooting and saw a building get blown up. Yep. And now you guys are running on the Frostbite engine here.
Frostbite 2.
Frostbite 2. And so people were curious about that in the chat. And PS3 Gamer 1234 wants to know about destruction.
Yeah, destruction's a big part of that engine. And we're all about taking the beast that is Frostbite 2 and actually making it sing as beautifully as we can. And so we spent a lot of time on taking where they left it with Battlefield 3 and the stuff that they're doing with their expansion packs, and just improving on it and expanding upon that and doing the things that we need to do to tell a really good single player narrative in this setting. So destruction is a very big part of it. Not only the large scale destruction, but micro destruction, meaning that the engagement distances in Medal of Honor are usually much closer than what our colleagues at DICE do with Battlefield, and so we want to get that sense of being in tight spaces and having that cordite in the air from the burnt shell casings and the splintering from the wood and the chips from the cement, and what it would be like to be in a very confined space doing CQB type fighting.
Speaking of confined spaces, right here, piloting a drone. The drone, which while I was watching this earlier, trying to sort of assess like how many guns does this drone have, it just kept having another gun. It kept shooting in a different way. Obviously a powerful little fella.
Yep, taking one out,
so
one right there.
Drone piloting is a new thing to Medal of Honor, right? You guys had that last time?
This is actually, it's actually a support action in multiplayer too. It was so friggin' cool. We just decided to bring it over into single player as well. We linked up with the Marines, and this is one of the tools that the Marines have with them. And when we dropped that building with the strikes from the ships off the coast, it became unstable, and so the guys wanted to send in the robot to make sure that things were taken care of. And this section here was our little version of a robotic Medal of Honor moment. His version of jumping on a grenade, buying some time for the Marines to get to cover, and then having Voodoo and the boys come in later.
That noble little robot sacrificing its camera screen.
We took out a bunch of guys at least. Yeah.
Serves his duties well.
Yeah.
Very cool. We've got a lot of people asking about a lot of different things in this game, but we don't have too much time left to answer. Want to touch back on multiplayer real quick.
Sure.
People are really intrigued about this sort of faction choosing. So if I roll SAS and you're a SEAL, can we team up at any point in multiplayer, or is it pretty much it's me against you, buddy, and we better sign up for the same team?
Yeah, so Task Force Atlas, that was one of the TF Atlas was one of the unit patches that we recently released. And yeah, absolutely. There's actually on the floor here this week, the SAS is not actually on the floor this week, but yeah, so the interoperability of these Tier 1 units, absolutely. They get together, they fight, and you will be able to team up, with other coalition units to fight.
Great news, Greg.
Yeah.
Well, we'll certainly be looking forward to hearing more about that and getting more out of you about how exactly that interplay works in the coming months. Medal of Honor Warfighter, when are you guys scheduled for release?
October 23rd.
October 23rd?
October 23rd, absolutely.
Excellent. Well, thanks so much for coming on and showing it off, guys. Nice shooting, Kevin. Good work.
Thank you very much.
All right, folks, our shooter extravaganza continues in just a moment with PlanetSide 2. We'll be back after just a short break. It is time for PlanetSide 2. Thank you, folks, for waiting so patiently. And my guest, Matt Higbee, the creative director for PlanetSide 2. Welcome, Matt.
Thank you. Good to be here.
We are super psyched to have you guys here. Now, we were just talking while we were setting up. You guys have a whole booth. PlanetSide 2 is running. There's been a battle going for 2 days.
Yeah, it's basically PlanetSide 2 is a persistent online FPS game. So when you win the map, it doesn't load and start a new thing. It's the same battle, keeps going until the end of time.
And you keep fighting because PlanetSide is all about those epic scale
That's right.
matches.
Yep. Epic scale battles, thousands of players competing directly and simultaneously with each other on enormous open world continents. There's no instances, there's no hoops to jump through. You just get right in on these humongous continents and battle it out with hundreds and hundreds of enemies and hundreds of friends.
So when we sign on, let's say, we're signing on here to play, and we know that there's an active battle in this area, and we just boom spawn in there and we're part of it.
Yep, that's one of the things that you can do. PlanetSide 2 has a lot of logistics too. There's transport aircraft that can fly you into battles. There's gigantic, we have a Sunderer, which is a 12-man vehicle that we call the Bang Bus that you just roll into battle on. You can get your own aircraft, your own tanks. It's an enormous, humongous open world battle. So we're seeing these guys right now fighting over a small capture point within this amp station. And this particular base is about the size of a standard FPS map, but this is just one capture point out of about 70 on this entire continent.
So, all right, so with the close range combat like this, obviously it's a little, very tense, but how do you feel, how does it then translate? If I know there's 70 others of these instances going on, how do I feel like my actions are sort of having an impact? What tips the scale so that then I know, yeah, it was because I helped take that point. I was part of the team.
Well, each point that you take when you capture a piece of territory, your entire empire, you're fighting for one of 3 major massive empires within PlanetSide 2. Your entire empire gains resources for you owning that. And you gain resources because your empire is gaining resources. You can use those resources to buy new vehicles, upgrade your items, all sorts of extremely deep personalization and customization options are available. And all of that stuff comes from playing and fighting within the game. So you're not only just going and capturing some points so that you get an extra win on your scoreboard, your empire is benefiting from that forever until someone comes and takes it back. That base is yours, and now because you have it, you're going to get better aircraft, you're going to be able to upgrade your weapons faster. You can see here Josh is going through some basic weapons customization. All this stuff is all based on you going, fighting, and earning resources.
And so keeping that base, the incentive is because you will then continue to generate resources from it.
And you don't want the enemy to get the resources, right?
There you go, Hastor, asking a question about incentive to keep maps. That's your answer.
There you go.
Now, there's 3 factions.
3 factions.
Which one are you currently representing and also on the
new
map?
Conglomerate. The new Conglomerate. I'm NC for life. We have a variety of different opinions about which one's the best, but I'm all about the NC. Despite that, I still have to make the game fair, unfortunately. I'd really love to be able to just make the NC win.
Just make it NC OP.
Fun. Yeah, so we can see here, this is a large open world area, and this is a persistent game, so there's an entire day-night cycle. And we're seeing right now it's nighttime, but depending on how much longer we play for, you're going to see the sun coming up over the horizon here, and atmospheric scattering as the sunbeams come over through the clouds. It's a really gorgeous, amazing world that humongous, non-stop battle takes place on.
And so we're scurrying across the battlefield here, but this looks like a perfect place to be taking a ride.
Oh, yeah.
And so you mentioned a giant bus. You mentioned some airdrop, like troop transport airplanes.
These are slash commands. These are slash vehicle commands.
Oh,
sorry.
He wants you to get in there with some vehicles.
Yeah.
Make it happen, please. All right. So while we jerry up some vehicles for you guys, some folks are asking. You mentioned the word continent, and that's something that's got people's mind sparked. They're really trying to wrap their head around the scale of PlanetSide.
Yeah.
So Gamarun from the UK wants to know just how big is this whole game area?
So this one continent that we're fighting on right now is 64 square kilometers, and it's complete gameplay space everywhere you go, handcrafted. We're trying to make sure that every place you go feels like it's really great to fight in all the different types of gameplay. So if you're using a ground vehicle, there's areas that are going to be really good for ground vehicles. If you're using an air vehicle, there's areas that are going to be really good for that too. So Josh he doesn't have the resources to be able to spawn any vehicles right now, it seems like. So he's going to have to run around and fight.
Get back to work, Josh. All right, now a lot of people, this game has been in beta for a little while.
We're about to start beta, actually. We haven't
Okay.
been in beta yet. We've been doing internal beta testing.
Internal beta
That's
testing,
right,
yeah. But an open beta is coming, or an invitation beta?
It's going to be an invitation beta, and I would just encourage anybody who wants to take part, and you absolutely do want to take part, to go to PlanetSide2.com and sign up. You know, this game is completely free to play. Completely free to play. There's no box to buy, there's no subscription fee. We have a membership and we'll have microtransactions, but it's a completely free to play gaming experience. You can jump in and you can do all of the stuff you're seeing here. There's no limitations on what you're going to be able to play. So now we see him running around in a Reaver aircraft, and you can start to see that just beyond the ground-based gameplay, there's an entire layer up above that where people are doing air superiority fighting, they're doing air versus ground fighting. This isn't necessarily Josh's speciality, but he's going to show it off as well as possible.
He's showing us some flight moves. Now, is this? Did you say that vehicle that he just got crashed down in by? Is that more of an air-to-air vehicle, or does that? Is that like a ground assault as well?
So you can completely customize everything from the classes in this game to the vehicles, and they have all sorts of different purposes. So if you want to, you can take that Reaver that he was just flying, and you can put air-to-ground rockets on it. And now it's a really good air-to-ground close air support fighter. But you could also put anti-air weapons on it, and it becomes a really, really powerful anti-air fighter.
So it's all about that customization.
You know, a lot of the things in PlanetSide are all about player personalization. So if you're in an outfit, and your outfit, which is our equivalent of guilds, if you're in an outfit and your outfit needs close air support, boom, close air support. And if you're in an outfit and your outfit needs something like snipers today, then, you know, boom, you're set. You just go and you can play as a sniper. But there's all sorts of different configuration options for within each one of those classes. You're not just stuck as, if you choose our equivalent of like an infiltrator class, you're not stuck doing nothing but sniping. You can also go do some frontline spotting, you can place gadgets, so there's all types of different really robust and dynamic customization options available.
Now, are we seeing just the heavy class, or is he in some kind of light exoskeleton?
So
right
he's
here?
in a max class, and that is the light exoskeleton. It's still an infantry class, but this is a totally customizable thing too. You can see on his left arm he has a scatter cannon, which is a really good anti-infantry weapon, and he also has a flamethrower on his right arm. If he wanted to, he could get 2 really good anti-vehicle weapons on here, or 2 really good anti-air weapons on here. Totally customize it exactly the way he wants.
And that dude looked like he was trying to be sneaky, but you got spotted, buddy.
I think he's going to get set on fire soon. No, he managed to survive.
Just some good old-fashioned explosions.
That's right.
User BabyMo492 wants to know about differences between factions. Are there abilities or sort of attributes unique to each?
Yeah, so each one of the factions has its own unique vehicles, has its own unique weapons, and basically because of that, they get their own unique play style. The NC who Josh is playing as right now, they're one of the insurgent factions in the game, so they're not really necessarily a professional military force. They reuse a lot of existing industrial equipment and stuff like that for their tanks and exosuits. So what you end up seeing with them is really bulky, slow-moving, not really elegant weapon systems, but they're powerful, they hit hard, and they get the job done.
He's effective, but yeah, elegant is not the word I would use to describe
exactly
this
right.
fella.
Exactly right. And the Terran Republic is really professional, very refined military weapons. And then the Vanu Sovereignty, the last faction, uses a lot of alien technology, so their weapons are more energy-based. They have a lot of lasers and plasma rifles, things like that. But each one of the empires plays completely differently and has their own strengths and weaknesses.
So do I have to choose and be an NC for life, or a Vanu
Sovereignty for life?
Vanu Sovereignty for life?
I wouldn't suggest beginning Vanu Sovereignty for life. Stick with NC and you'll be better off.
Or can I have a couple accounts that play different factions, like different careers within different factions?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, this is again a free-to-play game, so if you want to sign up for as many accounts as you want, you can. You can also create new characters on different factions if you want to. So there's really no limitation. We want you to be able to get in and try it all. And there's years and years of customization on each one of these roles. If you like air cavalry, there's tons and tons that you can do with that. If you like heavy armor and tanks, there's tons that you can do. You know, hundreds and hundreds of hours of unlocks and customizations that you can do within that.
And now, you mentioned hundreds of hours.
Yeah.
So, you could definitely get real deep into a lot of customization here. Is that also one of the places where the free-to-play model comes into play, where, something that takes you 20 hours to sort of unlock through straight gameplay, you maybe buy an experience booster? Folks are just curious about, it's free to play, which means you can pay for some stuff.
Yes.
What's some of that premium stuff you can pay for?
Well, a lot of the things that you can pay for are cosmetic options. We're really, really ardently not trying to be a pay-to-win game. So anything that affects gameplay, you can earn 100% through gameplay. If you want to get a different weapon, you can earn it by getting resources through fighting in the game. Now you can accelerate that in some cases by using Station Cash, which is our proprietary real money currency within the game. You can use that to be able to, if I just want a shortcut and I don't want to play for 10 hours or whatever to unlock a new weapon, maybe I'll spend Station Cash on that instead. But we're adamantly that you can always unlock anything that affects gameplay through gameplay.
Excellent, and that's crucial to avoiding that dreaded pay-to-win moniker, which people level as an accusation against some free-to-play games.
Exactly. You know, we're making a competitive game, and ensuring that we have a truly competitive landscape is one of the most important things about designing this game.
So when you play, what class do you like? What's your style?
The two things I've been playing a lot lately are the light assault class, which is the class that has some jump jets that let them be really agile and sort of jump behind enemy lines and cause some disruption behind enemy lines.
Oh man, there we saw some infantry getting the effective air of a well-piloted ship on infantry.
Exactly. So you need to have that. You need to have the air superiority before you roll in with a bunch of infantry sometimes. But the other thing that I like to play a lot is the new conglomerate air superiority fighter, the Reaver. I love flying the Reaver. I love it's kind of slow and lumbering, kind of like an A-10, but it packs such a wallop and it's such a blast to fly. That's what I end up playing in most of the playtests. That's what Josh crashed a little bit earlier, by the way. There's a Reaver.
It's bringing your stats down, man.
I know. Yeah, he's playing on my character. One of the other really cool things about this game is the experience doesn't just stop within the game. We actually have a fully featured website where you can look up not only your own stats, but all your guild stats, your outfit stats, your friend stats. If you're familiar with something like Battlelog and VF3, it's really along those lines. But we've kind of taken it a step further because this is a persistent game. You can do things like look at the status of capture on the map at any given time, see your friends that are online and what they're actually doing in the world. You can spawn straight into them from the website, things like that. So a lot of while you're outside the game experience, you're able to really still connect to it. And we're adding things like iOS and Android apps to let you do the same thing. Our Android app lets you actually use voice over IP to talk to your outfit within the game, talk to your empire within the game, look at the map, all that sort of stuff. And the coolest thing about all this is that we're externalizing APIs for all of this data. So anybody who wants to build their own website for their guild, for their friends, if they want to build their own app for their guild or for their friends, they're going to be able to do that, and they're going to have access to all the same data that we have for our stuff.
That's fantastic, and I think that when you have that kind of openness and put that kind of capability into the hands of the fans, you just fan those flames and let people get really passionate about what they're doing and putting together.
Yeah, we care about community a lot on this game, so being able to give them the tools to be able to build the stuff that they want to build for the game it's awesome.
Excellent, Matt. And so once again, for folks who want to get a taste of PlanetSide 2 for themselves, the best way to do it, PlanetSide2.com, sign up for the beta, or if you happen to be at E3, you lucky fellas can walk right over to our booth, which is right next to the beautiful GameSpot booth, and hop in line, and you'll be playing within a few minutes. And maybe I'll end the show a little early today so I can get over there myself. No. Matt, thank you so much for coming on, showing off PlanetSide 2. Josh, pretty solid shooting out there. I like that. And, it's nice to see that even demoers are not invulnerable in the world of online battles.
That's right. Good job, Josh.
All right, Matt. PlanetSide 2, there you go, folks. And now, before we move on to Need for Speed Most Wanted, we're going to check in with Carlos Rodela.
Are you ready? Okay. Oh, dude, that works. That works. And then I feel richer. All right, hey, we're here, GameSpot's coverage, E3 2012, Carlos Rodela with Snoop Dogg. What's up, man?
Slow motion, Los. What's up with you?
I'm good because I have a new moniker, and it's Los with the $sign, right?
You gotta put the double $sign on the end. It ain't lost, it's low, so they'll know what it means when you put the double $sign on the end.
Right, so that's double money, too, So we're here talking about Tekken Tag Tournament 2, which is a bunch of T's. How'd you get involved with this thing, man?
They reached out to me about doing a song, and I've always been a fan of the game, so, both worlds coming together. I love action. I make action music. It was a perfect matrimony.
Yeah, and so you've been doing video game stuff before, Def Jam, stuff like that. You pop up everywhere. I was like, oh, you're in a video game again. Do you play fighting games, or did you play when you were growing up, like Mortal Kombat and all that kind of stuff? Or?
You know what? I tried to, but I don't like getting my ass kicked. And something about them fighting games, you gonna get your ass kicked. It's not, my forte to lose, but I do like playing them, you know what I'm saying? And when I do get the hang of it and learn them special moves and whatnot, then I like to brag and boast.
Yeah, when you can own your character, yeah.
But I gotta find the right character that fits me.
Do you have one character in any of the fighting games you totally like playing, as that person?
You know what? Mike Tyson Punch-Out. Mike Tyson, I used to like playing with Mike Tyson back then.
That was a good game.
when he gave you that whoop, wop, boom, bam. That was
That was all timing. That whole thing was like a timing.
it was hand-eye contact, and you had to have the timing right with the move. When you let him swing on you,
See, and that's what you were saying. You know, like the modern ones, like they're all crazy buttons, right?
exactly.
I'm with you. Los understand. All right. So what else are you talking about at the show? Have you been to E3 before? Is this their first time?
Yeah, I've been there before. I usually come here and try to get free games and, use my celebrity star power to barge on in EA Sports and let them know, look, I need to get that motherfucking Madden up out of y'all, that, college football. I need to get something.
I would do the same thing.
It really works. Yeah, you got to know who to talk to.
Well, now if I had the Los monitor, come here, gonna pull off some free games with that? I don't know. I'm gonna try. So.
On that says something, man. That's a well-known TV show, man. The Spot, man. The GameSpot.
All right, well, that's pretty much all we wanted to do is talk about the game. And what other things what are you in the game? You're like, what's your character?
Player, I'm Snoop Dogg. I'm sitting on the throne, you know what I'm saying? It's a setting where the fight takes place right in front of me at my venue, so it's lowriders in the background, beautiful girls, dogs dancing, and just me having a good time watching people get their ass kicked. That's what we do.
So no unlockable Snoop Dogg as a character. Just throw it out there.
We talking about that, trying to figure out a way to restructure the contract to get me an unlockable character.
You're already like, it's your place where they're fighting. Come on.
I mean, I don't do no fighting at my place. You understand me?
All right, man. Thanks for the time, and look forward to Tekken Tag Tournament 2, and just having you call me Los is awesomeness.
Get it together. This is my nephew, Young Los, right here. LO $. Y'all check him out. So quick, so fast.
Thanks, Sam.
Carlos Herdela was the nephew of Snoop Dogg. That is quite a famous uncle to have. Don't you agree, Sean McInnes?
I knew that, but then again, I'm an avid TMZ watcher, so I know about all the celebrity gossip.
Delightful. Folks, Chris Waters here, live on the GameSpot stage at E3. We've got Eddie McCoo here to share our news update. Eddie, how's it going, buddy?
It's going great. It's going great. I actually just talked with some VP at Sony, and he told me that The Last Guardian is coming, but it's not going to ship until it's absolutely ready.
But it is a real game.
I asked him why. I asked him why it wasn't here at E3, and he said they're going to focus on innovation and quality. So you can't argue with that. But
okay, sure. I mean, nice to hear that The Last Guardian totally still a thing. They say they're still going to ship it, so that's good. They're not saying like, we'll see, we'll see. But are you optimistic?
It's hard to tell. It's been in development for a very long time, but he said it's going to ship. So it's going to ship. Just
all right.
It might be a while.
Well, that's good news for some. What else we got going on?
A sequel to Dead Island was announced.
Really?
Dead Island Riptide.
Oh, Dead Island, not like Dead Archipelago?
No, or not Dead World, or not Dead Lake or something. It's going to be called Dead Island Riptide.
I would have gone with Dead Island to Deader Island.
Deader Island? More Dead Island?
Yeah.
No. Basically, no information on this yet. Coming to consoles and PC. They expect a full reveal this summer, but that's basically it.
This summer, but they just sort of teased, yes, it's a thing.
Yeah, I don't know why they chose now, because they're not showing it off really, but it's a thing. It's a thing.
Sean, you played some Dead Island.
I did play a bit of Dead Island, yeah.
What do you hope to see in the sequel?
So that game starts off really awesome. You're like completely open on this beach resort, and you can go anywhere you want, and it feels very much like an open world. Later on into the game, they funnel you into these much more claustrophobic environments, and you don't really get the sense that you can go wherever you want anymore. So as long as they maintain that freedom for the entire game, that could be good stuff.
That would be pleasing.
Yeah.
What if they introduce a surfing mechanic?
A surfing mechanic?
Yeah,
like you
Riptide.
can surf onto a zombie and it?
Yes.
That sounds good.
Put it in there.
Yeah.
You got time.
None of that is
developers.
confirmed. None of that is
free ideas. Free ideas.
Right here. Just throwing them away.
You're welcome.
Eddie Mack, what up, man?
The average age of the average age of the average gamer is now, or the age of the average gamer is now 30.
I need you to say that again, because Ryan McDonald's telling me Need for Speed Most Wanted is almost ready to go. What is the average age of a gamer?
30.
30?
30.
Aren't you 30?
I am at least 30.
So that makes you a pretty average gamer.
I would say I'm an above average gamer, actually.
Then I'm very below average. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Oh, but we still like you, dude. You bring us interesting facts and grill Sony VPs with tough questions.
Yes.
Any more tidbits before we send you off on your way?
Tokyo Jungle. It's coming to Europe. no word on North America yet, but that game is coming out here.
No word on the North American release.
Right. Coming to Europe.
Out at Tokyo Jungle. Sean, if you could give a synopsis of that game, it would be.
It's a game where you play as a tiny, adorable little puppy in the post-apocalypse. That's not mostly a lie. I saw that game at TGS a few years ago, and that's pretty much it. You play as weird animals, like during the apocalypse, I think.
Well, if it's coming out in Europe, maybe we'll see it at Gamescom later this year.
Hopefully.
All right, Eddie. Thanks so much for the news update, and folks, Need for Speed Most Wanted coming up very shortly. Back in a flash. And we're back live on the GameSpot stage at E3. Chris Waters here, and I'm joined on stage by Sean McInnes and Matt Webster from Criterion Games. Matt, welcome to the stage.
Thank you for having me.
How are you enjoying the tire swing seats we've got up here?
You know, they're more comfortable than I thought it would be.
Yeah, they look kind of foreboding.
You know what, though? In the office, we actually have tires.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so they're just really good as, like, visitor seats. So you can roll them around and you can sit on top of them.
Give you guys some inspiration if you know you need to feel the rubber of the road.
Yeah, exactly.
Get in there and grip it. All right, Need for Speed Most Wanted. Now, Need for Speed, you know, the phrase yearly installments generally carries a negative thing, but with the Need for Speed series, even though it's been a new Need for Speed for over a decade, it's still fresh, still new, because it changes up so often. Now, Most Wanted is a familiar name, but it's been a long time, and you guys are bringing something a whole new take on it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, so 2010 was our first Need for Speed gig.
Speed, yeah.
Yeah. So, and we always said then that was our take on Hot Pursuit. And when it came back to what was next for us, we looked at the entire history, and it's a really rich history. But we just sort of aced down on one we really loved, and that was Most Wanted, because the premise is just an awesome setup. Become the Most Wanted. It's just really exciting.
And after you guys had such great success with the interplay between the police and the fugitives in Hot Pursuit, Most Wanted seems like a natural choice.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But it couldn't be. It had to be our take on Most Wanted. Just like Hot Pursuit was our take on Hot Pursuit, this is our take on Most Wanted.
So set it up. What's your, for most folks who are new to Most Wanted, what's the idea here? You're running from the cops? You are the Most Wanted.
Well, actually, the twist is, you race, chase, and explore to become most wanted amongst your friends. So, if people have followed our recent history, we're all about play with friends. Things are just better with friends, and so.
And Autolog is like
exactly,
the ultimate tool for racing with friends.
Yeah, and that's why we built Autolog, because it's just. I don't know what my shooter rank is. It's like something like 9 million or something, but I know I can beat Hamish. And when I'm beating Hamish, things are really
That's
good.
all that counts, yeah.
Yeah.
I know Sean has lost many an hour to Autolog challenges.
Poor Hamish doesn't even have a microphone to defend his honor.
He knows it's true.
But he's waving a mean finger right now. But yeah, I've lost many hours to Autolog. I have also lost many hours to Burnout Paradise, which is why I became very excited when I found out this is an open world Need for Speed.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that with this game, we're taking everything we know about racing games and open world games, and we're just smashing them together. And so people love Autolog. We know, we have data like the more people play, the more friends they add. So we know that play with friends is really powerful. But Autolog in Hot Pursuit was just one event at a time. With Most Wanted, it's across the entire game. There's so much more for you to compete on, and tons and tons of variety. That's what we expect an open world game to have. So it's a really rich experience.
Cool. All right. Well, let's take a look at Need for Speed Most Wanted in action here.
Okay, so we have an awful lot. It's an open world, and they're really difficult to demonstrate. So what we've got here is Hamish is going to race and chase. You've got a speed wall there, so people are more familiar with that competition. And we have speed walls, but we're integrating them into the game. This is a real challenge from Alex, the creative director of Criterion. Said, do a race intro, but don't show the cars. So that's like the Suicide Race intro. So, this is Criterion, so there's going to be lots of takedowns. Hamish is here, and you can see him. He's driving a Porsche 991 911, actually. And you can see just how amazing the cars look. We've just got some awesome lighting technology that's making the cars look sensational. And if you can see, he's racing a race. It's a checkpoint. This is an open world racing, and we don't want to lock. It's kind of against our nature to, if you're racing in an open world, to lock it down with barriers and chevrons like some people do. But we want to treat the player with respect. We know from our experience with open world, as you do, that your players really get to know the city, and so we guide people very loosely with these checkpoints, and then they can choose to use their knowledge of the open world to get ahead of
to circumvent and
so you see this is a race that's going on, but the cops are in this race as well. So Hamish is going off piste. There we go. And then our billboards, you'll be familiar with those. You can see these Visceral and BioWare billboards, and the idea there is to smash those things down and replace them with Criterion ones. That's part of our gameplay that we have loads of discoverables around the world, and we know that distraction gameplay is really valuable. So Hamish goes and finishes the race, but now we blend into, so we do the speed wall compare, then everything you do earns you speed points, and that drives your Most Wanted level against your friends, and now we're blending into a pursuit. So Hamish has come out of the race, and he's got the cops on us, so he needs to shake them off somehow. So this is where the open world really comes into itself. So ducking down the back alley, you can really see how great the cars look down here. We love nice shiny cars, but the cars getting beaten up and scratched and dirty and muddy, and we think these cars look brilliant when they're a bit beat up.
Nice to see that you're not going through the environment unscaled with such adventurous driving, shall we say.
Whoa. Uh-oh. He's going to get busted. Nice. Look at that. He turns a bootlegger. He's in trouble. Is he going to get busted?
Oh, man,
he's going to
so
fight his way out of it.
You can do it, Hamish.
Oh, look at him. He's reversing. Take that loot.
Come on, Hamish.
Oh, it's close.
He's
fighting. Look at him. He's wriggling.
He's right. I cannot believe he's lasted this long. I think they got him.
No, I think he's got his extra special skills.
This is the part where the police start shooting at you, I think.
He's out. Okay, let's throw a bootlegger, Hamish. Nice, check that out. That's a really important part of the handling. So the people know Criterion for being able to throw the cars around and drift these cars around. But in an open world, we had to go back to a drawing board with some of our handling. So we kept the Criterion DNA of get the back end of the car out and throw it around, but also be able to make very fast direction changes. Here you can see the car's getting beaten up, getting dirty. He's certainly doing a good job of getting a bit of a kicking from the cops.
Showing that off to us.
Yeah, so
we're grateful.
I think you need a bit of a special finish, Hamish. How are you gonna bust your way out of this one? And now he's probably got about 20 cops. Yeah, he's got loads of cops on him. A big jump on the freeway, a nice flourish. That'll do us. Yeah, there we go. Good
Boom.
job.
Well done.
Right into the logo. How convenient.
Oh, it was done.
Before we wrap up here, we got one question coming in from Dulski. Too many consonants, buddy.
Yeah.
Split screen play. That's one of the most popular questions. A lot of people just love to sit down on the couch, play with their friends. Is it in Most Wanted?
It's not. We with an open world game, and the way that we push the technology, it's
Sure.
there's too many compromises that you have to make to be able to render that screen twice. So and actually from our in our experiences, when you go to network games, when you have something like Autolog which allows players to compete synchronously and asynchronously, we think it's just much better to just have that whole screen dedicated to making the game look awesome.
And no shortage of ways to compete against your friends, obviously, in Most
Well,
Wanted.
no, and the great thing about so we'll compete on jumps and your speed through speed cameras. So if you've got a bunch of friends on your friends list who are really good at racing, there are other ways that you can compete against them to be top on your most wanted list. So it's I have there's a guy in the office called the Professor, we call him, and he's just in Hot Pursuit. We just cut him straight from my friends list, right? Because he's just schooling us.
He's just
so
always
now
up there.
now we've got competition across lots of different types of gameplay, and our multiplayer experience is amazing.
Very cool. Well, we'll look forward to hearing more about it as the release of Most Wanted approaches, which is when?
It's at the end of October.
End of October. Man, that's not too long, not too
long
far
to
away
wait.
now. All right, Matt, thank you so much for coming on and showing off Need for Speed Most Wanted.
Thank you for having us.
Looking very slick.
Thank you.
Folks, we are coming up next with more demos shortly. But first, it's Carlos Rodella getting his sing-on in the Nintendo booth.
So, how do we do this? And what's new about Sim? So, historically, we've done singing games. The singer, the performer will be here. You'll be looking at the back of their head. You might have a couple of people over the mic here. But the rest of the people, there's a real separation. And you're very detached from what's happening. The key thing here is the new hardware and how we've used it. So, we've got the Wii U gamepad. So, on this, we will display the lyrics for Eva, or whoever the performer is, and this frees up the main TV screen here for the rest of us, for the audience. So it's all about the interaction between the two groups. It's about Eva turning around and obviously facing us all here, coming into the space, and just everyone interacting together and having fun. So Eva's going to follow the prompts on her screen. We're going to follow the prompts on the main TV screen. We're going to watch the character dancing. We're going to look at the vocal lines that are called out to us as well. And there'll be other prompts such as clap, wave your hands, etc.
Yep. Okay, does anyone have any song preferences? Does anyone want to come up and sing?
Oh, God, no.
What do you want to
Either Call Me Maybe or the Shoop song.
Anyone got any preferences?
Shoop song? Yes? Yeah. Okay, good. Love it.
I was going to say that, actually. Oh, wait, I'm standing next to you. You're like the dancer, motion capture. Can we stand farther apart?
I'll show you up. It's fine.
You're going to show me up. It's impossible.
Okay, so we're going to watch Michelle, we're going to watch the main TV screen.
Oh, so we have to do every one of the moves?
Yeah, we follow that girl.
Oh,
yeah,
geez.
and any prompts that come up.
Okay.
Like this. We'll sing that bit.
Oh, his eyes. Okay. That's where it is. Oh, we didn't. Oh, yeah. I don't know which one we're doing. Wow, he's good. That's where it is. She's a good singer, people. She's a good. Oh, there it is. Shoot. That's where it is. That's where it is. Oh, that's the 60s thing. I am bad at this. How come I make it look inappropriate and all of you don't? See, she's dancing now. Whoa, hello. The way he acts. Shoot, 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 shoot. Oh, I forgot the part.
No.
That's where it is. 60s, Austin Powers. Oh, I'm bad at that. Yeah. Good singer, by the way. Good singer. Yeah, much better than me. Okay, we'll wrap it up. This is Sing. Thanks for watching. I had a great time. I suck at dancing. Bye. Thanks, guys. That was fun.
Carlos, could have sung with a little bit more of your diaphragm next time, maybe support a little better, but what are you going to do? All right, folks. Next demo live here on stage at GameSpot's E3 coverage is Dust, an Elysian Tale, and joining me from Microsoft is Andrew Williams, and from GameSpot, it's Curtis Said. Gentlemen.
I'm just sitting here.
Welcome to the stage.
I'm also sitting here.
You two are both sitting in the tire swings, and we're here to show off Dust, and this is not a game that, comes from a long series or is a shooter or is a real title that a lot of people maybe know about. So Andrew, give us a quick intro to what Dust is all about.
So Dust is a side-scrolling action RPG, and basically it's been in development for the past few years by Humble Hearts, which is essentially one guy, and he's been working on it with Microsoft for the last few years, and it's as you can see, it's kind of like a hand-painted world and hand-animated for Dust, and he's been going through and building out levels, and the core combat's really all about these simple combos that you can use to go through and take out enemies, and really focuses on being able to do the aerial combat. It focuses on being able to do that's called the Dust Storm that you just saw. So right now you're seeing that characters being able to learn how to use that right now. He has a couple of sidekicks there. So that's Fidget.
The floating the flying bat fox.
Yeah, the bat is a fox. What exactly are we looking at?
Bat fox, hello.
Bat fox is probably a good description. No. So no, that's his sidekick Fidget, and he also has a sentient sword that gives him advice. And so so
I could use that in every.
So there it is, right there. You see the sentient sword. So both Fidget and the Sword of Ra help him throughout his quest to uncover who he is.
I feel like sentient objects tend to have like a chip on their shoulder sometimes. What's the personality like with this sword?
Well, the sword is pretty razor sharp, so I don't think there's any chips.
Gotcha.
No, the sword tends to be pretty serious.
Yep.
And Fidget tends to not be so serious. Kind of a little bit of comic relief.
There's a good balance there. Now we're seeing some actual combat going on here, and it just looks, the sword effects, the swipe looks really slick. It's really has a satisfying, slashing animation to it.
Yeah, I really love the animations in over here. They're completely fluid. Was this like something that they planned in the beginning to just make it, was the animation the main thing you were going for with this?
So obviously, Dean's the developer, Dean Dodro, and he when he first showed this off, it actually won Dream Build Play in 2009, and that's how it got the attention of Microsoft.
Nice.
And so when we were looking at it for the first time, it was beautiful back then. At least the backgrounds and even the animations with Dust were already really fantastic. That Dust Storm looked like it did years ago. And so he's obviously, formerly an artist by trade.
Yeah. And so now it's just been a matter of sort of building out worlds, building out a long story, creating new enemies and whatnot, I imagine.
Yeah, during the early stages, we focused a lot on the core combat. So even when we first got it, I hope he doesn't mind me saying this, but the gameplay, it's a little rough.
Okay.
But there was a core element there that I think that he came up with that just really felt right. And we've been working with him over the last few years, and he's been able to really iterate and make that something that just feels perfect. So you mentioned the fluid animation, that ties into it, and his ability to take both the art side and the programming side and kind of fuse the two. It allows him to really have complete control over making the game.
Now I see there's a HUD on here, so we can level up, and also there's a money system. So what are the things you get when you level up? Like new energy, new powers?
So, yes, the game does have these RPG components. So when you level up, you're able to put these skill gems into it. You get 2 skill gems every time you level up, and that'll allow you to put your points into more action, so you can do your combat, or you can put them into Fidget's magical abilities to, you see all the little dust swirling around, or you can increase your health or defense. So that's just if you're leveling up. If you're, as you're also going throughout the world, there's actually a loot-based system in the game, as well as a deep crafting system. So you'll find materials and be able to put all these different components into the game.
So you got some serious RPG elements sort of coming in here. Now with those sort of those deeper systems comes maybe an idea that, like, even though it's a 2D side-scrolling platformer, that this world is pretty expansive.
Yeah, so we like to consider it more of a side-scrolling open world, kind of Metroidvania-esque. So as you unlock new abilities and stuff, you actually can go back to areas, but we wouldn't say this is a Metroidvania, right? It's it has elements that are reminiscent of that I think people really dig.
Chiefly going back to areas with powers that you have since gained in order to access them in a different way, or access new areas.
Yeah, small areas, you know, new little hidden secrets.
Oh, okay, which can help. You know, what kind of stuff are you picking up? Because we're seeing, like Curtis was saying, a lot of XP, which we're putting into character growth here, it looks like.
Yep. So that's the part I was talking about earlier when you level up. So if you hit if you go into the inventory, you can see you'll be able to equip armor, augments, rings, your necklace, and all these actually affect your different attributes on the side. Your luck, your attack power, Fidget's magical abilities. The materials you're allowed to crafting into different things, and that actually can go into augmenting your power as well.
Is that stuff you just like use on the fly in combat to help you out, or is it more of a? I mean, how does that stuff actually implement into gameplay?
So the items itself are all very static. So once you pick and choose and how you customize your attributes, it's depending on whether you more magic or you want more combat with the melee attacks. Those are all very passive. The one thing that's different is that when you pick up, there are certain health objects you drop that you can that you can equip, and then you can use them on the fly by hitting left bumper. And so basically, while you're going through in the thick of things, especially as you're going through the harder difficulties, you can see your life drop really quick, and you can quickly hit left bumper to heal yourself if you happen to have the items equipped.
Sort of plays back into the quick combat,
which
is of course the sort of emphasis on keeping combat going, keeping combos going, underscored by all the magical flying numbers that come out on screen. You get points for your kills, and all the sort of flying white flares that go up into the corner and count your multiplier.
Yeah, so basically every single hit you get, whether it's a projectile little plasma bolt, or it's your sword hitting them, or sword hitting 1, 2, 3 enemies, each of those goes into your multiplier there. And as your multiplier goes up, it's fun to see that, but also the more your multiplier goes up, your hit chain also increases the amount of experience you can get.
Now, I saw we just picked up a mysterious walled chicken. That's a good set of humor within the game. Is the game more funny, or is it more serious in tone?
So I would say the sword, like I said earlier, the sword is very serious, but there's definitely a lot of like comic relief with Fidget, your character. You'll see little, like, that chicken that you picked up. I mean, you can break down walls in the game that are destructible, and that chicken may pop out of it to heal you.
Now we're getting a look at like a mini map up in the top right corner. Is that that's sort of to help you navigate through the area? And I mean, like this area he's in right now has 3 different exits, not including the one you came in through.
Correct. So the mini map we put in there to make sure basically the player doesn't get lost. We don't want really, like through this area in the demo, it's pretty straightforward. We try to streamline it to just get people to focus on the combat.
Sure.
But in the actual game, when you're going throughout, that plays a huge role in basically keeping you, like telling you where you can go and what you can do.
Oh, the hooded mysterious merchant.
Who's selling cupcakes. That seems a little worrisome to buy random food from pretty much somebody you don't know.
Would you rather buy mysterious chicken from that person, Curtis?
I guess so,
You picked it up
yeah.
off the ground and you were excited by it.
Hey, if it's behind a wall, that means it's preserved.
Behind a wall is how Curtis preserves all of his foodstuffs. His apartment is weird. Sorry, you were saying, Andrew?
Something about cupcakes? I don't remember exactly.
I see a wide variety of enemies. Does each kind of level have its own set of bosses and even smaller enemies that you'll fight, or is it kind of like as you keep going, you'll see more powerful versions of what you saw before?
So there's a variety of both. So yes is the answer.
So we'll see more powerful floating mushroom head tentacle beasts?
Yeah, so you're actually seeing an interesting enemy right here. The problem with him is if you go to attack him directly, he'll teleport away from you, and he's actually a summoner, so he'll continue to summon these new enemies as they come out. So you see him show up there with a little swipe that comes down. But what you're seeing here on screen is the characters now launching those projectiles, and those are allowing you to hit him because he won't teleport away from those. So what?
Okay, sorry. So if you only went strictly melee, would you be in a kind of a big problem if you fought this enemy, or do you think it would still be manageable?
So the game, we do some clever things that I won't talk about that basically balance it out. There's still meaningful choice in the game. So the decisions you make will make you more powerful in different directions, whether it's health, whether it's your attack, whether it's your magical abilities, but also whether or not, like as we balance the game doesn't necessarily change to take that into account, but your strategies will need to be employed differently. You might have a little bit of a harder time with him, but it's not going to be something that's impossible. Unless you, of course, put it on the hardest difficulty and you want that type of challenge.
Then you're going to have a real tough time. We got questions coming in from Vlath, who wants to know, as you change your equipment, do you actually get to change the look of your character? Does that sort of evolve?
That's an excellent question. So, no. The character itself, obviously, the person who Dean, who's been doing this, he's an artist by trade, and he very much set this world and this iconic character that he wanted to stay true to. And so when we were talking about it early on, it was very clear that it was important to keep the character looking the same. And obviously some games leverage the fact that you can change and visualize, and that's really fun for our games. I have a lot of fun in a lot of games for that.
Sure.
But for this game, it's definitely just dust.
So he's got an iconic look. What actually is the story behind this adventure here?
So the basic premise is that you wake up, you have no idea who you are, and you're basically yes, actually. So you're not sure who you are.
The cruelest enemy of all.
Exactly. And your sentient sword comes flying out of nowhere, and it's not yours, obviously, but it
seems
comes
like it would be alarming.
Yeah. And so he's kind of surprised by it. The sword starts talking to him, and he's sort of like, "What's going on?" And then Fidget flies in after him, and he's like, "I've been guarding the sword forever." Like, and basically they get into a little bit of chit-chat, and then Dust is like, "All right, well, I need to go on a journey to figure out who I am." And there's a lot of bad things happening in the world, and Dust actually ties into a little bit of that. And so throughout the story, you're going to kind of uncover your past while figuring out what's going on in the future.
All right. And all the while, little Fidget Bat Lady Fox is going to be helping you out.
So this is the end of the demo right here.
All right. Well, so this is a demo. It's on Xbox 360. Folks want to know if it's on PC as well. Is that going to be available?
So Dust and Elysian Tale, it comes out on Xbox 360. It's part of the Summer of Arcade program, so it'll be out sometime this summer. There's no price or date announced, and it's exclusive to Xbox 360. No current PC titles in development.
All right, Andrew. Well, thanks so much for bringing by Dust and Elysian Tale. Those animations are looking really slick, and looking forward to seeing that out in the Summer of Arcade. All right, folks, queued up next, we've got Devil May Cry. We'll be back in just a second with some more hacky slashy. And we're back on stage. It's Devil May Cry time, and joining me, I've got Alex from Capcom, Wout from Capcom, and Tom McShay from GameSpot. Gentlemen, Devil May Cry, this a classic name, but a new look.
Very new look, actually. Much different than any previous Devil May Cry visually and tonally, so we're pretty excited about it.
Yeah, great trailer released a little bit earlier, and are we going to see the game? We're going to see the game in action right now. Let's start it up because people are dying to see this happen. But yeah, Dante is looking quite young.
Yeah,
looking
well,
chipper.
it's sort of going back to the roots. It's a rebirth of the franchise, so we want to do a young Dante, show how he came to be the character we've all known and loved.
And we saw he's a real cocky guy. Like, he's very, very confident in his abilities and real disdain for demons. Devil May Cry, for those who don't know, a long-running series focused on intense, third-person action combat and killing nasty, nasty demons.
Nasty demons. And more of the same this time around. He'll be killing tons of nasty demons, doing it with a more slightly updated tone and few new tricks on the weapons. He's still going to have the sword, still going to have the ebony and ivory. A lot of continuity with people already seen in the game.
All right, so where are we at right now? Give us some background for the demo.
So we're actually embarking on the first boss battle of the game. So we're about a third in at this point.
All
and
right.
Dante has found the location of a demon hideout where they are making a rather nasty ingredient to put into a mass-produced soft drink.
Ooh. Yeah, now that was something that struck me about the trailer you guys released was a video of someone wearing a mask and talking about the evils of surveillance, media bias, banking, sort of channeling almost an Occupy kind of mentality in terms of like raging against the establishments of the world.
Yeah.
And is Dante's motivation just because like demons run those establishments? Is that it?
Yeah, Dante's primarily in it for the demons, not so much for the social change. Yeah.
But, also protecting the drinking water, like he's
a little bit. If he can do a little good while killing demons, why not?
Oh, good lord. Now this is sort of one of the visually striking things you see is the element of transformation, not just within the environment, but within the demons, and yuck.
Yeah, that's the secret ingredient. The whole thing is about transformation. The world is not what it appears in all things. So demons come out of actual people that the public perceives as being upstanding members of society. You just saw the world transform. That's a facet of what we're calling malice, which is the idea of the world being alive, can react to you. Sometimes it's just for effect. Other times it creates gameplay possibilities by changing the environment and forcing Dante to react to it.
Okay. And so this is the Dante talks smack to the demon section.
Gotta have a little bit of that.
Yeah, he definitely is enjoying himself, it seems. Tom, what do you make of this horrible, gooey beast?
It deserves to die, so I'm excited to see it be killed. So I guess the big question I think that I have and many people have is Ninja Theory is the developer, and they are known for their cinematic expertise, but not their combat proficiency. That's not usually their biggest strength. So it's interesting that DMC, which is super technical, like how is this transition taking place? How smooth is it?
Well, actually, the thing is we brought in a strike team of Capcom Japan guys, including the lead creative on Devil May Cry 2, 3, and 4.
Okay.
So it was all about getting those guys the knowledge of how to make these deep immersive fighting games. I mean, with Heavenly Sword, Enslaved, to some degree, they'd shown that they had a latent ability to get it. So that fused with the narrative, their narrative strength, storytelling, and cinematic cutscenes. It took a year of working with those guys in pre-production to get the Capcom wisdom, as it's called, over to them. But I think we effected a successful transfer.
So you're hoping ultimately that this is going to have the amazing combat that the series is known for, combined with like
I don't think
the storytelling. This is like the dream.
Yes. No, it's chocolate and the peanut butter. It's
wow.
Totally,
okay.
Delicious.
Yeah.
Now, we've got questions coming in from fans all over the place, so I'm going to interject those real quick here for you. Amr Mohsen wants to know about other familiar characters. Obviously, Dante's sort of gotten a makeover, but he's a very familiar dude.
Yeah.
Any other characters coming in here that you can mention?
I can't mention right now. We'll be talking about the story later.
So that is a yes,
that is not a
Amr,
yes.
but we just can't tell you. Oh, wow. He's got some WWE style moves there.
A little bit. Well, that's the thing. We wanted Dante not to be quite as polished. He's young. He's a little unpolished, a little rough.
He goes in for that two-footed jump kick.
Yeah. So she's attached to these tubes, and the whole point is a three-stage fight. So he's got to pull her off these tubes and then pull her down from the main one that pumps the poison into the virility. And to do that, he'll have to use a couple of new mechanics based on Dante's angel and demon nature. You'll see that Wout just angel lifted to grapple across the area to switch platforms. They also can use that to pull enemy or pull yourself up to enemies, reach areas in the world that otherwise are inaccessible.
Okay.
So it has combat and traversal.
So it can lock on to foes as well as, you know, these environmental hotspots.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you can log on to any foe that's available to it at any time. There are no vulnerability windows or anything.
You want to get up close and personal.
Exactly. So
with
the combat
horrible
is,
abominations.
so you want to get the face, which Wout is currently not. There you go. Nope.
Robertal419 is wondering about Dante's abilities as you go throughout the game. Any kind of upgrades or evolution along that line?
Yeah, I mean, like previous DMCs, you can upgrade your abilities, you can upgrade the weapons, you can buy combos, so it's very consistent with what fans have known from previous DMCs.
Excellent.
One thing's worth noting, there's a lot of hidden depth in the combat, so we're very, very, very into the idea of making sure that for the hardcore, they're getting the experience they wanted from a DMC game, while not walling out casual players, so we have a sort of excessively skill-based input. So for all the players who want their depth, they want jump canceling, they want enemy step, they want to do these sorts of things that DMC players show and do on YouTube all the time, that's totally there for you. But we haven't made it so over-the-top difficult that it disincentivizes casual players from trying it.
Nice.
This is not going to be like DMC 3 then, which was, I mean, I don't want to say it's impossible, but it was very close.
It was impossible for me until the special edition came out. Yeah, that was hard. So we probably dial it back a tick from there in terms of its overall, not soul-crushingly difficult.
We have a question from Halo X PS3, whose question is, makes no sense that he is young. To which I say, dude, he's fighting like a giant larva worm. What kind of sense do you need this game to make? Come on. Video games, buddy. That's all the sense you need.
Yeah.
Do you really want an old Dante, like using his...
With a walker?
His walker to hit the guy?
Yeah, with your cane.
He's got like a mace instead of a gun.
Pop Geritol.
You know that he would be
You know,
real.
I think I just wrote the sequel to this game. I think we can go with that. Old Dante.
Devil May Age.
You know that dude would be able to wield a walker to deadly effect.
Oh, yeah.
Probably would. We could probably have Ninja come up with some cool walker mechanics.
All right, Alex. I presume that do we think this boss's death is imminent here? How close are we to?
Hey, wow! Throw it into turbo mode. Okay.
Kick it up. Let's see some turbo.
Wow can pick up the pace. You drop in a counter. There we go. So what he did
He's
there
only
is-
going at about a C pace right now.
Yeah, I don't think Wout's going to triple S this one, unfortunately.
That's
We're
all
going
right,
to have
you
to have
know.
a stern talking to after the show.
No, we want to see some, want to spend our time here, but oh gosh. Punching it right in the face.
Like, how early is this boss? Is this just like a normal looking boss, or is this like a real freaky one?
Well, that's the thing. All our bosses are pretty epic. Right? So this is, if anything, it's sort of the shallower end of the pool. We have some pretty awesome.
Are there any plans for plushies of these bosses?
You know, our licensing department comes up with some pretty nifty ideas. Maybe a poison plushie that uttered profanities might go over incredibly well.
Just throwing it out there.
We'll 10% finder's fee on the idea.
You have an
if we
audience
follow
of
through on
one.
it. Yeah.
All right, Alex. Well, I think we're going to have to wrap up before we see the grisly demise of this horrid beast. But Devil May Cry's got a lot of people excited. When are they going to be able to get their hands on it?
January 15th, 2013.
All
PS3,
right.
Xbox 360.
Very good, Alex. Thank you so much for
Thank you
bringing
very much
Devil
for
May
having me.
Cry by.
Awesome.
Looking very good. All right, folks, quick break, and then we're back with Gears of War Judgment. folks. It is time for Gears of War Judgment. We've been seeing it across the way here at the Microsoft booth all day, and now the time has come. We've got Cliff Bleszinski on stage for Gears of War Judgment. Cliff, welcome.
What's up? Great to see
you.
You
got a
man.
fan base. They followed you over here. They're really
What's
excited
up?
for it.
Yeah, we got a whole crew over there lined up. It's awesome. They're getting free T-shirts and everything for seeing the demo.
Fantastic. And now you folks at home are going to get to see the demo. What are we showing off here today, Cliff, for Gears of War?
Honestly, it's Gears of War Judgment. We have a new game mode that's called Overrun. It's kind of a mashup of Horde mode meets Beast mode. It's kind of a class-based multiplayer. Whereas my mantra for the studio lately is play your way. Previous Gears of War games, the best way to win is to roll up at somebody, shotgun them in the face. Now you can actually play as a medic, heal your teammates. You can play as an engineer and put out a deployable turret. You can play as a scout, climb up to a tower and snipe. It's basically play your way.
So it's your Locust and its cogs fighting each other, but previously, Beast mode, Locusts are kind of class-based, based on the nature of the different species, but now the cogs have classes.
Yeah, we're taking that whole idea that we started with Beast mode, and we're going deeper on it, right? We kind of touched upon it a little bit with Beast, a little bit of Horde mode, and we really want to kind of blow it out. And I think when you look at the initial layer of it, the game is really easy to kind of jump in. I'm going to go kill some fools, I'm going to toss some stuff out. But we're finding strategy upon strategy that's just emerging upon our playtest in the playtest lab. I mean, you can play as a ticker, have your friend play as a grenadier, throw out a grenade for you to eat, then you'll explode twice as big, and then he can kick you over a fence in order to just get over the kind of blocking objectives throughout there. There's a lot of great strategies coming out of there.
God, ticker kicking. You said the magic words.
You got ticker
Thank
kicking.
you so much.
You got corpsers coming in there. You got maulers protecting tickers. It's evil creatures working together to overcome those pesky humans, and you and your friends as humans using teamwork to overcome the monsters.
And so, yeah, the human teamwork, you sort of mentioned that before. We've got different medics. Actually, let's talk about what we're seeing right here first. This is the campaign trailer.
Yeah, this is the main campaign debut trailer, and there's no dubstep, I have to let you guys know.
Oh, damn, I was looking forward to that.
Do you want us to add it? No, we'll add it later.
Yeah, whoa. Because there's clearly not enough dubstep at E3, right, guys?
No,
Jeez.
needs more dubstep.
So this is the story of Damon Baird's fall. We wanted to do a prequel, but we didn't want to do just the straight Emergence Day, because if you have Emergence Day, there's no chainsaw, right? You need a little bit of time for the chainsaw.
You need that innovation that
Exactly. They're like, oh crap, the Locust skin is really strong. We probably need something to penetrate this. Then we thought about doing the Pendulum Wars, but there's no monsters in the Pendulum Wars. So we decided to do something a few months after Emergence Day that focused on Baird, who's a character who didn't get a lot of actual storytelling time in Gears of War 3.
Yeah, he's kind of a comic relief guy, or in some cases sarcastic relief.
Well, yeah, I mean, we found that when we did surveys as far as what characters people like most in Gears, Baird was one of the favorites. It was like Baird and Anya were the favorite too, right? Who'd have thought?
I mean, he's my favorite. He's like the smart guy. He's got the goggles. He does the beacons and everything.
Well, he's the smart, sarcastic asshole. And maybe there's an entire internet full of those. So he's kind of resonating for people, so not surprisingly.
I definitely identify with that.
Well, it's really fun and cool to see these guys younger, because it's 15 years before the events of Gears. So you see Baird and Cole not quite as grizzled.
They're lean.
They're lean, mean. They got fresh faces. They're not quite as jaded, but they're still up for some killing.
Yeah, Cole's got that fresh off the thrash ball feel.
Yeah, he's got that fresh fade going on right there. And we have some new characters. Paddock, who's one of the UIR guys. All of our fans love to know about the UIR, who are the other opposing side in the Pendulum Wars. We have Sophia Hendrick, who's kind of a red-haired Onyx Guard cadet out of Halvo Bay, and just some fresh blood as well as some classic characters that people know and love.
And so a robust campaign in store for Gears of War Judgment.
Yeah, the
Four-player
campaign,
co-op across the board,
four-player co-op across the board.
Yeah.
The campaign, I like to believe in this generation that in order to try and expand our audience, we've actually softened games too much. And I think there's a reason why gamers love Demon's Souls and Dark Souls. It's like, when's the last time a game actually asked something of you? So I'm going to warn you, unless you're playing on casual, you're going to die. You're going to die a lot in this game.
Really?
I'm playing
You guys
hardcore.
bringing it a little bit?
I'm playing hardcore four-player co-op, and I'm dying a few times in each combat scenario. We have this great dynamic spawn system that basically ensures that no two ways that you play the game are the same. You never know what batches of enemies you're going to get.
Okay.
And so I believe that if you make a game that's replayable, it's a better game even if you never replay it once.
Because it's still got that dynamism in there.
Yeah, you're really, as a gamer, the experience is malleable to you. You're kind of crafting your own story of what happened in the game, as opposed to what the industry's become, which is hallway cutscene, tower falls. I have the same exact experience as you had, which we were partly guilty of, to be fair.
But you did your hallway cutscene time.
Oh yeah, but let's swing it back around. Let's get back to big open combat bowls that you solve your way.
And now what we're seeing right now is some B-roll from the multiplayer footage. So we saw Sarah P destroying some barricades.
Yeah, we're seeing a Cantus riding a blood mount. You can be a blood-mount steed. I can actually climb on top of you and heal you while I'm riding you. Yeah, in the battle, right? It's just one of the many examples of how the units work together in this
Is
mode.
that like press Y to kya, or is that you over the headset improvising?
That's just you pretty much just like, hitting them with the cattle prod, right?
Okay.
Right into battle, right?
I wouldn't put it past you guys to put that onto a button prompt.
That's
and,
actually a good idea.
Move it, you get a little speed boost if you're.
But I mean, if you still want to be a soldier, you can, because you can play as the young, sexy Cole, and he's got a boom shot in Overrun, right? And the thing is, he can throw out ammo, and what he does is he'll use his boom shot, unleash a can of whoop ass, and then refuel his own ammo or refuel for his teammates. And the way that we've operated is what we've done is we've streamlined the controls in this game. Gears 1, 2, and 3 was great for what it was, but that D-pad on the 360 there, it's not the best thing ever. It's still a little clunky, right?
It's got a little bit of mush
it's a little mushy, and it's one of those things we decided to put weapon swap on Y now, so you definitively know you're swapping to your next weapon. We also just said, you know what, the pace of the game is so intense now, and the campaign is so tough that we needed the more streamlined controls. So now we have offhanded grenades, which is a first for the franchise. So you hit left bumper, you can just sling a grenade into a bunch of enemies. You can still hold the left bumper and get the arc.
Sure.
But I mean, it's a grenade. How precise do you have to be, right?
I saw one of those locusts with a spinning boom shield. Have you changed up a lot of the weapons now?
Yeah, well, I mean, for the Mauler, he was one of those enemies that, he's really, really slow. And so we wanted to make sure that he has a ton of health when you're taking on the human cog, and that he has multiple ways to take them out. So he has this giant explosive maul, but he has this shield. His shield not only reflects bullets, so it's a little I am rubber, you're a glue type setup, but he can actually use that spinning shield to just grind the humans into a pulp as well.
That sounds tasty.
There's a lot of strategies in the game, man. What we'll do is we'll sometimes ticker rush at the beginning of a match of Overrun, and we'll chew on the barbs on the left side, and then one guy will peel over to the right and quietly work on the fortifications on the right. Or my friends will go in with all the big creatures on the left side, and I'll just take an explosive ticker and open up the right and just go right in for the generator. I mean, there's just a lot of different ways to pan out. I'm actually hoping this can kind of be played competitively. We're really finding that there's a lot of deep strategies that are coming out of this kind of Excel spreadsheet grid of the different ways that you can play the game.
Hoping to get some MLG folks up in there?
I mean, Sundance, great guy. We were working on some Gears 3 stuff. Who knows if that'll even happen. It's a really tough process. I mean, if you build a great game, then hopefully they'll play it competitively.
And that's what you guys are doing with Gears of War Judgment. It sounds like you're aiming for something a little quicker, a little deadlier. And any more, before we head out, any more retro surprises in store? Retro Lancer was a big hit in Gears of War 3.
Yeah, I mean, we're not really talking about the weapons and the loadout right now so much as we're focusing on the classes and kind of what this game is. The fundamental takeaway from this game is that, we wanted to do a prequel, but we wanted to do it back to basics, make the Locust scary again, and make it hard, and make the players have sweaty palms. If you're not sweating when you're done playing this game, we haven't done our job.
Well, I imagine a whole bunch of these dudes out here are sweating right now.
Well, that's the smell of E3. It just smells like man, right?
And you've gotten them all frothing with your stirring speeches about Gears of War Judgment.
They're sweating and they're frothing and they're salivating. It's just bodily fluids everywhere,
and
man.
I shall release you unto them.
Thank you. I'll just crowd surf now.
Thanks for coming on. Gears of War Judgment coming out 2013?
Early 2013-ish. We'll wait and see on the date.
All right, fantastic. Cliff,
Cool.
Thank you so much. Gears of War
Thanks for having
Judgment. Folks, stay tuned for our last demo of the day. We've got another shooter coming up, Call of Duty Black Ops 2 in just a moment.
Tag tournament. Hey, Cliff, how's it going? Snoop Dogg's going to be in Tekken Tag Tournament 2. He's got his own level and song, this is the lead story, Chris. You will not mock me for this. This narrowly edged out Sonic All-Stars Racing from Sega, Danica Patrick, going to be in there racing alongside, Sonic and Jet Set Radio Dude and all your favorites. That's not the only awesome celebrity news that we've got, though. Eddie?
In addition to that, the new Star Trek game is going to feature the voices of Zachary Quino and Chris Pine, which someone has told me before that I look like Chris Pine, but I don't believe it.
I don't see it.
I don't see it either.
Like at all.
No.
I think they were griefing you. But we were griefing people with celebrity news. We've also got actual news. Nintendo let off the press conferences this morning. They capped off the press conferences. Pikmin 3 was their big game that they announced. Shigeru Miyamoto came out, he teased it at E3's past, and now he's actually he showed it off. New rock Pikmin looks really cool. That and Lego City Undercover. that game just looks kind of like this awesome Grand Theft Auto sort of Lego game. So it's like charming but gritty and just like
Traveler's Tales is working on it, so you know that they have
they've got that stuff dialed in, and that's easily like the most interesting things of the day for me. What about you?
I was actually pretty impressed with the Sing game. You know, it's I know you're looking at me like that, but it's it's from Freestyle. It's the people who made DJ Hero, so they have I think they have the chops because I enjoyed DJ Hero, but singing, it's a different thing. But I guess it depends on the songs they choose. I know they let off with the demo of Call Me Maybe, so that's maybe not so
Well, I know you're big on like multiplayer gaming and social things and having friends.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm totally like not that way, which is why the one of the coolest things was a single player game I saw is Platinum Games P100. It actually led off our stage show here this afternoon. That thing just looks awesome. Inaba and Kamiya, I believe, are involved in it. It's like a superhero game. It actually reminded me a little bit of Pikmin.
It did. It definitely bore a resemblance to that, and the fact that Platinum Games is on it is definitely going to help it. But it's nothing, right? It's nothing that they've done before, or nothing similar.
No, I mean Platinum Games, Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance is their big game this show.
Mad World.
Mad World, yeah. They did a
Vanquish.
4-game deal with Sega that had Vanquish, which was amazing, Bayonetta, which was awesome, and then Infinite Space, which a lot of people kind of forget about, or Infinite Line. I think the name might have changed from Japan to here.
Yeah.
But that was just a pretty cool game all in all. More news, Microsoft. They're expanding their program for a $99 Xbox nationwide. It's not just Microsoft stores anymore. What's the details of it?
It's coming to all Best Buy stores in the country and select GameStop stores. They Microsoft said call your local store if you want to find out more details. So
it's not just like a price cut on the 360. There is a catch. When you pay for it, $100, you have to sign up for a 2-year commitment of Xbox Live Gold. It comes out to a little bit more money in the long run, like $450 versus $410 or something if you just got an Xbox and paid for the Live separately.
it's kind of like a cell phone deal.
Yeah, and expect to see a lot more of this with the next generation of consoles, actually. I'd be shocked if they didn't prefer to offer you a reasonable price and then make you sign up for a long-term commitment. But I hear we're ready to go on the stage, so that'll do it for us. Back to you, Chris.
What better way to end our awesome cavalcade of E3 shooters today than with Call of Duty Black Ops 2? No better way is the answer. Black Ops 2 time. Mark from Treyarch is here joining me on stage. Mark, super excited to have you here, man.
It's great to be here. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely, dude. Black Ops 2, you guys closed out the Microsoft press conference yesterday.
And now we're closing this out
today. And now
today.
you're closing out the GameSpot stage show day one.
That's awesome.
You guys are big news around here. How's the reaction been for Black Ops 2?
It's been great. Really, the fans have just, they really responded to all the new things that the team's been working on, and we couldn't be more happy with that.
Now, the demo yesterday showed a lot of some LA destruction, trying to protect the French president. Saw a little flying, saw a little shooting, a lot of shooting, to be honest. But we're seeing something different today, and it's something I haven't even seen yet. I'm very excited. Can you give some folks a preview?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So, Call of Duty Black Ops 2 will have that signature cinematic, intense gameplay like you saw with Los Angeles. A lot of new gameplay elements there. But today what I've brought for you is Singapore, and this is a Strike Force level. It's a totally new kind of level inside of Call of Duty. It's something we've wanted to do for a while, and we've been prototyping this, and we got it for Black Ops 2, and I'm really excited about it. So let me just tell you a little bit about what exactly a Strike Force level is.
New type of level within Call of Duty. I mean, that has my interest piqued right there because, for all the excitement, for all the bombastic situations you get yourself into with Call of Duty and the variety, people have come to expect certain things and certain pieces that put together, expertly paced, but you're bringing something new into the mix.
Yeah, we wanted to shake up the formula. We wanted to create some new kind of gameplay inside the campaign, and I think it's something that fans of the franchise, they've had so many great experiences, but I think they want it too. So for the first time with Strike Force levels, it does a couple things. One is we're introducing non-linearity into the campaign.
Oh, what?
So that means at the highest level, you're going to have your story arc, your narrative story arc, and at some point during the campaign, you are going to get a choice of which levels you want to take over, which Strike Force levels you want to take on. So JSOC will come before you. You have your Black Ops team. They'll lay out the proxy wars that are going on in the year 2025, and you'll have a choice of missions. In this case, we're going to choose Singapore, and we're going to drop you in, but that's just where it starts, really. So choice of mission. Why don't we get this going, Jason? Let's get it fired up right now.
Singapore.
We're going to do an insertion here in Singapore. So this is myself and my Black Ops team. We're going in.
Code name Kraken. Good choice.
All right. And immediately you'll notice some different things on the HUD. We wanted to introduce sandbox gameplay. You could take on, so it's not just about, you got some objectives out there, A, B, and C. You can take them on in whatever order you want, but you can also play this in any way that you want. So he just moved to an Overwatch mode. This is a tactical mode that you can play in. You could play the whole level in this way. You could play this level like you played every Call of Duty level, gun in hand, boots on the ground, and fight through. He's chosen to look at this from a strategic point of view. He's laying down some waypoints for his team. And then he's going to pick which one of these guys he wants to take over. So he could take over any of his members of his team, anyone on his team.
So you can pick anyone, dudes, so there's not a dude waiting back in the parking lot looking at his wrist like, hey guys, you should go over to A.
Yeah, we've got the AI. We've worked a lot on the AI. So when you go into Overwatch mode, you're literally controlling the AI from that Overwatch mode, right? Again, he can do this at any point in time. Jason, back out to Overwatch mode just to show him that you can do this at will. You can play this game however you want.
And there we see the guy who just was moving to cover.
That's right. And all he has to do is it's Call of Duty. It is simple to be able to move around and do this. So he's highlighting the different characters on the ground. He can then move in, and they each have different weapons, right? You got the LMGs. You have various weaponry on the battlefield. And the thing about the year 2025 is we have worked to create some great new weaponry and some fun new weaponry that you're going to fight against and that you're going to be able to play with. So in this case,
the weaponry that the bad guys have too.
And the bad guys have it too at this point. I mean, like everybody, it's out there in the world. Drones, that technology, it's out there. And yesterday in Los Angeles, we showed you controlling quads so that they could be your squad mates as you were moving in. Well, in this level, when they come online, you're going to be able to control them. So, all right, so there's a claw. He cannot penetrate that claw with regular bullets. That's a cognitive land assault weapon. It has 2 BP of armor. He needs to stand back there, or he can take over one of these other drones that has heavier caliber weaponry. So he's driving now. He's decided to take that over, and he can now take on that claw. He's faster. He's more agile.
A drone is a good anti-drone. It's a different kind. So the quad, they're just talking different species of
That's
drone
right.
here.
Yeah, I mean, that claw can take down an entire army, right? It has heavy caliber weaponry. It has, it could really take down a fairly large army. But this is a lot more. You'll notice even the interface, the audio changes. He's just decided. Okay, so he was for a second there. He was inside of a claw, but he could move around. Now, I think it's really important to note. Like one of the goals with this was accessible but deep. We needed to make sure that this is accessible. People can play it. If you know how to play Call of Duty, you can ease into this level. Like I said, you can play it like you play pretty much any other Call of Duty level, boots on the ground, gun in hand. But I think that's just scratching the surface. And I think for Call of Duty fans who've been playing our games for a long time, this is going to be a great new form of gameplay. Whether you win or lose this campaign, your claw, that's your quad, that's your automated sentry drone. Those are the numbers that you have with them. That's your D-pad. When you see the countdown timer, so the numbers on there, that's how many of them you have. Now, you could lose this mission because you could just run out of reinforcements and not take over your objectives in time.
Or run out of time.
Take over the claw at this point, right? Why don't we go down in there? You can see, here he goes. Now he's just going to start. I mean, it's really powerful. He can launch grenades from it. They're really powerful. He can just, again, but it's, it's a trade-off. It's a balanced trade-off. It's a heavy piece of machinery.
Very slow.
But it's very slow, right?
So this sort of is reminiscent of like a multiplayer contest, right? Because you've got the different points that you're trying to capture, and you're sort of strategic. You're like marshaling your team, are Strike Forces maps playable in multiplayer?
There are certain maps that are really good multiplayer experiences, so you'll definitely see some of that. But this is absolutely a campaign
And
level.
it's right in the campaign.
This is absolutely in the campaign. This is a unique style of gameplay. Again, I think one of the things about this nonlinear gameplay narrative is you'll have a choice, which means that you may not choose and may not experience, depending upon how the outcomes of these maps, you may not experience all these missions.
Now, we've got this sort of playing as different guys, like hopping out and playing as drones, brings into focus the fact that Call of Duty has always been, thrived on having multiple protagonists throughout a campaign. And Cool AD is wondering about the main character, like what kind of character thread are you following through the campaign in Black Ops 2?
So the character thread that I think people are gonna see in Black Ops 2 is they're gonna see this villain, Raul Menendez. You're gonna see in the 1980s, the late Cold War, in the Cold War during the 1980s, you're gonna see the origins of our villain, and you're gonna see this character arc into the year 2025, just what he's capable of. Now, this is a direct sequel to Black Ops, which means Mason, Woods, Hudson, they're back. When you're experiencing that Cold War during the 80s, that's when you're playing with.
That's those guys.
That's when you're playing with the guys that you played with Black Ops. In the year 2025, you're playing as David Mason, the son of Alex Mason, and you experience
Following in the family business.
Absolutely. You're on the hunt in that year 2025, but you are, you're basically through Woods' eyes. He's telling you about how you and your father first met the villain of Black Ops. And it's just this epic story narrative. Each of these characters have a story arc that's branching storylines. Different things can happen to these folks depending upon how you play the game and the choices that you make.
So are you trying to encourage multiple replays here to experience all that the Black Ops 2 campaign has to offer? I mean, that's the only way to do it,
Hey,
right?
yeah. I mean, if you want to experience everything, you will have to play through it multiple times. Now, certain choices, there are certain choices that are big choices, there are smaller choices, there are gameplay choices. Like I said, you might actually, and these levels are unique in that you can actually win them or lose them, and it will affect the narrative arc of the Cold War. And you can still progress.
Yeah.
So that in itself is different as well. So yeah, there's a lot of new stuff. If you like Call of Duty campaigns, but you're looking for some new experiences and you want some new gameplay, some variety, that's what we wanted to create, and that's what we're doing here.
I think you're addressing a lot of the sort of issues people have with the Call of Duty campaign is the linearity, the fact that it sort of feels very familiar when you play it. And, it's
at the same time, we know players like that.
That's
right.
True.
So how do you do that?
It is a proven fact.
We have, inside the core game, you got that cinematic gameplay, you got that epic experience. We're going to have some branching storylines. There's going to be choice, but then you got these missions where we change the recipe up entirely for you.
Now, Mark, I got to say, the TV has been telling our demoer here for minutes to press X to call in an airstrike. Are we going to see an airstrike?
He could run it. Would you like to do it? End this right now. He's good. So this cargo ship, it's not leaving the docks here. It's not leaving Singapore.
No, I don't think so.
All right.
And there it's taken care of.
Yeah. So
nice. And look at this. You got a swarm. Now, is this something that as you secure points, you get access to more assets to sort of play around with? You have 3 objective points that you're supposed to take on here in this level, and he can take them on in any way that he wants, basically. But he will eventually run out of reinforcements, and that's eventually how you lose. Okay.
That's
Yes,
how you
that's
lose.
how you would lose.
That's how you lose. So. Thanks, Jason. Appreciate you.
All right, very cool.
Good play this year.
So that's Strike Force,
There he goes.
and these are different mission types that are within the Black Ops 2 campaign.
Absolutely.
Of course, we can't let you off the stage without just briefly touching on the other stuff people love about Call of Duty: competitive multiplayer.
Absolutely. It's in our DNA. We are going to, the team, the multiplayer team, that whole multiplayer setting is in the year 2025. The weapons, the balancing, the attachments, the gameplay modes. I can't wait to tell you guys all about it. It's amazing stuff. They're really doing great work.
All right, got to check another box because you guys are Treyarch. Zombies.
Of course.
There are zombies in the future. No.
Of course.
We could, No. That's a great thing.
Absolutely. There are zombies in Black Ops 2. It is a It's the biggest world we've ever created with it. There's more gameplay. If you're a Zombies fan, you're going to love it. There's just, the team is, there's a, there's a versus mode you'll be able to play. There's a lot of great new stuff for Zombies fans.
And, of course, this is personal for me because I love to fly a jet in a shooter. We saw some jet flying in the LA level during the Microsoft press conference demo yesterday. Is there more of that in store? More jets?
That was a jet that you can fly and shoot. You're not just a passenger shooting. You're flying it. You're shooting it. It's Call of Duty. You pick up the controls. If you know how to play Call of Duty, you can fly the most advanced jets on the planet.
You're really puffing me up here, Mark. I don't know. I feel like I'm going to make bad decisions when I leave the show floor here today. LAX is not that far away.
Well, you know what you need to do is make your way back to make your way back to our booth, and we'll get you behind the controller.
That sounds good to me.
All right.
Mark, Call of Duty Black Ops 2, you guys launching this fall. You got a date, don't you?
Yeah, November 13th. We're coming out.
November 13th.
We're excited about it.
Very exciting.
Yeah.
And thank you so much for having this on the show. Great way to close out the day. Call of Duty Black Ops 2.
All right.
Mark, thank you so much.
All right.
All right, cheers. Now we've got one more check-in with Carlos Rodela on the show floor. Nintendo, perhaps? Or Namco? Couldn't quite hear it. Guess we'll find out.
Hey everybody, Carlos Rodela here, back for GameSpot's coverage of E3 2012. We're in Nintendo, and you can tell because there's like belly sounds and stars and craziness over here. Look at this place. This has a Star of David, it seems like, and there's a Triforce inside it. I don't know what that means, but that is Nintendo Land. That's craziness, and we're going to go back and check that out later in a later session because there's a lot of adventuring and dancing and adventuring. All right, what we're going to do is we're going to do a U-shaped tour of the Wii U. Do you like that? Do you like that joke? Is that good? All right, let's go. So by the way, this is a Wii panorama view that we saw last year, I think, a little bit of, where you kind of look around with the Wii controller and see, a different kind of perspective. No real practical game use for this yet, but it seems really cool. It's so cool that it's not even started. Double deck tour. Oh, that seems interesting. Let's look at that for a second because that seems weird. So that's that view, but then if you can see behind her, it actually looks a little different if we're allowed to do that. Oh, she's moving with you. Yeah, so basically you see a different view of the same picture, and you can actually control the zooming and stuff like that. That's cool. All right, we don't know why that happens or what that's for, but it's interesting. All right, over here is Batman Arkham City, which we heard about this morning, Armored Edition. This seems just really cool, the fact that you could do actual utility belt stuff like on your Wii U. So there's that. It's the same game you love, Batman Arkham City, but with Wii U capabilities. You can see you can actually use the Wii U tablet and make the things that you would normally do with a controller Wii U-ified. What? That is something I just made up. All right, let's go. Sweet Day. I don't know what that is. This is very interesting. Zombie U. Very excited about this. This is exciting. You see there's other cameras here because they're excited as well. So this is a zombie adventure game, survival horror, and you get to use your Wii U tablet to do sniper stuff and do scanning of the enemies, wiggling it to get rid of people, and it seems interesting. The inventory switching is the thing that I think I would like the best in a zombie game. Kind of switch the inventory right there. Although he's using the stylus, which seems crazy. Does that work? The stylus? Wow, I didn't know that was a thing. All right, zombies, awesome. We're moving. There's a ninja. If you remember, that was the tech demo that they did last year, right? And now it's an actual game. It's ninjas. Go figure. Assassin's Creed 3. What's interesting about Assassin's Creed 3 is that it's on the Wii U. Isn't that crazy? Because that means they can handle it. It can finally handle it, people. This is awesome. Nintendo is in the it's in the big leagues now. That's Assassin's Creed 3. Let's go to Rayman Legends. I mean, we could do Assassin's Creed 3, but you're going to see it a million times this show. Rayman Legends seems like it uses some really cool Wii U mechanics, and Rayman's awesome. You played this, right? This is a good game. And they're using some tilt control stuff. Wii U, awesome. Okay, let's go. We have to get through a lot. It's hard to do. Ninja Gaiden 3, Razor's Edge, also Wii U-ified. I'm gonna coin that term, and that's gonna be a term. All right, let's keep moving. It's so much to see. Well, we're at the Wii Fit U area, where someone is actually, they're down on the ground, people. They're Wii fitting it up. I feel that I would suck at this game because my stomach muscles are not strong. But that being said, I actually like the idea of playing a game and then also getting in shape. So I might do this. Although that means I have to buy a Wii U. All right, well, that's a quick look. Should we keep moving or? Yeah, okay, we're gonna have to go around this way, which is hard. Let's go back this way. Behind you. Oh, Pikmin 3, let's go over here. Pikmin 3, everybody's talking about Pikmin 3. Let's talk about it. Pikmin 3. Oh, here's one. So this is the Pikmin that you know and love, but is also Wii U-ified. No one's going to say that except me. Pikmin with the Wii U. Now, notice he's using the nunchuck and the regular controller, the Wii controller, so you could do that as well. But there are special capabilities with the actual Wii U tablet that you can kind of strategize more. So that's what that is. All right, that's Pikmin 3. We can go to Shrine 2 is a thing. It's really crowded. I'm going to try to get to Shrine 2 if we can pull that off. Let's see if that happens. It's Shrine 2 Director's Cut. Oh, just in here a little bit. Nice. So Trine is a great game, a fabulous game, and to have it on the Wii U is a cool thing, especially if it's a director's cut. I would like more Trine, please. And yeah, it's Trine. It's very golden, isn't it? It's a golden shrine to Trine. Man, my puns are getting worse. All right, let's go. All right, we're gonna wrap it up here in a minute. Let's get out of this area. You know what? It's basically the same thing. The last thing I'm gonna talk about is we're gonna talk about Scribblenauts soon. That's something that's way over there we can't get to. But Scribblenauts, that unlimited thing sounds amazing to me. We're gonna talk with the developers for that very soon, an upcoming segment, maybe tomorrow. But look for that. And until then, back to the stage.
And we are back. Our awesome demo cavalcade has come to a close. And now we got a little wrap-up with one familiar face and one who, unless you've been watching the bonus stage today, you probably haven't seen all day. It's John Davison.
Lots of people have been watching the bonus stage.
Yeah, and I'm really intrigued to hear about it. And Carlos Rodella.
Hey, what's going on?
We've been seeing plenty of you, man.
Oh, yeah, I'm all over the place, I guess.
Yeah.
John,
I'm tired.
Yeah.
But for folks who have been captivated by the endless awesomeness of this stage, tell us about your stage.
There was a similarly endless stream of awesome.
I missed it all.
So much
I know,
awesome.
so did I.
All right, so what is the bonus stage all about?
So over here is predominantly, so you got the news and you got the product demos, games. So before E3, we talked a lot about how a lot of cool conversations happen in the hallways and the bathrooms and in the bar and like all the stuff that people would get a kick out of hearing. But when someone's demoing a game, they can't talk about that stuff. So we're like, well, let's find a place where we can put those conversations and point a camera at it. So on the other side of the booth, there's 2 orange couches. We're just getting interesting combinations of people, and we're just letting them talk about games and E3. And so today was actually unintentionally a bit of an old school GameSpot love fest.
Really?
Because I had, among many guests on the bonus stage, I had Jeff Gerstmann and Ryan Davis from Giant Bomb. And then after that, I had Greg Kasavin and Rich Gallup
Oh,
and
man.
Rich Gallup announced his new game studio on the bonus stage. Did anybody announce a new game studio on your stage, Chris?
Oh, this
no,
is like a
no
stage
new game studio
rivalry.
announced. Did get some Last of Us confirmation about the relationship between the two main characters. They're not related.
They're not related.
No.
That's big news.
That's because everyone assumed they were father and daughter, right?
I kind of did,
Yeah.
But no, not the case.
Okay.
But Rich Gallup's new game studio, because
Yeah.
obviously 38
So a
Studios
bunch of
is
guys
no
that were
more.
working on Copernicus are some very smart people. There's like 8 of them. They're starting their own thing, and he talked about that.
Cool.
We had the guy, the lead guy from Game Globe, the browser-based game-making tool. He was on talking about his thing. That thing looks awesome, by the way. Like
Game
you say,
Globe?
Yeah, you say that name and say it's a browser-based game-making thing, and you can almost hear the collective eye roll from people. But it looks incredible.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh man, that sounds very cool. Now, Carlos, your travels have been far and wide and well documented.
Yeah, I guess so.
I want to hear about.
Some I'm afraid
I want to
of.
hear about one thing in particular.
Snoop Dogg.
Snoop Dogg.
There's
That's
lots of
the
things that
one.
happened to me today. Snoop Dogg was by far the most interesting.
Yeah.
By the way, so Snoop Dogg is super cool. I know people have met him
really?
much. Yeah. No, I mean, of course. But I mean, he's like totally chill, and like his handlers were really, really like nervous, and he was like, they were like checking what I was gonna ask, and I just hung out with him, and it just was totally cool, I think.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I got named a moniker. He gave me a new moniker. I am now Los.
Los?
With a $sign.
Oh.
Yeah. Although he said
how else
$2
would you
signs, but I'm
spell
not
it?
sure what
That's,
you do. LO $sign. That's it. That's me.
So do we have to call you that now?
You have to, I think. I think I might switch my Twitter name. That's drastic. That's not going to happen. But still.
It's excessive. Come on.
He is super cool. And by the way, I found out he actually likes not like the mashup button fighting games. He likes more of like the strategic stuff. Because he was talking about Mike Tyson, like, oh, you know how you could do that one thing and you had to learn the moves to beat the guy. And I was like, yeah, I like that kind of fighting style better, too. We're the same person, Snoop Dogg.
So Snoop is legit.
Yeah, he's legit, and I think we're related now because he called me nephew, right? Was
He
it
did
nephew?
call you nephew.
Yeah,
Yes.
so-
So you have to call.
Weird.
You just call him Uncle Snoop.
I'm gonna call him on the phone later, probably.
Nice.
That is not gonna happen.
All right. Well, we've talked about today. Let's talk about tomorrow. So you are again off on magical adventures around the show floor.
Just sweating the whole time, perspiring, and yeah. Tomorrow we're doing a lot more Nintendo. We did a little bit of Nintendo today, but I want to get into Fantasyland. I want to get using the Wii U controller more, and then we're doing more Sony stuff tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's kind of it. Yeah. What are you doing? Who are you having on? Are you having me on? I gotta come on
You're
your
gonna
little
come on
couch.
some of it. I have the guys
You're
from the
getting
movie.
Los?
I'm
You're
getting
getting-
Los.
oh, dude.
The Los is coming on at some point.
It's happening.
Assuming we can
That's a
we can
coup.
sync up schedules.
You gotta talk to my handlers. Yeah, I got new ones now.
Aren't I your handler technically?
Yeah. I guess I'm
Uh, who we got on? We got the guys from Noobs, the movie that's coming out. So
that's
Jason
right.
Mewes, who you may know from Jay and Silent Bob. Hopefully, as long as he can come off set, Casper Van Dien.
Oh, fantastic.
So maybe I'll ask him what he thinks about Halo, because apparently he has a thing or two to say about that.
Oh, he's got opinions.
Josh Gomez, who you might not know the name, but he was the little guy with the beard in Chuck.
Oh yeah.
He's coming on. We're doing some stuff with him.
Nice.
And then we have a mix of people. Jason Rubin's coming on to talk about his new gig at THQ. I'm trying to think of other things. Garnet and Jeff from Weekend Confirmed are coming on. We have a mix of people from outlets and developers and executives and celebrities, and it's a real mix-up tomorrow.
That
so
sounds-
5 hours tomorrow.
5 hours.
I need someone to tag out with.
That's adorable, John. We'll be here for 8 hours.
I know.
Demoing
Yeah, talk to me
all
when
day
you-
long.
I did mine all the way through without anyone relieving me.
You didn't
Well,
subcontract
okay.
out for Irish labor? Come on.
17
It's the
segments or
American
something.
way.
Come on. I think we're comparable. That's super cool, though. And I am going to be talking to Totally Rad Show tomorrow, I think. The
Oh,
Totally
sweet.
Rad Show, yeah.
All right.
I want to interview them and see what they've seen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you should come on when Jeff and Garnet come on.
Yeah. Cool.
All right.
That
Groovy.
sounds delightful. Well, today we got most of our
You should
shooters
come on
out
us.
of the way.
We should tag out. You should come over there tomorrow, and we can do.
It's like interchangeable.
Sure, maybe I'll
we
come
can
on.
cross play.
No, here we go. I'll come on during God of War Ascension. I want to stay here for Lost Planet 3, Crisis 3. Kind of
Now we're doing
Dawn
we're doing live
Guard,
scheduling.
Dishonored. Yeah, I should
Are you-
probably. I really should be around here for Dance Central 3 and XCOM Enemy Unknown. Maybe like right
So
at the
nothing
beginning.
much going on
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Well, I guess the last segment maybe. Borderlands 2. No,
Oh.
sorry.
Wow. I don't think he wants to hang out with you is what's going
I don't
on.
think
It's
it-
like a cold
It's not
shoulder.
that I don't want to hang out with him. It's that I want to hang out with awesome games more.
Can I come?
Whoa.
Can I come and hang out with
That's
you at the
still-
end of the day
you
again?
can come in, yes.
All right.
We'll tag you on the
And
end
then I
of the
want to
tire
tag you
swings.
to do my thing. Just
No,
like
wait-
one
wait.
segment, like make you go Talk to somebody.
It's not my thing, dude.
No, it's not
I
your thing?
I sit.
But by the end of tomorrow, he
I
will have
have no
talked to
pants
nearly
on.
I don't know how to
everybody.
stand and do this at this
wear
thing.
anything.
Yeah. No, you do this well. Good job.
So you're closing out tomorrow with Borderlands 2, right?
Yes.
I'm very
And
excited. I need to, yeah.
The bookends are fantastic. We're kicking off tomorrow, 10 a.m., The Elder Scrolls Online.
Nice.
Whoa.
Yes. So be sure to check back here then. We start at the main stage here at 10 a.m. The bonus stage starts at
noon.
And of course, all through the night, there's going to be GameSpot content posting, giving you the best of E3 2012. Thank you so much for joining me here. John Carlos, thanks for stopping in for a quick chat. And folks, we will see you tomorrow for day 2 of E3 2012. Have a good night.